Yeah. It's weird you have to go through that weird process just to fucking do that. That's really weird to me.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I normally do, but I haven't on my way intent.
It's very irritating, though.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. Oh, wait, I should make sure... Okay, yeah, we're not muted. Good.
Good. Yeah. I slept all night, but then I took a nap before this started because I wanted to get a little bit of extra sleep in, and oh man, thank God somebody woke me up because I don't know if I would have been.
Wow,
I don't know if I would have.
I worked a 12-hour shift and got less than 4 hours sleep.
Yeah, my sleep schedule's so fucked now too.
Anyways, before we get started, you guys want to talk about the Summer Game Fest?
Yeah, it was pretty shit, especially Starfield.
Yeah,
Oh,
so me and Setch, we watched it. He did a stream on it. There was some good announcements. There was some mad announcements, and then there was the fucking disaster that was Starfield that got shown. Holy fuck, was that awful looking? Especially when people started like tearing it apart after. That like they were pointing out stuff even I didn't notice, but holy shit, it was not good.
Yeah, and it just looks when it's as I jokingly said, it looks better when it's in still form because when it's in motion, everything falls apart. And it is one of the most generic looking sci-fi games I have ever seen. It literally looks like every other sci-fi game you have ever seen with nothing making it stand out.
Yeah. Oh my god, the environments, like oh my god, what was it? At least the first like 3/4 of the whole like show, it was nothing but fucking rocky, dead planets with next to nothing on it and some like bug creatures on it, and that's it. That's all it was. We didn't even see that there was planets with actual plant life on it until near the end of the fucking showcase.
So I haven't seen this, so I don't know what was or wasn't shown. But did they at least have a set of shots where it's like vastly different biomes? Like you see a massive cityscape, you see a lush jungle, you see maybe like a desert.
Or not really.
Not really. They tried to do a No Man's Sky sort of like fade in and stuff where like it's doing a bunch of different things. And there was like a jungle biome, a desert biome, a rock biome, and 3 other different types of the same rock biome.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was not good.
I have heard people already calling it No Man's Skyrim.
It really fucking... Dude, there's literally, like, the UI and everything. It just almost screams No Man's Sky, especially when he pulled out the laser drill to drill some iron. It was like,
yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, when he pulled out the No Man's Sky laser drill, I was like, oh my god, it's literally No Man's Sky. And then from then on, it just snowballed out of control of like, oh my god, it is literally No Man's Sky. Like, everything here just feels like No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
It starts off like literally you're just walking around, you mine a little bit of stuff with the laser, you come across the pirates, you go in and you start shooting shit. Literally, it's just Fallout 4 at that point.
It very much sounds like Fallout 4 combined with Minecraft in space. And not the good aspects of those games either.
What was weirder was the stuff that they were hyping up as being these great leaps forward for them. Like, they have the most robust character creator they've ever had. And I go, oh, really? Show us the ability to play other races. Oops, no, that's not allowed. You can only be human.
Yeah, it was... there was no option for that.
My favorite kind of sci-fi where there's only humans and absolutely nothing else.
Yeah, and hundreds of solar systems. And I'm like, oh god, prepare thyself for fucking... See, at first... Todd Howard comes on and is explaining, like, and then we zoom out from the map. You can go anywhere on this planet. Just pick a destination, you can go to it. It's like, okay. Bit ambitious. And then he says, like, here's the solar system. It's like, Todd, I don't think you guys can pull off a solar system. But hey, at least you limited it to one solar system. The moment I said that, Todd goes, and there are hundreds of solar systems. Like, well, prepare yourself. It's going to be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, it's going to be shit. I was saying, like, during the presentation, I was like, at least No Man's Sky had other races like of aliens and shit at launch. This doesn't even have that. Like, there are no other races. The only aliens there are is the wildlife that you cannot talk to.
Yep.
So
there's no other characters or anything to interact with or deal with. Nothing. And apparently we are the last explorer in the human race. The last explorer ever. And it's like, what? How the fuck?
Yeah.
How are we the last explorer in space?
Of hundreds of solar systems, of thousands of planets, we are the last explorer.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a fucking flub or something, but Jesus Christ, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, if you're the last explorer, that means humanity isn't just, like, they're on the brink of extinction, but at the point where it's inevitable, you can't come back from it.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense when he said, like, yeah, there's tons of content on all of these planets and stuff, and it's like, well, then how come they ain't fucking exploring?
Yeah, it's like, that
doesn't make... Oh. Yeah, I don't believe you. And then...
The shooting, really
the gunplay looked pretty standard, kind of clunky. Basically, Fallout 4 shooting. They didn't really change much with that. The gun models look a little different. That's about it.
It has helpful level indicators on every enemy.
Yeah. They showed off a jetpack that you can... It's literally the Fallout 4 jetpack. God, I mean, there just wasn't much. You get in your ship and it takes you off the planet whenever you go up every single time.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it looks pretty fucking sus that they were doing one of those multiple cuts with the same animation going, but the background would change.
Yeah.
And it was the ship taking off, and I'm like, I have a bad feeling that we can't actually explore these planets all we want, and that it's going to kick you to space, and then you can pick somewhere on the planet, and then it will randomly generate when you land, or some bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Someone in chat said something. This is something I've been kind of holding on to say, but I'm so worried about the 1,000 explorable planets. How many of them will have anything of actual substance? Because, yeah,
exactly.
The best part of Bethesda's games, especially their good games, is the detailed world, like, Morrowind. Because this is a hand-built world, there's just a lot of detail that you don't get with random generation. And it sounds like if Bethesda is doing something at this scale, thousands of entire planets, not just a region on a planet, but entire planets, which they haven't done yet in full 3D, there's going to be a lot of fucking procedural generation in there.
And the planets look like they've been shit out by procedural generation. They do not look handcrafted at all.
Yeah, they look generic as fuck. They look terrible.
Yeah. And this is kind of the infinite worlds problem. This is something Starbound had. This is something Minecraft sort of has to a degree, but it's just when your world is literally well, I shouldn't say literally, because at least Minecraft does have an eventual end.
Yes.
But when you have these massive infinite worlds and it's just like the same 3 biomes over and over again, the fact that they're that big doesn't really matter. Minecraft is the exception, because if you have a server that like hundreds of people are playing on, then having that much space does make sense. That is a good thing. But if it's done purely for, hey, look at all these planets you can explore, and it's the same 3 planets over and over again, which is the Starbound problem, then it's fucking... It just makes everything feel even more generic, you know?
And to really hammer this home, guys, they said there'll be thousands of worlds. Ergo, they're going to need thousands of different wildlife and animals, flora and fauna and everything. Do you really think Bethesda are going to make thousands of different types of animals? Or are they just going to copy-paste the same animals on multiple different worlds, and you'll be like, how the fuck did they get there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fully what I'm expecting. It's going to be a handful of the same type of enemies on all these different planets, and it's like, well, how is this a different planet if it has all the exact same shit that other one does?
Yeah. Again, this is one of those things like, If they had kept it to a single solar system, all of these problems would have like gone away. And
Yeah.
again, it's a scope. Hey, he wanted to get his 4 times the size of Fallout 4 sort of thing again. And it's going to bite them in the ass again.
Yeah. I don't know why he keeps making these fucking promises and shit. And it's like, dude, just stop. Just reel it back in a little bit. Temper your fucking... Oh, I can't stand that he does this every fucking time. It's like, just don't do that. Just don't fucking make these promises that you know you can't keep. You know they're going to come back and bite you in the ass. So why do you keep doing them?
Yeah.
Well, if the gameplay looks trash and the worlds look trash, at least they're going to have a really good story to fall back on, right?
Oh, man. So here's the thing. He shows some sort of like city hub thing in the game that you go to and you talk to people and stuff. Well, I'm assuming it's where you get your quests and stuff.
Yeah.
And then there's like, oh, there's pirate attacks and stuff, and you could choose what side apparently, and blah blah blah. They don't show any of the quests. They don't show like anybody talking about setting up a quest or anything. Like they do not show any of that. They just have a narrator who's just like, oh, sometimes this will happen. Sometimes this will happen. Talk to these people and do something for them. And that was it. That was the extent that we got of any quest. It's like, oh no.
So
and then
we're gonna end up having fucking Radiant quests from Fallout 4 and Skyrim.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's literally going to be Preston Garvey all over again. Of this settlement needs your help.
That's the only possible way with thousands of worlds. That's the only possible way they're going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's just going to be a bunch of uneventful quests, just a bunch of chores basically that you have to do.
Because that was the most irritating thing about those Radiant quests. Apparently back at Daggerfall, they were a lot better, the randomly generated quests, because they would have like modifiers and stuff to them, at least from what I've heard. Whereas in Skyrim and Fallout 4, it's just, I need you to collect a thing from this location, and I'll reward you handsomely for it. Oh no, this creature is in a location and we need it killed.
Yep.
Go do it for us. And that's why in those two games, the Radiant quests were fucking garbage, because there's just the most bare bones fucking bullshit you can ever do.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And again, when actually talking to the NPCs in the game, so not only were there visual glitches everywhere, like, boy, watch that stuff closely and watch the number of visual glitches and people like sucking into the ground and then getting popped back out and shit, or people's heads being spun around the wrong way. But when they actually talk to the people and it zooms into the typical Bethesda dialogue system, it's like they didn't animate them because they're going like really procedural, so they couldn't animate each one individually or some shit. It looks like somebody's squeezing a stress ball to like give different types of emotions. It is really unnerving to look at.
Yeah, it does not look good. During that part where they're talking about like the hub and stuff and all this shit, and you see all the people walking around. Yeah, so some of you might have seen it already, that like somebody took some of the footage and like slowed it down and zoomed in on it and shit. Yeah, people's heads just spin all the way around and look behind them at the camera for some reason. It's almost like they're locked onto the camera, so their head just like detaches as they walk and just looks at the camera, even when it shouldn't be able to turn that much. It looks so fucking weird. There's all kinds of weird shit like that, of like all these weird visual glitches. I really got like thrown off when they started switching weapons, and he was like pulling out his weapons and like it lags, turns blurry, does all this weird shit, like fades in, fades back out, and all this other weird shit. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you couldn't even get the gun switching to look right? That looks awful. That like really threw me off. I did not expect that to look that bad.
Oh, and the shotgun sounds terrible. Its animation is terrible. And it looks like a square. It's two square barrels. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I did not like the shotgun. Even the holes are square. When he opens it and loads the shells in, the holes are square. And I'm like, I hope those are square shells, because otherwise you're not getting that shit in.
Yeah, or if you do get it in, you're getting literally no pressure down the barrel. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, it's very weird. And then from there, it immediately goes into the shipbuilding. And then this is what I kind of see as like the culmination of all of the problems with this game. So everything in this, from what they showed us, like they feel like they tried to go very in depth with what they were trying to show us and everything you could do in the game. But everything they showed off was rudimentary at best. It does not do anything exceptionally well, and all of the mechanics, the shooting, the exploration, mining, the shipbuilding, and talking to the characters, the way the characters look, the way the worlds look, everything felt rudimentary, basic.
It was serviceable. It felt like this is your generic game package sort of thing. It didn't feel special or like there's nothing that wowed or anything like that. And the really thing, like, you can make your own starship. And I'm like, no, you can't. I'm literally watching you have to snap it to key points and everything. Fuck off.
You get...
Yep.
Yeah. Welcome.
Well, it wasn't that extreme, and it looked like you could snap other points, but it was literally like snap to a grid, snap to a grid, snap to a grid, snap to a grid. So you could put... That. Oh, they didn't hear that. So he was talking about Hearthfire.
Yeah, it's basically the Hearthfire thing, where it's like you have your main building, and it's like you could pick 1 of 3 buildings to put on this side. You could pick 1 of 3 buildings to put on the other side.
Yeah, and I was saying it's not that bad, because you can actually, like, you can extend stuff out a lot, but because of this whole you have to snap to grid sort of thing, because I'm assuming you're going to need to be able to walk around the ship, because the character looked like he was walking around the ship. But so you can't, like, do anything kooky or oddball or have anything really inventive. It's going to be, like, connect the set.
So I can't do a ship version of my raft from Raft?
Or you can't do the board cube. There's no fucking way.
Oh.
And they have base building that's snap to grid as well. So.
Yeah. So basically, the shipbuilding was just a frame that you take prefabs and you snap them to it, and that's it. And unfortunately, all of the prefabs kind of have a very similar look to them. So all of your ships are going to be kind of blocky. Like, you can't make your own. Like, you're not going to feel like you're making a unique ship.
Yeah, this is not Space Engineers or anything. You're not making a unique ship.
Yeah, that sounds fucking abysmal.
Yeah, and basically that carries out through the rest of the showcase, where it's literally just, there's nothing spectacular here. Like, nothing is done exceptionally well. All of the mechanics are rudimentary. The visuals are pretty bland. It was really dark for some reason. Everything looked really fucking, like, to the point that it almost looked black and white in some points, and just entirely gray.
Yeah.
I don't know why everything looked like that. The only time it didn't look like that was when they showed the tropical region, and everything just looked green. And it's like, okay, well, at least it's not gray, but everything else is fucking gray. Why is everything gray? It looks so bad. It did not. It literally just felt like a worse Fallout 4 in space.
Yeah, and weirdly, unlike what you normally see, the entire chat was talking about how, like, wow, it's as shit as Spore. Oh god, it's No Man's Sky Launch Edition again, something like that. There was, like, nobody in their chat was hyped for it or anything.
Yeah, there was a bunch of snoozing emotes.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a bunch of the sleeping emotes as well, of, like, people just did not give a fuck.
See, that does genuinely surprise me, because, well, there's not really a way I can say this that people might not take offense to, but a lot of Bethesda fans kind of seem to have low standards, where it's like, it's sort of like the Star Wars thing. It's like, oh boy, it's Star Wars. That means it's gonna be great. Obi-Wan is the best show ever, you know? So to see people actually saying, man, this looks like shit, it's kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, there was just nothing to latch onto, unfortunately. It was like, if you've played any other space game in the past, 20 years, it's probably better than this. Like, Mass Effect is definitely better.
Or it is this sort of thing. Like, it's really fucking weird. Again, they're focusing on the wrong things. They were going for super scale. It's like, no, why don't you just make it like a single solar system with a couple planets that are populated, and just focus on it like that, and have like the dynamics between each of the worlds and everything, instead of requiring yourself to have hundreds of solar systems with thousands of worlds. It's
yeah.
like, oh god.
I would have preferred a few planets that were tailor-made rather than thousands that are going to be the fucking generated shit.
Yeah, that's actually one of my things for Starbound is they should have had several handcrafted planets. For something like Starbound, a fucking 2D game, they should have had maybe like 2 or 3 dozen handcrafted planets, and then have maybe 100 be randomly generated, and that's it, rather than an entire universe of just useless empty planets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that very much, like, if your game is reminding me of Starbound in any way, that's a very bad sign, I think.
Yeah. It just felt like an amalgamation of a bunch of different games. It just felt like a mix of No Man's Sky, Prey a little bit.
Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, Elite
Star
Dangerous.
Citizen.
Yeah. And then there was a lot of elements from their past games, like Fallout 4 kept popping up a lot. There was a lot of stuff where it's like, okay, so they literally ripped this from Fallout 4 and put it in here.
In fact,
it did not.
I actually remember seeing Metaker tweeting about how fucking this game is like a Frankenstein of just different pieces of games slapped together.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's basically what it was. It was not. I did not see a single thing in it that was like exceptionally where I was like, oh, well, that might actually be good. No, there was nothing.
Yeah,
maybe they just didn't show the good stuff, but they definitely didn't show anything worth caring about.
But that's the thing is, if you're showing off this game that you're planning to release in less than a year, why wouldn't you show some of the good stuff?
There you go.
Yeah.
Bring your A game, you know?
Yeah.
Build that hype.
Yeah, and there you go. There's a screenshot of it. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like it has an identity to itself.
Fuck. Let me get this up on screen just so chat can see it.
I did miss the thing. There was, and what's missed from the screen is that there was a little chat box that popped up in the middle of the screen that said 5 EXP gained.
What I might do is maybe tomorrow I'll record myself offline reacting to this thing, do a bit of editing on it to pick out any dead air or unimportant parts, and upload that, because this sounds like a shit show. I really wish I wasn't working for this, so I could have covered it with you guys live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, there's nothing in this screenshot that stands out to me as being unique. It comes across... Yeah, it just comes across as generic sci-fi sludge.
Yeah, sludge was the best way to describe it, I think. It felt very sludge.
It just exists. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It literally just exists.
Because if you look at other sci-fi properties, like Star Trek has, the very unique ships and, I guess uniforms and all that. And
the phasers and stuff. Well, the
phasers,
joke being the Lego phaser rifle.
Yeah.
And shit like that. But, Star Trek, when you see Star Trek, you can tell it's fucking Star Trek. When you see Star Wars, you can tell it's fucking Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm kind of bumbling towards.
Yeah.
But yeah, other sci-fi too, like, Mass Effect. You could tell at a glance, hey, that's Mass Effect.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other examples off the top of my... the Halo games, at least. You could tell at a glance, hey, that's Halo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game has no identity.
At least from what they've shown. Maybe it does and they just fucked it up spectacularly. But yeah, this...
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to have to do a lot more work on it if it's going to be worth buying.
Yeah, and again, like, nothing in the combat, like, is really special or anything like that. They showed perks. Oh my god, the perk system. I know somebody has a picture of it. Hang on, I'm pretty sure Meme Night put a picture in my Discord. Let me grab it real quick, because when you see the perks, prepare yourself to be disappointed.
Is that the black box from TF2? It might actually be an improvement if it was. God, I miss playing fucking Team Fortress 2. That was such a good game.
Yeah.
Here's like the perk. And of course, it's the generic fucking
Christ.
constellation bullshit again.
Let me get this up on screen.
Yeah.
You guys really know how to get me super hype and excited for this wonderful fucking game.
And then there's like, here's this thing: the combat tree, the medical tree, the science tree.
So yeah, it's a perk system distilled down to like its most generic fucking form.
Yeah.
Yeah, do 10% damage, do 20% damage, do 30% damage.
Oh, that's social, not medical. But yeah, there you go.
Because a lot of games do this shit now where it's like, hey, here's different perks that you can get. It's just this like really basic shit. That's not to say that, you know, even the original Fallout was super out there with their perks. They just had a bunch of perks that you can pick that was based off of your abilities, your special and your skills. But this is just like, you've earned a perk point. Let's look at this poster and see which one you want to pick.
Yeah.
This exact screenshot here, you can get something very, very similar looking from, I don't know, like 20 or 30 different games in the past several years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then they also showed off fucking, what was it? The Pit DLC for fucking Fallout 76. Yeah, they didn't show very much. It went by pretty quick, but man, it's weird that they're advertising it because I'm pretty sure it's already out because I've seen a couple of videos of people reviewing it and they fucking hated it. They thought it was terrible.
Yeah.
Who the fuck was sitting there and thinking, man, you know which DLC I fucking miss? The Pit. Let's go back there in Fallout 76. Like, motherfucker, what?
Yeah, like apparently you have to go through like a bunch of really monotonous side quests that are just like really grindy. You have to craft shit and all this stuff just to go to the fucking DLC, and it takes like an hour just to get there because you have to grind all this shit. And then you get there, and it's literally nothing but go kill these raiders here, go kill these trogs here, go kill this thing here, and grab this item and come back. And that's all it is.
So it's typical Bethesda sludge at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, of course, it's kind of not fair, but the PC Cringe Show actually had way more games than the Xbox Bethesda conference, which is, I guess, it's not that unfair because Xbox has so many different developers under its umbrella at this point. It's crazy how few games they had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They started with Redfall, which was interesting at first, but we didn't like the kooky, quirky main character. And of course, that's that Left 4 Dead, but it's vampires and cultists instead.
Yeah, I was trying to place the name Redfall because it sounded familiar, but
and every single vampire has the exact same attack animation, which was like, oh god.
Yeah, imagine basically a Left 4 Dead game where you go up against one type of special infected, and that's basically every enemy you fight.
Yeah,
that's how it felt. Because it was just all one, like, they all had the same animations and attack types and everything. It was just one enemy type, and that's it.
Yep.
Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell happened to gaming?
Well, I mean, there were some good ones in here. The Hollow Knight DLC is coming out. High on Life, which is is it Eric Royland? I want to make sure I get his name right. But it's basically a Rick and Morty style shooter, and the guns talk. And my only concern with that is that they won't shut the fuck up. That's my one concern. If they don't overplay the guns talking, then I think that could be actually a really good game, really fun game.
Yeah, it looked interesting.
Riot Games had their big, like, massive announcements. Plague Tale Requiem's coming. Forza Motorsport looked fucking stunning, but it always does. Flight simulator, a brand new flight simulator, and it's got helicopter support and gliders and everything. And also for fans, the Halo Pelican is in Flight Simulator now for free.
Yeah.
Overwatch 2, I wrote down who the fuck cares.
Yeah, nobody gave a shit about Overwatch 2. Not even the chat. Not even their chat gave a shit.
Christ, I still can't believe that's a thing. Like,
I know.
Overwatch 2. When they announced it, they didn't, like, when they originally announced it, it didn't seem like they had anything to bring to the table. And I've been looking, like, I haven't been looking, but I've seen people sharing screenshots of the updated maps. They're the same maps, but with different lighting. So, this map was daytime, now it's nighttime.
Yep.
Oh my god. I need to backtrack to the first day of the fucking conference. Because they were showing off Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Finally, we're going to have a sequel to Modern Warfare. And it's like, what? You had a Modern Warfare 2, you dumb fucks. Don't you mean this is a remake of that? But even better, they talked about emergent gameplay. And I was like, okay, emergent gameplay is really interesting and fascinating to me. And he said, here's the emergent gameplay. When you're on the ship level and you're ducking behind cover, the ship will rock from side to side, and then the cover will slide. Now you're no longer in cover. That's emergent gameplay. And I said at the top of my lungs, fuck you!
Yeah, we had a couple of moments like that during the thing as well, where they would say something, we were like, fuck off.
I kind of hate the term emergent gameplay, because a lot of developers seem to use it for stuff like, oh, hey, look, you're playing Skyrim and you're hunting a deer and a bear jumped out of the bushes to attack you.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so a creature randomly got close enough to you to aggro and it came and attacked you. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking stupid, because then I explained to the chat what actual emergent gameplay was. And I explained to them, in Space Station 13, you can build yourself a potato gun, a potato cannon. Well, then you realize you can load food into it because, hey, you want to load potatoes into it, but hey, we can load all kinds of food into it. Okay, that's cool. Well, if you throw food at someone's mouth, there was a joke thing that would have them eat it. Well, now if you aim the potato gun at someone's mouth, you can shoot the food into a person's mouth. Well, you can poison food. So if you poison the food, then load in the potato gun, then shoot it at the person's mouth, long-range poison dart. Holy shit. That's emergent gameplay. Nobody programmed it specifically to have a long-range poison dart. It's just all these other systems that are unrelated coming together to make this possible. That's emergent gameplay.
Yeah. Let's see here. I Am Future looked interesting. There was the what was it called? Flintlock or something?
Yes, Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. That looked interesting.
Yeah, that looked interesting.
Oh, Hot Wheels Forza actually looked interesting.
Yeah, Hot Wheels Forza looked fun.
I just had to say, okay, what's the price tag? Don't you be fucking $70 bullshit.
Yeah, no, it is not worth $70. Like, if they try to do that shit.
If they're like, if it's a $20 game, yeah, sure, that looks like a $20 fun game. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Scorn, which is what Dirk and Pagan were both looking forward to.
Yeah, I was excited for that. That Scorn trailer was so good. I can't wait.
Minecraft has a new game coming out called Minecraft Legends, which is a Minecraft action strategy game. So you play as like a leader of a tribe, and you're fighting the Nether and the mobs and everything.
Okay. At least it's not Minecraft story mode.
Yeah, that's what we said.
That's what we were worried about. We were very worried it was Minecraft story mode. Then there was like base building things going on. I was like, okay, that looks like an RTS.
Every time I'm reminded that Minecraft story mode exists, a small part of my soul dies.
Yeah. When they were showing it, it was going through like the whole like cinematic trailer and everything. We were like, no, please don't be fucking another story thing, please.
Yeah.
No.
For Obsidian, we have Grounded will be fully launching on September, so I'm looking forward to that. They had another game. They didn't show off Avowed or anything else, but they showed off two games there from Obsidian. One was Grounded, and one was Pentiment. And we're talking incredible style. It is old medieval painting in the game. So
Yeah.
it's old medieval painting style, everything, and it looks like it's all about making choices and everything like that. So I'm curious for it. I think the art style looks gorgeous. Yeah, like very. It even has the over exaggerated features because medieval painters weren't really that good at anatomy, so you have a lot of over exaggerated features on people, and then like noodly arms and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it just looked real nice. Gunfire Reborn got announced as coming out, and I was like, wait a minute, but Gunfire Reborn's already out, and then I double checked on Steam, I'm like, yeah, it's already out. What do you mean it's coming out?
Yeah, that was weird.
That was a fucking weird moment. Last Case of Benedict Fox. It's a Lovecraftian side scroller, so that one looked interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pentiment is directed by Josh Sawyer, so that's Josh Sawyer's game. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen anything from Avowed yet, so I think they're going in the they're keeping that one under wraps for a while, since they want that to be like their big thing to go against Skyrim sort of deal. Let's see. Erebon looked actually genuinely interesting because it was a stealth game, but you can actually ride the shadows in the world, the dynamic shadows and everything, kind of like what you do in V Rising. And just really clean art style. I like that art style in Erebon. Diablo 4 annoyed the shit out of me, but yeah, there you go. It looked good, but I don't want to give Blizzard any fucking money.
Yeah.
Sea of Thieves Season 7 came out, and they're talking about how you can now name your ship, but you're not allowed to use profanity. And I was like, oh, come on. I want to name my ship. I want to name my ship like Pussy Wrecker or You're Fucked. Like
just anything. Anything.
I was going to take it a step further than you. I should be able to name my pirate ship fucking Cunt Destroyer.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, they specifically pointed out, like, yeah, no, but you can't use any kind of profanity. And then the name they used was something like Poopy Butt, something
no,
like...
it was Booty McBootface.
Yeah, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? This is a joke, right? But no, they were serious.
See, the Bodie McBoatface thing was funny because that was an actual poll that people fucking trolled.
Yep.
Doing this in your game is like, we won't allow profanity. You can do Buddy McButtface. It was like, this is... I know it's like Pride Month and all, but this is fucking insanely gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had Cocoon, which was an isometric puzzle game from Annapurna. So that looked interesting. Ravenlock was a voxel-style action-adventure. It looked like it kind of had like themes about dementia and everything like that, because lots of horror, body horror stuff in it. Wulong Fallen Dynasty. I have no idea. It just looked like it was just a...
Since you mentioned dementia and body horror, have you seen those drawings by this this artist who did get dementia and he did self-portraits as he was like fucking fading away?
No.
That is some haunting shit.
Ooh.
Because it's him... there's only 4 or 5 of these sketches, these self-portraits, because he wasn't doing them regularly, but it just fucking shows the decline in, I guess how they make sense of the world around them and themselves.
Yeah. Oh, and all the Persona games are now coming to Xbox. So.
Oh my god, that's so funny because I don't know if you guys saw the thing I posted. Let me grab it again in case you guys didn't see it. Oh, this poor bastard. Here we go. Copy link. Paste. Read that.
You want me to read that out loud?
Hold on.
Yeah. Let's make sure there's nothing in here.
Let me see.
Okay,
yeah, I think it's okay to read.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
All right, I'll put it on screen too.
Make sure you got to go full like Seethe cope mode. By the way.
I'm not sure I could do that right now.
I can give it a shot if you want.
Okay, go ahead. Ready?
Yeah. So, oh my god, Persona Collection confirmed! LMAO, you Xbox and PC drones are delusional. You think that just because some leaker who managed to get some obvious things right about the state of play means his obvious bullshit claims about Persona, a series Sony has said countless times is an important part of the PlayStation brand, coming to PC are true? I'm so certain that there won't be any Persona ports announced, that if they announce a port of P5, which won't happen, by the way, I'll eat my Blu-ray disc of Persona 5 Royal, screen cap this post for when you port beggars are utterly BTFO.
See, I can't tell if this is someone being genuine or someone shitposting, laughing at PlayStation fans. Because this could go either way.
Yeah, but oh man, if it's fucking legit, like if this was actually a fucking Sony fanboy, yeah, if this was an actual Sony fanboy who said this and then the fucking shit happened, oh man, like I hope that Blu-ray goes down smooth, man.
Yeah. Oh. And I'd suggest taking small bites to get it started, because boy, you're gonna have a rough time. The image makes me think it's ironic. Same, but dude, could you imagine? It'd be fucking great.
Oh man. Chivalry 2 got mounted combat and some new
stand environments and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had Solstice, which is a very Japanese RPG. Like, I don't even know what else to say about it. It's about as JRPG as you can fucking get. Rotwood, which is a beat 'em up, a side-scrolling beat 'em up from Cly. So that looks really cool.
Just to interrupt quickly, just to go back to the whole the artist with dementia thing as he's like losing his grip. Just so people in chat can see what those images looked like. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a very unfortunate condition.
Oofta.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we had one that I genuinely found very funny and amusing, and I want to play Tactical Breach Wizards. So you play the Tactical Breach sim where you're like a SWAT operator, but you're actually wizards. And it's genuinely had some really funny writing and everything like that, and it's like, do you think we'll at least get a high five for saving the world? And he goes, nobody cares about us and shit like that. It's fucking
Yeah, Tactical Breach Wizards look great. I was really impressed with that one.
Yeah, especially like being able to Fusro dot people out of windows in a game that's supposed to be like you're a SWAT operator, but now you're wizards. So your guy's literally like drawing runes on walls to blow open doors and shit. It's
yeah, and I like the one where like they open a portal with Cthulhu tentacles in it, and then like you could shoot them, and it'll push them to the side, and they'll get pushed into the portal.
Yes, I love the guy that got pushed to the portal, and he goes, "Not again!" Ah!
Yeah,
that does sound like it would be entertaining.
Then we had The Invincible, which looked boring as shit. It's a walking sim that's based on a book, apparently, The Invincible. But I'm like, guys, that was not a good showcase of your game. I'm sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, the chat didn't seem to like it either. It was they didn't show anything. It's like it's literally just you walking around talking on a headset, and then at the very end, a robot wakes up and blows up another robot. But you had nothing to do with it. You're still just walking. You're still just watching everything.
Well, there was a bit of funny there where the robot's legs are still sticking.
Yeah, the robot's legs were still there. That was kind of funny, but everything else was just boring.
Endless Dungeon, which is kind of like Dungeon of the Endless. It's set in the Endless universe. So, like, Endless Space, Endless Legend, if that's the universe it's set in. Then you have F1 Manager 2022. So you're an F1 race team manager. Which is, okay. We talked about Chivalry 2. Deceive Inc. This one genuinely looked pretty cool. It's a social deception game where you play as spies. Everybody plays as a spy. You all have the same exact objective on the map, but only one of you is going to be paid for your service. So, kill off everyone else that's your competition. And it has an old kind of 50s retro future vibe sort of thing. So 50s spy tech future vibe. And one of the funniest ones was the girl that won it. She goes to the car, she pulls in the James Bond submarine car, and she's about to get in, and she sees a plant move on the side of her screen. She goes, "Wait a minute, you can't be," and then the plant suddenly turns into a person and shoots her.
Yeah, then he gets at it and drives off. It was fucking great.
Flintlock, the Siege of Dawn was shown again. The Altars. This was a weird one. So, the Altars, you're aboard a wheel ship.
Oh, yeah.
And you're stranded on a planet, and your way to get off this planet, you've decided, is to bring alternate versions of yourself into existence. So you have an alternate version of yourself that was a medic, an alternate version of yourself that became a cook, an alternate version of yourself that was an engineer, so that they can kind of take up different aspects of maintaining the ship so you can all try to escape and get home. Very, very weird game. But it comes from the creators of from the people that made This War of Mine and This War of Mine was a fantastic game. Frostpunk.
Frostpunk.
Yeah. Then we had the Outriders announcement, which was whatever. I don't know anybody that plays Outriders. We had Demon's School, which is about being at a very Japanese high school, but they're actual demons. It's pretty fucking gory and grim. So that could be interesting.
And I said one of the characters look like the main character from Devilman Crybaby, and fucking Seth thought I said Devil May Crybaby.
Yeah. And so did the chat.
The second you said the name Demon School, I immediately knew it was something Japanese.
Yeah, it even has the generic... It literally has the generic punk in it, with the guy wearing the buntum pants, the unzipped jacket, and the fucking pompadour. And it's like Yakuza punk. It's like, oh god. Woo! This is super Japanese. Then there's Potion Craft, where you literally have an alchemy shop, and you're managing an alchemy shop. Super Animal Royale, where you play as a bunch of animals in a battle royale game, just killing everybody. Nitro Kid, I forget what Nitro Kid was even about.
We don't have to go through every single thing that was announced.
Yeah, there was just quite a bit with the PC stuff too, so...
Fair enough.
Just what are the highlights, I guess, if you haven't already finished with the highlights?
Arma 4 sounds really fucking good. I can't wait for that. System Shock Remake looks real fucking good.
Yeah.
War Tales is getting a co-op update, which that looks really fucking nice. Let's see, more highlights. Agent 64. Agent 64 is probably my best of the show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because it's obviously inspired by GoldenEye 64 and Perfect Dark. It even has that same art style.
Oh.
And it has a built-in level editor and everything. It looks genuinely looks really fucking cool. Gloomwood, of course, was real fucking good. Stormgate was real fucking good. Stormgate's a new RTS from the old veterans of Blizzard that made StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 and everything.
Oh. I've actually been really itching to play Warcraft 3 again.
Yeah.
Because I really like that game.
Then we had the New Blood Showcase, which was just a treat, just all on its own. Like, the New Blood Showcase was fucking mwah.
Yeah. I'm gonna drown this fucking puppy.
It's like, hey, you guys fucked up. You fucked up 2 years ago and didn't even show the Gloomwood trailer. But that was okay, because you promised me the next year, and then you fucking cut me off for Gabe. And I swear to God, you cut me off now with like a Steam Deck fucking commercial. And then it says, introducing the Steam Deck from the...
Yeah, it fucking interrupts him.
It snaps back to him holding puppy. Good puppy. Oh, it was great.
Oh.
And then Half-Life Alyx Levitation, which is a mod for Half-Life Alyx, and it looks fucking stunning.
Yeah?
Oh,
yeah.
God, it looks so good.
Yeah, that mod looked great.
Yeah. So, genuinely, there were some really good standout moments there.
Yeah, there were some good ones.
Huh.
All right, now we can fucking suffer.
Yeah, now we've done our suffering. We've got a lot of super chats to go back through, though.
Yeah. $5 from Sibla. Thank you. Random film recommendation, Mosul. I hope I pronounced that right. It follows an Iraqi SWAT team fighting ISIS during the Battle of Mosul. Oh. I'll try to keep that in mind. I'm terrible at remembering stuff like that, though, so sorry. But I'll try to keep it in mind. Membership. Oh, great. Chat just jumped right as I was starting to read that.
Yeah, you might have to go to the page. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that is just gone now. Fuck, I hate when that happens.
Right. I just saw one of the fucking Inico's fucking thing. Yeah, when we get to it, we'll.
All right.
Oh man.
Just give me a moment because I have to go to the super things to find any I've missed. I didn't think chat was moving that fast to start knocking them off the history.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh great, now it's not letting me load it up. I'm in the YouTube studio. I'm clicking on the thing. Oh no, nothing is loading. Comments loaded, but you go over and hit monetization to see where your super chats. Oops, something went wrong. Retry. Not working. For any that were missed, we'll try to come back to them later. Probably at the end of the show. If any supers or membership messages have been missed, yeah, we'll come back to them. Sorry that's happened.
Yeah, well, so I'm pretty sure that was a Rage vs. ML, that it was his membership that got cut.
Yeah.
And I think there was one other super chat that got cut, because I've got Dr. McDingus now.
Yeah, so do I, and I'm pretty sure there's another one after Sibla.
Yeah.
$10 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you. Salve, furry fat. Still not a furry. Today's emperor is Hadrian III. Is Hadrian, the third of the 5 good emperors, and a certified twink slayer. Oh god. There's also something about a genocide and a cool wall or whatever. Oh yeah, Hadrian's Wall. Oh.
5 Australian kangaroos from Deep Fried Lettuce. Thank you very much. First time catching you guys live. What do you guys think of Fallout 76's power armor balancing? Got it on sale and enjoying it as a Fallout themed shooter. I hate Fallout 76.
Yeah, I think it's fucking awful.
We're not fans of the game, but if you enjoy it, that's cool.
Yeah, so basically we wouldn't be able to tell you about the balancing on power armor.
Yeah. $5 from Ted Comet. Thank you. Do you think Sea of Thieves was smart enough to block Slave Ship as a name? Oh god.
Probably not, because I bet you somebody will do like 5L4 V3 ship or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the pirate ship burn loot murder is on its way.
Well, I mean, that's actually accurate for a pirate.
Exactly.
Yeah. $5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm like 7 minutes behind because my YouTube is dying, but Forza DLC is usually $10 to $20. Oh, there you go. Wait, but it'll be DLC for Forza, so I have to get Forza to play it? Oh.
$5 from Idiko the Tricky. Thank you. Yes, my favorite new game franchise. Devil May Cry Baby. Maybe piss his pants. Maybe shit and cum. Oh, God.
Hey, at least in my defense, I was not the only one that heard Pagan say that. So there, a couple people in my chat were like, I heard Devil May Cry Baby too. And I'm like,
I don't know why, because I clearly said Devil Man.
At least the Halo show isn't Star Wars. My God. Do you think... I don't know if you guys have watched Kenobi or not. I haven't. But from what I've heard, is it actually worse than the Halo show?
Yes. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if it's worse than the Halo show. I will say it's worse than Boba Fett.
Oh yeah.
Halo 3, or oh my god, Halo 3. Episode 3 of Kenobi. Oh my fucking god, it is so fucking bad. It just assassinates fucking
Everyone.
yeah, Obi-Wan and Darth Vader's character just gets completely assassinated. It is so
Yeah.
bad.
I saw the EFAP mini of that of that episode.
Yeah.
And just the dialogue from Vader's like the most generic fucking garbage you could think of. You should have killed me when you had the chance. It's like, really? This is what you're having Darth fucking Vader say after meeting Obi-Wan for the first time in 10 years. You're having him say fucking that?
Which doesn't make any sense because it was supposed to... His first line back in the original trilogy, when we last met, I was but the apprentice, and blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the exact line, but he that directly contradicts what is in the original movies, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. And then also that fucking, well, I mean, god damn. The show just doesn't make any sense. Like, there's a bunch of shit that just doesn't fit. Yeah. Like, the gate thing that they could just walk around. He's sitting here struggling with it and shit. It's like, just walk around. What are you doing?
I saw that. That was fucking irritating. Also, the fact that Kenobi doesn't know that Anakin is Vader when it was set in fucking episode... Gonna get confusing with TV show and movie titles. In Revenge of the Sith?
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. Vader lights some shit on fire on the ground and throws Obi-Wan head first into it, and it just burns his shoulder slightly.
Yeah, it's like, ouchie, my shoulder is warm.
Yeah, and then he blows it out with the Force, and then the woman shoots it again, relights it, and then for some reason he just can't put it out this time, and they just get away, and it's like, the fuck?
You don't understand. It's the Force is like a mana bar, and he used it all up.
No, you don't understand. Because a woman did it this time, it's more powerful.
Yeah. And then there was that god-awful scene where, for whatever reason, he abandons the woman and Leia to, I don't know, run around. Like, he doesn't even distract Vader, like, hey, I'm over here, come chase me or anything. He literally, like, there's no way Vader should know where he is. And he just follows him.
And he just fucking waddles away from Vader.
Yeah, and then, so the woman is supposed to be taking Leia to the ship, and then she just abandons Leia. It's like, you're going to abandon this, like, 10-year-old child to go do this mission on her own so you could go help Obi-Wan? No, fuck off. The whole point is that you're supposed to be protecting her. What are you doing? Obi-Wan wouldn't want you to do this. But yeah, they just fucking leave her. And then the fucking what are they called again? I already forgot. The fucking Inquisitor chick. She finds the doorway after Leia basically has like an hour head start in this tunnel. She finally finds the door, and then somehow she teleports past the woman who's going back through the tunnel to go to Obi-Wan, somehow doesn't run into her, gets in front of Leia, who has like an hour-long head start, kills the pilot, and is there waiting for her when she gets there. And it's like, how the fuck? How did she get from one end of this tunnel to the other, get past Leia and the other chick, kill the fucking pilot, and be there ahead of them? That makes no fucking sense.
I like what Max Power said. Creetosis, Obi-Wan Kenobi show? You mean strong black whammon queen show?
Yeah. Yeah, because she fucking said anyone who doesn't like it is racist.
Yep. We're going back to fucking Disney attacking the fans.
That is so fucking irritating, though, because, like, okay, yeah, her character isn't good from what I've seen and heard, but most of the criticism towards the show is towards the actual fucking issues with the show. The writing is garbage. Just doesn't make sense with what's already established. Blah, 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 blah. The fucking Grand Inquisitor is killed, even though he's alive in the future. Fucking, we've already mentioned it, but Kenobi not knowing that Anakin is Vader, even though it's mentioned explicitly in fucking Revenge of the Sith.
Yep.
Yeah. It's so bad. Yeah, like, none of the complaints are about her being a woman or black or anything like that. Nobody gives a shit. It's people are just pointing out the actual problems with the show, and she's like, they're racist.
Well, don't you know she's the first black person ever to be in Star Wars?
Oh, yeah, just fucking wait.
Yeah.
And I love people show, like, all the black characters that were in the original trilogy, but, fuck them, I guess.
I mean, not just the original trilogy, and the prequels, and the Disney movies, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was just going for the original ones, because I might as well go back to the OGs just to show that they're fucking wrong.
Yeah.
I also like this comment by Indigo Gaming in chat. I'd say it's worse than Halo, because at least Halo showrunners called the show the Silver Timeline, admitting it ain't the real story.
But but here's the problem: calling it the Silver Timeline, and then it literally has nothing to do with Halo. Like it doesn't follow any structure of Halo whatsoever. It's so fucking annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like at this point, this is literally Halo in name only.
Yes. You've got the visuals of like the ship and armor design and stuff, but if you were to replace any reference to characters or locations or anything from Halo, if you're just to call it something else, the show would have no connection to Halo.
It literally wouldn't change at all.
Yeah, because since our last stream covering the Halo show, I've listened to Fall of Reach, the audiobook for it. So I know the full story there now, which I did enjoy it quite a bit. I do wish it was a bit longer. We get more different missions they went on and stuff, But I think it's good for what it was, and it's a really good setup for the first game. And just
what's even so good?
Nothing with the show lines up with Fall of Reach, and that's fine if you're doing your own timeline thing. I do think you can do like an alternate timeline thing or a what-if situation where elements are changed to be different, but that's not what this is. This is a completely different story with that's wearing Halo as a fucking skin suit.
Yeah. But you could literally say that that what we have here are the Minutemen fighting back against the fascist Brotherhood of Steel, and John Spartan is a paladin.
Yeah.
And so it's like, and it would be just as close to a Fallout show as it is to fucking Halo.
Yeah.
This show is insultingly offensive if you know anything about Halo.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just remembered that fucking scene where fucking Obi-Wan calls Leia in front of stormtroopers who know that she's been kidnapped. Oh, I fucking forgot about that thing. Yeah, they know what they're doing, Leia. And then they all just look at him like, the fuck you just say? And he's just like, well, that was her mother's name. Like, motherfucker, no, they're not gonna believe that. And then they just believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so retarded.
John Spartan, woot! I love Demolition Man.
$5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. I'm going to pitch to Netflix an alternate universe of Dragon Ball Z, where Goku, after being brought back the first time, gets an accounting job and refuses to put his... Is that gi?
Yeah,
okay.
His gi.
Refuses to put his gi on. Yeah, I love adaptations of something where it's like, man, what if we did this thing but nothing makes sense and the main character is a fucking bitch? That's the Halo show.
Yeah. Oh god. I cannot wait because there is literally nothing in this show that makes any fucking sense. And the more like you see aspects of it, the more you realize that everything is fucked.
Yeah.
Even to the point where they can't even keep things consistent between shots. It gets real bad.
Anyways, should we finally start? Should we finally get into it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Well, it doesn't sound good to me, but we need to start at some.
Alright, I'm just gonna move some stuff around on my desktop so I can have the room to do everything, because I've got to juggle sharing pictures, the screen caps with these guys on fucking Discord, as well as going through my notes and cycling through the screenshots for chat to see, so this is going to be a bit of a mess on my end. It's going to be hard for me to keep up with chat, too, just so you guys know.
Yeah. Well, while you getting set up, do you want me to grab these super chats real quick while you're getting everything sorted? All right. $5 from Ted Comet. Thank you very much. Remember when the rebel spy could have shot Vader in the head, but instead started a fire? $5 from Amora Silver Spark. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaking of Demolition Man, did you see the new Taco Bell restaurant design?
What?
No, I haven't seen the new Taco Bell restaurant design. Oh, Indigo, wait till we actually get to more talking about the Blessed One, because this show, tries to have its cake and eat it too. It's so fucking dumb.
Alright.
Final episode.
Alright. So I'm sending these screenshots across to you guys. So, oh wait. Fuck. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Yeah. Episode 5 starts. Halsey and Keyes, I guess it's Lieutenant Keyes at this point if we're going by the book that they
clearly ripped off.
Pilfered moments from but paid no fucking respect to. They're at this school. Posing as parents, I guess, like, yeah, we might want to move here. We're seeing what the area is like. This is actually Halsey's little reconnaissance job to check in on young John Halo, because she they've done like tests and he matches well, I'm actually going by the books because none of this is explained in the show. So fuck it, let's just ignore that. They're checking this place out. I guess they're looking for subjects for the Spartan program. And, while they're here, she notices these kids on this shitty bridge thing. We've talked about this before on stream, but this makes no fucking sense. So there's planks, and there's a gap in the middle. Like, what even is this?
And it's 20 feet up in the fucking air.
No, it's worse than that. It's like 30 to 40 feet in the fucking air.
Now, in the one shot makes it look that, but in your overall shot, you can see it's only like 20 feet. But even 20 feet, dude, even 6 feet is fucking lethal if you fall wrong.
Yeah, which we're about to get to here, by the way. So these kids are like jumping and shaking this shitty-ass bridge. And oh no, one of the kids falls, and little John Halo grabs him by the fucking shoe. So first of all, if he were to grab that kid, either that shoe is coming off, or John Halo is going down with them. Secondly, this kid is falling fucking head first. This is going to be a fucking fatality. This is why you would never fucking have playground equipment like this.
Yeah.
That's a lawsuit waiting to happen? Yeah, exactly.
Not to mention, look how shitty this equipment is designed. Like, you've only got 4 strands holding up each, like, log. It's like...
Yeah, if one of those were to break for some reason, you're pretty fucked.
Yeah, there's no redundancies. There's literally nothing. It's like, what the fuck is...
Even those, like, I'm just looking at this a little bit more now. There's no supports along the bottom either, so it's literally these 2 wires along the top. They're holding these planks up with the 4 wires attached to those 2 wires.
And even better, if you look, there's no way for them to get up to these platforms.
Actually, there is. It's very hard to see, but in behind the like trees and brush, you can see a bit of a ladder thing here, a plank ladder.
Oh no, I see it now. In the overarching thing, too, you can see that there's a staircase that goes down to another platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go then.
But
also, keep this in mind, chat, that this is like lush, growing green forest and everything. Keep that in mind.
Yes. Anyways, yeah, John Halo grabs him by the shoe. Shot change. Oh, before we do the shot change, all the kids start cheering John's name for some reason. Like, I don't know, it just seems weird to me.
Yeah, instead of being like, "Oh my God, save him," they're just like, "John, John, 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 John."
Yeah, and again, it was totally unbelievable that a kid that is like half of the kid's size is holding him up. It's like, and then when the child actors are almost universally terrible. Are you okay?
Well, yeah, this gets worse. I don't think I didn't grab a screenshot of it for some reason. In the next shot, John Halo is holding him up with one hand while his other hand is on the wire to pull this kid up, and yeah, it's excuse me. It's the dumb "Are you okay?" thing Setch mentioned.
Whoa. The first kid, when he gets up, he's like, whoa. And John's like, are you okay?
Yeah, it's so fucking bad. It's ugh.
Anyways, Halsey is impressed by this, and again, I didn't get a screen cap for this, but John just kind of like stares off into the distance for some reason, like towards Halsey. It's a really strange shot to me. They just linger on that. But anyways, the teacher, before this incident happened, she's like, "Oh yeah, the kids have fun here." And then the whole incident happens. John saves him, and she's like, "Oh yeah, sometimes too much fun." Like just writing off the entire fucking incident where a child could have died as like, "Oh yeah, you know they get a little bit rowdy from time to time."
Yeah.
Rather than fucking realizing this bridge is an insane fucking hazard.
Yeah.
Like,
Let me see if you...
Huh?
Go ahead.
Even if you weren't to fucking die from falling off this thing, you're walking away with a broken bone at least. Falling that high, especially for a fucking weak-boned child, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the writers were thinking. And this isn't even Spartan training. This is just like a random fucking school.
Yep.
Now, they're compared to Fall of Reach. There's a similar scene in that book where Halsey has come to specifically check in on John Halo. She mentions, "Oh yeah, there's no actual genetic way to test for luck." Luck? You believe in that? No, but it's still worth looking into. But the game that John is playing is literally King of the Hill. Even at 6 years old, he was the biggest kid on the playground, and he was pushing everyone off the hill, which like this showed Halsey the kind of kid John Halo was from the start. That he would be good from the program. He strives for victory. He's bigger and stronger than the others. Stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, and then they make special mention of the fact that he always wins every game he plays. Every time they play chess, every time they play any of the like court ball games or anything like that, he always wins. So he's like losing his mind. He needs a challenge. He is craving a challenge. So that's when Halsey plays the coin game with.
Yeah. Now this skips from here to the present, and I wasn't as thorough with my notes as I maybe should have been, but there's this moment here where Kai's putting on her helmet, and it doesn't fully cover her head. Like, this is supposed to be an airtight suit because they end up... Well, we don't see it in the show, but in other Halo media, they go out into space in these things. This helmet kind of acts like a hat rather than sealing her in.
And I want to jump in here with these because that you go past this point, but and then I start skipping past it too. But with these three pictures, if they load, please just thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna get to that.
Are you going to talk about the base?
Yeah.
Layout?
Oh, not the layout exactly. No.
Oh yeah, because the layout's one of my biggest fucking issues with this base.
All right, let me get over to your screen caps. That's your first 3. Okay, yeah, just give me a second here. But you can start talking.
So, in the first screenshot, we see Dr. Keys walking away from her Pelican. For some odd reason, she walked all the way to the front of the Pelican to then walk over here to where her father's waiting. You can see him on the right side of the screen.
Oh.
And they're going to have to get in a Warhog and go back the other way. Because, and I saw it in Kree's notes, he's going to mention this base was incredibly fucking expensive, but nobody put a ramp up to their only aircraft. So they actually have to drive like 2 kilometers down the cliffway, do a 180, and then drive 2 kilometers back up to the base from the landing pad. Oh my god, this base really pisses me the fuck off.
Yeah.
You spent all this money to have drilling operations and set up barracks and everything like that, but you didn't put a single fucking ramp up to your aircraft, so you actually have to take like a 10-minute fucking drive to get from your aircraft to your base, which are only like 100 feet away from each other? Oh my fucking god. And even better, I want you to keep this in mind, chat. Do you notice how there is nothing on the horizon or anything underneath the Pelican's wing? I just want to point that out. It's very important.
Uh-oh.
It's very, very important.
Uh-oh.
There's nothing in there. And the reason that's important, it'll be in the third screenshot. If you want to skip to the third screenshot, this is why I'm annoyed with that fucking screen. There should be a big fuck-off crane there. When you see where the crane is placed compared to the Pelican, you should be able to see the crane from the current view we had in the first screenshot.
Just out of curiosity, how did you determine that? Because I'm not seeing where...
When you get an overhead shot, when it's doing the whole battle and everything, you can see the crane debris at one point, and it's laying behind where the Pelican is, and it's fucking like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay.
But yeah, and then the second screenshot, I'm just once again emphasizing that as they're driving, they had to drive 2 kilometers away, turn around and drive 2 kilometers back so they could get down here at the base, and you could see where the Pelican on the right side of the screen, and then Halsey's ship. They're literally like less than 100 feet away from the base, but you have to drive the entire cliff to get there.
Yeah,
and this was only done for the fucking plot.
Just zooming on a Pelican so people could see it because it's mostly cut off there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right in the corner, basically.
Oh, dude, it's real fucking annoying. I just have no idea. Like, again, these are things that are so convoluted that it was only done for the plot. Sounds like they consulted real-life county planners. Oh, dude. I would love if one of the Marines mentioned, like, who the fuck decided that to get to our air support, we need to take a 10-minute drive, even though we could literally, if we started climbing up the cliff face, we could probably get to our air support faster. Military competence is fine if it's addressed and acknowledged as stupid. Exactly. They don't acknowledge it. They don't acknowledge that this is a problem, and that's what fucking annoys me so much about.
Yeah. Anyways, as Satch mentioned, this base was extremely expensive to make. I guess that's not really relevant to my next point. My next point is actually this fucking artifact that there's this huge big deal over is open to the fucking air. Like, how has no one found this fucking thing before? This was a colonized planet. This artifact was within walking distance of young John Halo's home. And no one ever saw it. And keep in mind, young John Halo's home, his father was the fucking leader of the planet.
Yeah. And also, because they can't keep consistency. It was walking distance for young John Halo, but fully developed master chump must take a warthog to drive there instead.
Yeah.
And remember, this planet had trees and forests everywhere. You're not going to see any of that in this.
It's Tatooine now.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking sick of desert planets. Jesus fucking Christ.
And keep in mind, even if all the trees died because people weren't taking care of them, they would still be like stumps and shit like that, dead things sticking up out of the fucking ground.
Yeah, it wouldn't just be like smooth dirt.
Yeah.
Anyways, Cortana thinks this artifact is, she thinks it can produce more energy than the other one because it's bigger. And, they're concerned about, Mr. Chump's health. Because apparently touching the other artifact is, having a really bad effect on him. And yeah, they want to keep him away from it.
Yeah.
Over to the B plot and this insufferable fucking cunt. The bike broke down that Soren had stolen to get him and Quan to a transport ship to get off planet. He's trying to fix the bike and it's just not working. Quan, trying to endear herself to the audience yet again, comes up and says, "Nice work. Now what?" Like, this guy's done nothing but try to help her. He's gone insanely far out of his way already to try and do stuff for her, and she's just perpetually acting like a fucking cunt to him. It is irritating. And I don't even like Soren in the first place. He's a piece of shit. But the fact remains that he has been going out of his way to help her. Soren isn't fazed by this, though. He says they'll be back to this fucking asteroid colony by morning. And again, Quan motions to the bike saying, "Really? Because it doesn't look like we're going anywhere." Again, just being an insufferable bitch. Soren pulls out his gun, fucking implying that he's going to steal another person's vehicle. Like, what an amazing fucking character. Like, I know he's a pirate, but like, God.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make me like either of these two characters.
Especially because Soren's a coward. His whole thing is that he's a coward that ran away.
Yeah. Oh, one of the screenshots didn't share there. Let me just... Anyways, Soren mocks her. Says she belongs to him now because of fucking... She's cost him all this time. He's lost his favorite ship because of her. And now they're fucking struggling to get off this planet, so... Yeah. It's kind of hard to talk about the Quan parts, because there's a lot of stupidity here, but it's also just like a lot of nothing. He handcuffs her to the bike and says, he'll be back. The thing that gets me, though, is they're in the middle of fucking nowhere, with 100 miles to go to the transport ship. Where the fuck is he gonna get a vehicle from? Because there's no nearby towns, there's no nearby settlements or anything. It's just like literal middle of the nowhere desert. Where is he going to get a vehicle from?
I fucked one thing up.
Huh?
I had my notes backwards. The crane is right in front of the Pelican, is where it is, actually. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I fucked it up. I double checked it. It's like, wait a minute, I feel like I got that note wrong. Because there's a really stupid thing that we need to talk about that crane some more with that later. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, every shot we see of this planet seems to be making a point of showing how much of a dead fucking empty wasteland it is. So yeah.
Is there supposed to be screen caps on showing up on stream?
On stream?
Yeah.
Have I?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, they've not been on
They
stream.
were, and I've been forgetting to. I forgot to unhide the thing when I got back to where we were.
Oh.
So yeah,
shit.
that's my fault. Sorry, everyone. Quan, genius that she is, throws the water bottle Thrun gave her so she could fucking stay alive. She immediately realizes how stupid she is, at least for a brief moment. And this is the only time she ever has any level of fucking self-awareness.
Yeah.
Back on the other planet, Miranda says the crystal might be useful, but Halsey ignores her because I guess she's just fascinated by the artifact. Even though
Did you get a picture of her saying her exact line?
What exact line?
Where okay.
Just like a character saying something doesn't really come across in screenshots unless it's like a really extreme expression, you know?
It is. It's when she's leaning in to look at the very corner and she's talking about this. I know I saved this fucking dialogue in our chat. Ah, god. To continue, I'll grab this dialogue because what she says. This is how you know how awful these writers are. It's what she says is just like one of the most insufferable. Like, what the fuck?
All right. Anyways, yeah, Halsey just ignores her and I guess pretends that Miranda isn't there because she's fascinated by the artifact, even though they shouldn't actually know what the artifact even does at this point. And this brings up one of my big issues with the show. It's how... I think we've mentioned this before, but this is especially noticeable after going through Fall of Reach. In the show, they just kind of assume that Halo is a weapon and there's like this mystical quality to it. Even though, like, what do they have to work off of? That the artifact showed a hologram of a ring? That could be anything. And just how the whole show kind of like... I'm not sure how to describe it other than saying, you know, they're worshipping this ring almost. Again, when they shouldn't even know what it is. Now, if you go back to Fall of Reach, they find the ring accidentally because the Covenant were looking for human artifacts. Sorry, not human artifacts. They're looking for artifacts that humans had in a museum. And Master Chief getting a brief glimpse of the infrared signal is what Cortana decoded. And she did calculations for like universe drift or whatever, like planets drifting over time. Excuse me. And that's how she got the coordinates to reach the ring at the start of Halo 1. In the show, it's just they just assume everything about it and get it right. Oh, this thing is a weapon. How do you know that? I don't know. They just do. It's very irritating. Just going through my notes here. Oh, this next point is actually a point Setch is going to want to talk about. And he's actually deafened himself, so he can't hear me right now. Pagan, say something funny.
Devil May Cry, baby.
Yeah. Jesus, Quan is still in this show. She's literally a hindrance on everyone in this show and outside. Yeah, she's fucking irritating as shit. There's no point to her. I don't get it. I'm just going to wait for a few moments for Setch to get back, because I know this next scene he really wanted to talk about. Oh, Pagan
Alright.
is alive? I thought he was dead the whole time. No, he's still alive.
Sorry
I've been
about that.
talking.
I was transcribing exactly what she said because I was like, oh fuck it, I'll just transcribe what she says.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So, you know how Miranda was talking to her mother and talking about how she was going to be useful and everything, and I talked with her. Miranda, or Dr. Halsey stops listening to Miranda and says, Aiden? Yes, doctor. I would like to compare the phases of the latent energy fields of both pieces. Look, I think we'll find that the nodes intersect at predictable intervals. Yeah.
Wow, that is just...
It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
That's the most, like, fucking... most basic sci-fi technobabble you can have.
Yeah, and the fact
To
that
the
she
point
says,
of being entirely
look,
pointless.
as her face, and you have it on screen right here, that's her literally smiling after saying it. She's literally, like, looking at this thing through resin or whatever, and she's like, look! It's like, what the fuck? Ah!
Anyways, next we get up to your favorite scene in the entire series. The military meeting.
Dude, this military meeting triggers the ever-living piss out of me. So, for anyone that has any sort of military experience, or has any basic experience in law enforcement, or, hell, business meetings at all, you know what a key component of a meeting is? That every fucking person that's supposed to be in the meeting can actually be in the fucking meeting? Look at the door. Look at all these fucking chuckle nuts that can't fit in this retardedly small command tent, have to lean around the door corner to listen in on the fucking important mission briefing. Oh my god. Why the fuck is this command tent laid out like this? Why is it like this? And this whole time, you've got dipshit here in the bottom left corner, the guy in the helmet, not the guy in the campaign cover, or the campaign cover, Jesus Christ, not the guy in the soft cap, but the guy in the helmet. He's putting a thing on the table and he gets it wrong. He has to flip it over a couple times. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, I hate it. I hate this thing so much.
Yeah.
It's like, again, these panels behind our Spartan should have been on one of the walls. She should be against the wall, and every motherfucker should be crammed in here. This is a briefing. I don't care. There's no personal space here. You are nut to butt, and you are going to fucking listen. Oh,
here's the other thing, too. If you look at these two screens, they're translucent, which means the topographical maps you're seeing there, the people on the other side are seeing the inverse of them, which is not the actual layout of the land, because it's backwards.
Yeah, so you're gonna have this thing where it's like, enemy coming in on the left side. No wait, I'm sorry, that's a ghost from your side. Fuck, they're coming in on from the right.
Yeah.
Whoa, this fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ, they can't even get basic shit right. It annoys me so fucking much.
Yeah. Anyways, they're having this meeting to discuss that as soon as the artifact is out, they're going to get it on the ship as quickly as possible before the Covenant figures out they're here. Why would the Covenant figure out they're here?
Who fucking knows?
Because there's no actual reason at this point to assume that the Covenant is even looking at this planet. In fact, if the Covenant knew about this planet and knew that a human colony had been here, they might glass it just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
But anyways, as soon as it's on board, that's to return to Reach immediately. Which, okay, fair enough, I guess. But then we get the conversation between Kai and Vanek. And, this is the moment where he kind of wins us over. He becomes the best character in the show for this encounter alone. Kai starts asking what the Covenant want. What do they want? What's in the cave? But what do they really want? To kill us, like we want to kill them. Do you ever wonder why? No. Do you ever wonder why you never wonder why? He pauses and does a slow look at her and says, I wonder if all that gun grease in your hair didn't seep down into your brain, asking me dumbass questions like that. Again, fucking instantly making him the best character in the show.
Yes.
Yeah, we love this part. Oh, we were so glad to hear him say something like that. We're like,
at least
fuck this dumb bitch.
Finally, someone in this show is calling out the fucking stupidity that's happening within this show.
Yes. Even if he himself is powerless to escape the stupidity, at least he is recognizing the stupidity.
Yeah.
Anyways, after the meeting is over, John Halo notices she's dyed her hair. That's a bit fucking weird. And Cortana doesn't even seem to take in why this is an issue. She just says, it's a nice color on her. Just completely missing the point. And as I have in my notes here, she's either stupid or pretending not to know the issue, which she shouldn't have any reason to hide from Chump.
Yeah.
This man is a true Master Chief. Yeah,
she also said...
Vanek is a lot better than Chief.
Yeah. And she also says something weird about how, like, it's very empowering or some bullshit. It's what the fuck?
We're going to get to that.
So that comes later? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that comes just a little bit later. So Chump calls Kai over to talk to her, and... no offense towards the actress. I don't know if it's the directing, I don't know if they made her look this way, but in a lot of these shots, she looks fucking crazy. Anyways, he calls her over to talk to her alone. He tells her to take off her helmet, and... God, this is just irritating. He takes his fucking helmet off too, even though it's not necessary. The reason he asked her to take off her helmet is so the dyed hair would be out in the open as he's fucking... I guess dressing her down for it, you know?
Yep.
He asks when she removed the ash chip. And she tells him after he removed his. Of course, she's still acting like a fucking weirdo here. She says with the chip, all she ever saw was missions and targets. But now she sees things she hadn't before. The more they're in me, the more I wanna... I don't know. That's actually a direct quote, too, by the way. The more they're in me, the more I wanna... I don't know.
Yep.
Master Chief finally makes a good decision in this show and says he can't clear her for combat. Why? You're distracted. I'm awake. You're a danger to yourself and others. Which, yeah, she actually is, as fucking proven later in this episode.
Yeah.
He tells her to return the Keys ship and don't get off until they return to Reach. And Kai actually makes a good point here, too. As she's walking away, she stops and turns around and asks about Chief. If I'm so dangerous, then what's that make you? And Cortana agrees with her, of course, and this is actually a good point. Because they had to invent this stupid fucking ash chip, rather than just having them be trained. Again, in Fall of Reach, they were trained to focus on their mission. That's what's important.
Yeah.
The show throws that out the fucking window for, oh, their emotions are suppressed by the ash chip. And now that that's out, they're fucking up all over the place. So, he's just as unfit for combat as she is.
Although,
by
not
the show's
because...
own rules.
Yeah, although not, because, logic.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Cortana agrees with Kai. His battle readiness hasn't been tested. Then she says she's proud of Kai for standing up for herself. You fucking what, mate?
Yeah, what?
Studies show a little pushback is healthy in any working relationship. Bitch, this is the fucking military!
Yeah, this is not the place to be questioning your orders and fucking...
This This is when your ass gets dragged away and you get fucking Uniform Code of Military Justice, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
This is some insubordination.
Like, it's just irritating that they're not treating any of this the way they should be, and Cortana is actually encouraging and defending that, oh yeah, it's good she's standing up for herself. This isn't a normal situation where, like, someone is being bullied and they have to stand up for themselves. This is literally...
they made Cortana a dumb fucking, like, a dumb cuck in this show. It is so bad.
Yes, and being a cuck is actually a plot point, chat. Prepare thyself.
Yeah. And that's a direct quote from Cortana, by the way, too. Studies show a little pushback is healthy in any working relationship. It boggles the mind that this is set in a fucking military setting.
Yeah. I like that Tyler McDonald one.
Cortana, disable my sexism inhibitors. Is this a CGI face? I don't think so.
No.
No, it's not.
Mr. Chump tells Cortana to stop talking. He says he can't hear himself think. She says she can, and he's not missing much.
Again, how is she supposed to be an asset to him if she's constantly annoying the fucking piss out of him?
Well, not just that. The show is already treating Master Chief like a fucking idiot, like this pathetic loser. But now they have Cortana outright insulting him. Oh, you're not missing much from not being able to hear his own thoughts. You know? It's that thing that
they have to tear down the man, and you'll understand why I'm saying this. They have to tear down the man so that the woman can rise. Just prepare yourself, everybody.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing that a lot of entertainment media has been doing in recent years. It's, you know, Luke Skywalker is a pathetic old man, and Rey Palpatine is the true hero, the true chosen one to defeat the dark side. John Connor gets fucking blown away and replaced with some dumb bitch. Fucking all these different shows and movies where they've got to tear down the protagonists you like to bring in their new shitty characters and supplant them with them. Kenobi being a fucking pathetic loser too. You know? It's just so fucking tiring. Anyways, alright, let me grab these next screen caps for Pagan and such. So, over on Madrigal, the Covenant are in the ruins from episode 1. Or, I guess the dig site from episode 1. An elite comes up to the Blessed One, or Blessed One, and says the artifact is no longer here. And she says she knows it's not here. I don't know why they felt the need to include this shot, this scene. Because everyone knows the artifact isn't here. Why is the Covenant elite telling a Covenant agent, I guess, something that they both already know?
Yeah, and again, this isn't done so either of them can learn that it's not here. They both would know it's not here. And it's not so the audience would know it's not there, because the audience knows it's back on fucking Reach.
Exactly.
So why does it exist?
But here's the mystifying part. And this really baffles me. This is really weird. She says it was active, radiating from here. That should be enough to lead them to the larger keystone. So, first of all, how do they even know that there's a second artifact?
I don't know. It's never explained how they know there's another artifact.
Yeah, they, like, John Halo figures it out because he has his drawings from when he was a kid. But even then, how does he know that there was a smaller one to the one that was near him where he lived? I guess he just dreamed it or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, and that one can at least be... You can kind of see it being because he actually touched the artifact, so it could have corrupted him and given him those visions.
Well,
Blessed One never touched any artifact, so...
Well, that's the thing, though, is how could John Halo have touched the artifact when he was a kid, when it was encased in crystal?
Yeah, fair point, but we've seen that apparently the link goes between the crystal and some bullshit.
Oh, okay. But this gets even more fucking mystifying. Hold on, let me just check my notes quickly. Okay, yeah, so I just have in my notes here what we were just talking about. Why she believed this is possible. As we learned by the end of the episode, this isn't actually the case. As far as the Covenant should have been concerned, this is a wild goose chase, and it would have been without stupidity later on in the episode. She tells him to keep looking, but they never define what to keep looking for. So, like, are they expecting there to be other artifacts here? Like, what the fuck?
Keep looking, minion. And the minion just walks around the corner and starts kicking over a couple rocks and kicks them back over and kicks them back over and kicks them back over. It's like, okay.
The other thing I find weird about this location is you have all these, like, rough-hewn rock walls, but they've got these, like, lines of light in them. I don't... Forerunner architecture was, from what I remember from the games, it was always very metallic and, like, sci-fi futuristic. So why would they have this shit, like, in cave walls? Why would you put, like, circuitry and electronics into fucking rock walls?
And to answer, they wouldn't. They never did in the games or the books or anything. Because it turns out that stone, again, the stone that the Covenant found wasn't actually a stone. It was a metallic object. It was an actual, like, fucking, like, black box thing. It wasn't a stone. The humans thought it was a stone.
Yeah. And just to read my my notes on this part again, this entire location is a contradiction in every way. If it's a Forerunner installation, then it looks nothing like one. The only tech of any significance was the artifact from Episode 1. Otherwise, it's just a random fucking cave with glowy lines in the walls, and it makes no logical sense for the artifact to be here. It's totally out of place.
And you can say the exact same thing about the big fucking artifact. It's just like, what the it just doesn't make any sense. Why is the big artifact encased in resin?
Yeah, that too. Like, it's very bizarre. But anyways, we get a scene change to everyone's favorite character, Quan. I have in my notes here, at this point I realize that every time we get a scene change to a different set of characters, I feel immediately annoyed at having to watch this dumb fucking set of characters, but then that's just the entire fucking show.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. When you get onto a scene of characters, it's like, fuck, we have to deal with these people. And even though you're annoyed the entire time, you're at least, like, adapting to the stupidity, but then it changes scenes to a new set of characters, so you have to, like, fucking readapt to the stupidity. Anyways, Quan is trying to move the bike so she can leave, but it's too heavy to actually get anywhere. She tries pulling at the fucking chain, I guess hoping it will break? Even though that's not how that works? She starts, bashing it with rocks. And it's not... Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah, she starts bashing it with rocks, and the rocks themselves are falling apart. So I guess they're, like, made out of clay? But she's not getting anywhere for getting free of this bike. And she actually has a fucking autistic shit fit where she's, like, screaming and kicking and just not accomplishing anything. By the way, in the fucking desert.
Yeah.
5 episodes in, and not only have they done absolutely zero to endear the audience to this loathsome cunt, but they're actively making her more stupid and obnoxious with each passing second. I think she's easily one of my most hated fictional characters.
Yeah, I genuinely agree. I think she's by far one of the worst characters ever written.
Yeah. It's not even, like, in terms of worst characters ever written, it's not, like, she does have bad writing on her own, like, stuff that's nonsensical, her getting everyone killed and all that. She's just obnoxious every moment she's on screen.
Yeah.
Completely unlikable. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of bad characters in media, that we've seen over the years, like, oh, we really don't like, fucking Rey Palpatine. We don't like, whatever else. I can't think of off the top of my head. Jon Snow in fucking Season 8 of Game of Thrones. She's my queen. I don't want it.
McQueen.
But Quanna's... there's no redeeming qualities to her.
Yeah.
Yeah. She breaks the rocks to bits and has her fucking shit fit. She keeps trying to smash it with rocks. And, finally the fucking plate metal just breaks. And I'm not entirely sure that's how it works. Like, metal can snap under certain circumstances, but that's not really what we've got here. Because, if you look at the bike, the metal plate has all these holes in it. So that means you would require, let me just read straight from my notes here. First of all, the metal would dent and bend before it just snaps. While metal can outright snap, it requires specific conditions, the kind of which a dumb, weak girl will not be able to accomplish with clay rocks in the desert. But worse than that, there's 3 individual snaps in this piece of metal because of all the holes. It's not one solid flat piece of metal. The holes would stop a fracture if it were happening. This is, there's 3 individual breaks in the metal. It's not one solid line, but instead 3 that hit 3 of the circles in the metal. This is a problem because even if you manage to make one snap from the impact, the second it hits one of the circular holes, the fracture is gone. It wouldn't continue through fucking air to the other side of the hole. I actually have in my notes here, let's see. Circles are literally the strongest shape. Well, one of the strongest shapes. This is why airplanes have windows with rounded corners, because there's no actual weak point that a square window would have. Airplanes used to have square windows, and it led to disasters in which planes would break apart with fractures starting from the hard-cut corners of square windows. Rounded windows lead to pressure being evenly distributed so as to avoid such incidents. So with that in mind, with the show here, it's already ridiculous that she'd be able to just snap the metal at all, but even if she did, her effort would end at the first circle the fracture hit. The way it happens in the show, we'd have to assume that the fracture continued through open air and into the other side of each hole. Even if the second fracture point was close to the first, that's simply not how this works at all.
But you want to know the best part? You want to know the best part?
What?
If you look at that screenshot you currently have on screen, you can see where they fucked up, and there's a... Oh, you changed it, shit. But the one where it's actually fractured.
Okay,
It's actually broken. You can see on the very last, the bottom part, where they fucked up with the Dremel, and they accidentally cut a bit more of a line.
Oh, yeah.
Oops!
But, anyways, each of these lines in this picture here represents where the snap is, when she broke it. Sorry, I went to the wrong one there. So, I lined these images up, and I know I went into fucking autistic detail on this, but this was irritating me to no fucking end, so I had to. So that's where these lines are here. That's where the break is. You wouldn't get that simultaneously. Those 4 snaps, under these conditions of her fucking hitting it with rocks. Especially with no denting or bending to the metal.
Luke Verne says, I am all the women, Kwanzaa. Oh, God. God, your lies keep getting dumber and dumber, my dude. Fucking.
Yeah, this fucking weirdo is so fucking obsessed with us. They keep coming into chat every week. Keep in mind, we're blocking them from the account each time, so every week they have to make a new account to come in and try and just bullshit in chat about us.
Yeah.
Get some help. Honestly,
dude, the fact that they even said Tumblr, and anybody that knows me knows that I think Tumblr is the biggest cesspit of fucking retards ever. So the fact that you admit you were on Tumblr, holy shit! Congratulations, you're a fucking retard.
But yeah, if you're this fucking tilted that we were critical of, I guess, someone or something you like, that you're constantly coming into our chat week after week for months at a time, each time with a new account, you've got some issues. Seek help.
No, again, people that know me know I would never use fucking Tumblr. I make fun of Tumblr all the fucking time. I am a 4chan retard, for sure.
Oh yeah, 4chan is fucking great.
I'm a 4chan autist through and through.
Yeah, I refuse to use Tumblr or Twitter or anything like that. Or Reddit. I stay away from that shit like it's a fucking plague.
Oh. Yeah, I almost want to play. I wish we had that up every time this idiot would come in, we'd just be like, stop it. Get some help.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. He comes in every fucking time we do a stag and just tells complete lies.
Yeah, not just complete lies, but keep in mind, too, that we've mostly been ignoring this person for weeks now, so it's not even like, aha, I'm trolling you and you're reacting to me. This is the first time we're talking about it in fucking 2 or 3 months, and it's still been consistently every stream this person comes in.
Yeah.
Like, this is someone who is clearly fucking obsessed for some reason.
Mentally unhinged.
Yeah. Especially if he's spreading these fucking weird lies about us. Just fuck off.
Oh my god, they're Amber Heard. The lies are getting more ridiculous as time goes on.
Anyways, yeah. That was a thing. Let's move on. But anyways, yeah, she breaks free, and we got a scene change. Again, just grabbing the screenshots to send over. God, this show is so fucking garbage. So we're playing...
It really is. I cannot wait till I get to rip the battle
of... Anyways, they're gonna cut the artifact out of the crystal with a laser. Mr. Chump talks to Keys about Halsey visiting young John Halo. The memories are real. So what does it all mean? Not sure yet, other than the fact that she's been lying to me. John Halo asks for the truth from Keys. Chief, we have fought together for many years. A lot of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Your concerns are my concerns. When we get this artifact home, I'll look into this personally. Which, I don't think he actually does.
No, because, again, we'll get to that when we get to the later episodes, by the way.
Yeah. Anyways, Admiral Whatever asks what they're going to do about John. She's talking to Halsey and Keys. And she says they can't have a Spartan with an identity crisis because, yeah, it's going to be a big fucking issue. In fact, it's been causing a lot of issues already. Him fucking running off with a terrorist, him just all the shit he's been doing up until this point. That's just, I guess, out of order, out of line for one of their most important soldiers. Halsey says it's under control. Keith says no, it's not, and that John remembers Halsey in his home as a child. Halsey says, no, sorry. Admiral whatever says Cortana was supposed to keep John Halo under control, but he continues to have these dangerous memories. They wouldn't be dangerous if you didn't fucking erase them in the first place.
Yeah.
Because that would have been dealt with through training.
Amazing that this is a scene that is mentioned in Halo: The Fall of Reach. Wow! And they directly say why they don't suppress their fucking memories. Because of shit like this retarded Halo show happens. Oh my god, if they discover their memories, they'll hate us. So we're not suppressing their memories.
Again, like I said earlier, the what if scenario of the silver timeline is what if Master Chief was a bitch and what if everyone made the most stupid fucking decisions possible. That is this show.
Yeah.
Hell, we could even end it fucking there. That just summarizes the entire show, but let's continue. Halsey says these memories are what brought us to the artifact. We're so close to finding this weapon. We don't even know if it is a weapon. Personally, I'm not convinced. And yeah, Admiral whatever is right. They don't actually know if this is a weapon or not yet.
Yep.
Excuse me. I did talk about this earlier, but yeah, there's no reason for them to assume this is a weapon. They just do because, I don't know, the fans know that it's a weapon?
Yeah. And again, originally in Halo CE, I believe that they originally, the Covenant did think it was a weapon, but then they altered it a bit to be like, no, it's a gateway to open the path, and they'll be whisked away on the winds of Halo as it fires. So yeah, originally in Combat Evolved, the Covenant did believe it was a weapon. But then they kind of changed it a bit, and they're like, well, no, we got to make it more of like, why would they be religious about it? So then Halo 2 shifted it just slightly to where they think they're going to ride the energy wave to Ascension, not die.
Yeah. Anyways, there's also another line here that really fucking irritates me. Admiral whatever doesn't trust Halsey, as she always has her own agenda and is willing to tell the Council anything as long as she gets what she wants. Again, this is butchering Halsey from Fall of Reach. Halsey in Fall of Reach was doing what she needed to protect humanity, to save humanity. There wasn't any, like, underhanded dirty work of hers. It was just her doing what she could for the betterment of humanity. In particular... Go ahead.
I was going to say, even before the Covenant existed, because the predictive models were that there was going to be a massive galactic civil war between the UNSC and the insurrectionists.
Yes. But even more than that, Fall of Reach seems to make a point that if Halsey doesn't do what ONI is asking for, they will replace her with someone who will, and who won't treat the Spartans, or I can't remember if they were Spartans or children still during this scene, but basically they'd replace her with someone who would do what needed to be done and wouldn't have the, I guess, careful hand that Halsey would.
It was when they were discussing the medical procedures,
right.
And she was trying to get a second opinion. So she had sent it off to her father, and her father had revealed, like, no, this is going to be horrific. These are going to be your casualty rates. These are going to be everything like that. And it's like, are you sure you want to go through with this? And that's when she has that crisis of, no, she doesn't really want to. But if she stops now, and I will get somebody else that will do it and won't have thought through these consequences, won't try everything they possibly can to ensure that the Spartans are actually looked after.
Yeah. So, again, change in itself isn't bad. It's just, why are you making these changes? Which is the big question, because it just seems to make every character into a fucking idiot and insufferable. Instead of Halsey doing the right thing, she's got this underhanded plan to just fucking what? I don't know. That's a weird thing, is we don't actually know what Halsey's goals are, what her intentions are. She's just doing underhanded shit all the time. Oh, I'm gonna talk about this thing in our meeting that I have been told I shouldn't talk about. This next part, oh, I'm gonna blackmail the Admiral so I can get what I want. Because I have here in my notes, Admiral says she's cutting Halsey off. Halsey immediately fucking blackmails her. They're gonna need a scapegoat once all of this comes out regarding the Spartans. That they've kidnapped children and indoctrinated them and fucking whatever.
This scene doesn't work for multiple reasons, because they ain't gonna fucking care. It's a genocide war, Halsey. That ship... Oh, you kidnapped children back then. Well, you know what? If we survive the genocide war, maybe then we'll worry about it. For now, we don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because we need the Spartans.
In fact, that's something they even mentioned in the books, too. There was a guy manning a... what was the station where they're, like, monitoring incoming stuff in slip space?
Yeah, the guy, it was at that one planet where the Iroquois, you talking about the Iroquois fight?
Yeah.
And he was...
point is, he was enthusiastic at first about joining the UNSC, but as he realized that, no, there's no glory here, it's just, if the humans win against the Covenant, they barely win.
Yep.
It is gruesome and terrible. So he starts getting insubordinate and getting demoted repeatedly until the point where he's on this just monitoring station, because even though he has been such trouble, they still need the manpower. It is that important.
Yep. So it doesn't matter that he's literally been undermining chain of command. It doesn't matter that he's been flipping. It doesn't matter that he's been disobeying orders. It does not matter. They still need every single man, woman, and child they can get, because it's a fucking genocide war.
Yeah.
And even he, as it's revealed, he's not actually that bad of a guy. He became flippant and disillusioned because he felt like his commanders were fucking idiots. And he felt like that he was just watching, like, literally, meat goes in one end, people go in one end, and meat comes out the fucking other.
Yeah.
So he was losing his mind watching just this slaughter constantly happening.
And he is actually pretty enthusiastic once he gets reassigned to Captain Keyes' ship.
Yeah, because Captain Keyes actually did the impossible. Every time humanity fought the Covenant in the Fall of Reach, they always outnumbered the Covenant 3-1 at least, and then they would barely scrape out a victory. It was a Pyrrhic victory every single time. Captain Keyes, a single UNSC destroyer versus 5 Covenant ships, and
4. Captain
Keyes wins. Well, it was 5, because remember one of them was a stealth ship that hid?
Well, yeah, but that was later. That was during the big battle, when all the other UNSC ships were there. It was 4 when he was alone. He took on 4 ships alone and took them all out.
I thought the 5th, the stealth ship, was there, and that was the distraction while the other 2 ships escaped.
That was later.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought the stealth ship was there earlier, and that's how they got the ground forces at the museum so quick.
Yeah. But yeah, you could see how this show takes aspects from Fall of Reach and from parts of the games and just bastardizes it in every fucking way.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to keep an eye on chat. Have we missed any supers, or are we good?
I have not seen any supers, no.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anyone's messages. What a shit show. Halsey intends to keep the Chief's memories from fully coming back. I don't know how she intends to do that. Captain Keyes tells Admiral whatever that he wants Miranda taken off assignment.
Robot. Hold on.
We good?
No, you're still robot in a bit. Now it's fine.
Okay. Do I need to repeat what I just said, or?
Yeah, it was hardcore robot.
Okay. Halsey says she intends to keep Chief's memories from fully coming back. I don't know how she fucking intends to do this. How do you control what someone does or doesn't remember? Keyes tells Admiral whatever that he wants Miranda taken off assignment because he doesn't want her hands dirtied. Which is fair enough, but that causes some stupid issues later on. Halsey smugly says she finally agrees with him on a parenting subject. This just comes across as Halsey being petty because she's petty. In fact, I even have in my notes, this all just comes across as useless soap opera drama bullshit. Which, yeah, it is.
Yeah, because he goes to tell Miranda, that you're off the project, and then he won't explain why.
Well, we'll get to that in just a little bit. Actually, hold on.
We do get it. I see it later in your notes right now.
Okay, good. They tried cutting into the crystal, which is the screenshot we have here, with a laser that immediately causes a shockwave, enough to destroy the metal fucking crane above the artifact, but it only makes people's ears bleed a little bit.
Yeah.
So if their ears are bleeding, they should all be permanently deaf. But worse than that, if this shockwave had the power to fucking crush metal, then why hasn't everyone in this screenshot, why haven't their bones and organs been turned into fucking paste?
Yep. And, again, notice how, like I told you guys about the base layout, now that the crane, which is right next to the fucking Pelican, is destroyed, now they have to do the 2 kilometers away, turn around 2 kilometers back.
Yeah.
It's all for the plot, so the plot can happen, and I fucking hate
it. Also, because they cut into this crystal with the laser, that somehow allows the Blessed One to see where it is. I don't understand. Okay, let me just read my notes here again because I was more focused when writing them. Fucking how and why? It's not even activated from John touching it, but now I guess she can just see it because the plot calls for it.
Yeah,
because
the lines in the other cave suddenly start glowing, and one of the elites is like, "Oh, the luminary!" And he points at the wall, and then she walks up and touches it, and she has a fucking like, I see where it is!
But yeah, like, okay, so how did she see where it is? Did she see, like, a mental image of it on the, like, did she see a photograph, basically, in her mind of this artifact in the planet? Then how does she know the exact coordinates of where this planet is? How does she know how to direct the Covenant here? Like, what information has she gotten that allows her to direct them straight here within a few minutes? It's never explained. I guess it's not... It's just one of those things you're just supposed to accept and not question at all.
Yep.
Anyways, everyone is still, like, flipping their shit. I shouldn't say flipping their shit. They're in pain because of this sound the crystal is producing. So John Halo runs up to the artifact and fucking takes his helmet off when everyone is holding their ears and are bleeding from their ears. Like, how fucking retarded is John Halo? As I have in my notes here, the answer is extremely. He stares at the artifact silently, and we get a cut to black as if for a commercial. And again, in my notes here, the fucking 1990s called. They want their Star Trek stinger before break back.
Yeah.
Because yeah, Star Trek would do that all the time back in the day, where it's like something would happen, you have a slow zoom on someone's face, and a musical sort of stinger. The music's intensifying, and then it cuts to either the intro or commercial break. They do the exact same fucking shit here for a streaming show. We get the scene with Keyes talking to Miranda. Okay, I didn't get screenshots of this part. He tells her she's taken off the project. She's upset, assuming Halsey has got dirt on Keyes. He says it's not about her, but she doesn't listen to him. And this is a really big pet peeve of mine, and I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this on stream before. An issue arises because a character not disclosing information they have no reason not to. And this happens way more often than it should in fucking media, where two characters are in conflict. A single fucking line of dialogue will instantly solve the problem, because someone is mad and they're lacking a key piece of information. And because this character who knows this piece of information just won't fucking say it, there's this big conflict that takes an entire episode to get resolved. It is fucking stupid. I hate it so much. Now, granted, Keyes can't fully tell her what's going on because, you know, military secrets and all that. But he can at least tell her that it's sketchy as fuck and he wants to keep her hands clean. This should solve the problem. Like, Miranda, this shit you do not want to get involved with. This could ruin your life. This could weigh heavily on your conscience. This could be something you feel, you know, guilty of for years and years. Fucking whatever.
Yeah.
There's numerous reasons, numerous really good reasons to keep her hands clean of this entire debacle. Mm-hmm. And he just doesn't tell her that shit's fucked. That would solve this. Chief asks Cortana about his adoption. Asks for his file. Cortana says no, it was all lost. He says it wasn't lost. He says he wasn't lost. He asks about the other Spartans. She says they have no information on the origin of the Spartan program. Cortana seems a bit surprised about this. Like, there's no information about the origin of the Spartan program. Something I'm confused about. Wouldn't Cortana know because she's based off of Halsey's mind?
Yes. And again, it comes down to them shaping their own personality and everything like that, but they would have the memories like that. That's why they base the AI off of dead people's minds to begin with. In Halsey's case, they made a flash clone of Halsey, and then they used that to do the memory scan, for anyone that doesn't know, in Fall of Reach. Yeah. But yeah, that's why they do it, so that they will have their memories and quirks and everything like that, but it comes down to the AI itself to choose its personality and everything. But it would have all of that to kind of inform itself of what it is. That's how they create smart AIs versus dumb AIs, which dumb AIs is a misnomer in the Halo universe, because dumb AIs are incredibly intelligent and, you know, rapid processing things, but they just don't have that spark of creativity and outside-the-box thinking that smart AIs do.
Not just that, but dumb AIs are usually very specialized in
yes.
a topic or two. They can't just do anything like smart AIs do.
Yeah, like operating the elevator to go up and down the space elevator and keeping track of cargo. That's what a dumb AI will do.
Well, it's also a bit more than that, too, because Deja, the AI that was helping teach the Spartans, she was a dumb AI, but she still, she was made to be a teacher, so she had all that information to be able to convey to the children.
Yes. But I'm also specifically referring to a very specific AI, which is the AI on Harvest, which was designed to just maintain the elevators going up and down, check the cargo, and she was modeled after a Russian czar, a baroness, basically.
Oh.
And yeah, so she would kind of be snooty, and she didn't like Mac, who was the on the ground AI, dumb AI. She thought dumb AI. She didn't realize it was a smart AI, but she thought it was on the ground dumb AI who would always try to. He mimicked himself after a cowboy, and he'd be like, "Well, looking good there, little lady," and stuff like that. And so she always got fucking annoyed with him, like, constantly. And it's how it also goes into the whole thing about her going rampant and her the whole rampancy thing of her realizing the limitations of her thing, because when the Covenant attack Harvest, she can't do anything, and she starts going crazy, and then Mac comes in to comfort her, air quotes. But then she has a panic moment because Mac starts killing her, and she can't understand why. And Mac's like, "You can't be captured, darling, because if they capture you, they could find out everything else."
Wow.
Like, yeah, it's very grim. But again, Mac actually loved her too, so it makes it hard for Mac. But yeah.
Anyways, Master Chief approaches the artifact and touches it, and he gets a vision of when he was kidnapped as a child, and they brought in the Flash clone to replace him. He sees Halsey in this flashback as well. After letting go of the artifact, he sees Halsey approach, and he gets fucking pissed. She promises to explain everything. He paused, like, there's a pause where neither of them say anything, then he just lunges at her. And she has Cortana shut him down, so he can't fucking crush her skull like a grape.
Yeah.
Just getting
screenshots
for the other.
That part was so stupid. Yeah, I'm just gonna murder her. Fuck her. She lied to me, so I'm gonna kill her.
Yeah.
So retarded.
Well, we're at least getting through this in fairly good time, I think. Soren returns to find Quan is gone, but she was really hiding under sand, and she sneaks up behind him and uses a stun stick on him. Then takes his gun and aims it at him as if she's just gonna fucking kill him, but the camera cuts. Again, what a fucking piece of shit Quan is. He has done nothing but try to help her. And the worst thing he's done is saying, "You owe me," because she has literally cost him a lot. And again, she's just a fucking dumb cunt. A dumb, selfish cunt with no redeeming qualities.
Yeah. Part of me wishes she did kill him, because if she did, he wouldn't be there to show up later to save her, so she would die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I saw this when we were doing the recording, even though it flashes by for a quick second. The peeling of the area that hit with the sunstick just kind of looks like garbage. It looks like paint peeling off a wall.
Yeah, that looks really bad.
That's it for that section. It's actually a very quick scene.
Yeah.
Then we get right. Chump wakes up. Oh wait. No, this is the next episode. So I think we're going into the battle here. So you take over here, Setch.
All right. So Mr. Chump wakes up and he's like, "Where the fuck? Where's Dr. Halsey? I can't let you know where she is, John. You're dangerous." John has done so many things that would have earned him an execution at this point. It is fucking a miracle that he is still alive. Dr. Halsey ran away up to her ship. She's hiding in her ship and everything like that. The crane has been destroyed, so they have to take the artifact out now. on foot. And this is when we get to the Covenant suddenly arrive. The very first thing they do is they start bombarding the base below. They start doing fucking strafing runs on the base below. And again, this episode, by the way, I think is the shortest episode. Maybe the finale is. But yeah, I think this is the shortest episode in the whole, season. So I put this one as a highlight because look at the CGI on those Banshees. They don't look like they're there. Neither does the fucking Pelican. And it looks like they CGI enhance the smoke, which just looks awful.
Yeah. Some of that smoke just looks like gray blurs on the screen. It's like, you ever open, image editing programs and you're like, I want to fix this image because it looks like shit and you use the blur tool, and it's like, it still looks like shit, but looks less like shit than it did before.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. It looks like someone used a blur tool.
Yeah, it's just, oh god, this battle is going to get incredibly stupid, chat. So you saw how the base was laid out, and you remember my whole thing about how the vehicles, how they have to drive and everything. Just prepare yourself, because now you're starting to see how the plot demands. So, Captain Keyes comes out of his tent, and he orders a sergeant. Sergeant, get on that AA! Yes, sir! The sergeant runs over and gets blowed up instantly. Keyes sees him get blowed up, and then does Keyes decide to then, okay, well, that guy clearly can't carry out the order. I'm going to tell someone else to. Nah, that would be smart. Keyes decides that, well, I guess getting on AA isn't important anymore. Because, the guy I told to get on it got blowed up. And then Keyes instead gets distracted because he has ADHD. He just gets distracted and watches his starship get blown out of the sky. And you get to see, look at the CGI here. They couldn't get their layering right on anything. So, the fucking fire on this Banshee and everything. Oh my god. I love the dude who's sideways diving like, ah!
I like that the Banshee turned gold right before it blew up.
Yeah.
It didn't turn gold, Pagan. He just bought the skin.
That was a level 100 Banshee pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, he doesn't decide to tell anyone else to get on anti-aircraft duty or anything like that. No, it's fine, I guess. Then it gets claimed that no ship can fit down here in this little valley at all. I'm going to put myself to voice activated here for this so I can talk without, because I have to let go of my mic to move the thing over. It's going to give me a Windows error each time. So let me put. Yeah, all right. So he gets told. They say in all over the thing, Chief, we can't land any ship down there to help you. And notice this screenshot. Look at all that fucking area. They could land a Pelican to go get the artifact. So they're told they have to get the artifact on a Warthog and drive it the fuck out of here instead. Even though a Pelican could easily land down there where the base is. And this also goes into my whole point of why the fuck didn't you have a ramp up to your air support? And why the fuck isn't a Pelican landed down there anyways? Oh, God. So then Chief starts loading up the artifact, and Nazi science man Adrian's like, No! The artifact stays with me! No! Ah! Literally, this is an actual quote. No, it stays with me! Ah!
Yeah, it is very irritating.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Fucking, this show is great on every level. And this is where Chief gets told, because Chief didn't know the layout of the base, so Captain Keyes has to tell him, by the way, you're going to need to drive at least a click that way, and then turn and drive a click back at least. motherfucker. Oh my god. So they're trying to load the artifact in the Warhog while Keyes is explaining to him, hey, Chief, I know you're stupid and don't know how the base is actually laid out. And yeah, it's pretty dumb we didn't put a ramp up to our aircraft or anything, but you're going to have to drive away from the aircraft, do a 180, and come back the other way. Fucking hell. Hate. My hate is going more and more. So then we get more Banshees are inbound, and Kai goes up to snipe, and she starts saying, there's more Banshees inbound! As if no one else could fucking see the aircraft. The only aircraft in the sky swarming down towards them. But the sniper back here, no, they're the ones that notice. And also, there again, look at the fucking tracer rounds on the fucking LAAG. Oh my god. Hate it.
They magically start to levitate and fly up into the atmosphere.
Yeah. Oh, it's so fucking weird. Ugh. So then as Chief is running, okay, as Chief is running in front of the Warhog, because Spartans are as fast as Warhogs, if not faster, right? This has now been shown in the show. We knew it from the books. It has now been shown in the show itself. Keep that in mind, that Spartans are faster than Warthogs. Gonna become very important later on. We then have the Jackals come in, and the Jackals are using plasma rifles for some reason, and their drop pods are not the drop pods the Covenant use, and as you can see, the CGI on those drop pods is just mwah.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. That drop pod looks like fucking shit. That looks like a screen cap from a video game was placed into the show.
Yeah. And again, Jackals are using plasma rifles, and Cortana this entire time is telling Chief shit like, Jackals, at your 2 o'clock! Chat, I want you to realize what your 2 o'clock is. Directly in front of you is 12. At probably 5 degrees is 1 o'clock. 10 degrees is 2 o'clock. Do you notice how you're still in your fucking vision? You can see?
What's irritating?
She's literally telling Chief things he can see!
What's irritating about this, too, is that, again, Fall of Reach went out of its way to show what utility Cortana had to help Chief in combat situations. It wasn't telling him, hey, there's an enemy fucking in front of you, you should maybe shoot it. It was doing calculations and, on the fly, like, stuff that Master Chief wouldn't have had the time to figure out on his own.
Even telling him stuff like, hey, they've commandeered a satellite. This is stuff Chief cannot know at all. They commandeered a satellite, and they're preparing a satellite orbital strike on you, Chief. And it's going to target here, here, and here at this coordinates at this time. And so she's literally actually being an asset to Chief. These are things that he cannot know.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And the fact that she breaks into the audio channels of the ODST that are trying to kill him. And she literally warns him about ambush here, machine gun setup here, here, and here. That, again, this is stuff he can't see yet. Yeah, sorry, Exhumed Legume is right. 2 o'clock is more like 60 degrees to the right of your front, but yeah, well within normal, healthy cone of vision.
Yeah,
since
because
most people can see 180 degrees, not 180 degrees.
But 3 o'clock is directly to your right.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was saying 5 degrees. Fuck it. I'm in full, like, anger mode right now. It's gonna get so much worse here soon. And then John, again, as he's fighting, fucking Cortana is like telling him, switch to your secondary. And John's like, I know how the game is played, Cortana. Fuck me. What the fuck?
How you feeling there, Pagan?
I want to die.
Oh, and this battle just gets worse and worse as it goes on, by the way.
I feel like Pagan is just reliving the episode because we're here describing it and pointing out all the problems, and he's just like,
Yeah.
there.
It's like rewatching the episode.
Yeah.
I hate it. Oh god, I chose this avatar for a reason. I did not have a good week, and then knowing that this is what we were going to cover again, I was like, oh my god, I need to get the most soulless, dead-eyed fucking avatar I can find, and I found it.
Oh my god, actually, I should change my avatar too now that I think about it. That's perfect. Hold on a second. That is fucking perfect. Let's do it. This is important, chat. I need it. Nope. Back.
How do we get here, though? How does... You do a Halo show, and you think, yeah, I'm gonna make an adaptation of this beloved thing and throw everything people love into the dumpster and put my own stuff there. Like, who is this for?
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know who the fuck was this ever for. I don't understand at all.
The Halo fans are gonna love us turning Master Chief into a bitch, Cortana and Halsey into idiots, and everyone into just incompetent losers. Like, I'm sure the fans are gonna love that.
Yep. And there you go. The avatar has been updated. So then we get to the Warhog is now being targeted by the Jackals and the Grunts, and we get this awful CGI explosion for the Needlers, which literally is just like a puffy purple-pink cloud with a bit of blue in it. And then notice that it actually does have blood. I didn't think it did, but when seeing a still shot of it, there is actually blood in this. And it is the most plasticky looking blood you have ever seen. It stands like a sore thumb. At the bottom left of the cloud, you can see a big old red glob of blood right there.
It looks like fucking Play-Doh.
Yeah. God. It's just so fucking bad. It's so bad. This is supposed to be a Needler explosion, by the way, guys. A Needler explosion. Something that should, like, blow body parts everywhere. But no, it just disintegrates you nicely. I honestly, it's probably one of the best ways to go compared to everything else. So then a grunt jumps on the top front of the Warthog. Somehow the grunt got here, by the way. If you remember a couple screens back, all three Spartans were in front of the Warthog. Somehow this grunt got past all three Spartans, managed to jump at the right time on a speeding Warthog, land on the hood, and then he shot the driver and jumps in and commandeers the vehicle to start driving it himself. I don't know how that fucking happened, but okay. This one grunt got past all of the Spartans, all right? Managed to jump with his stunty little legs up enough to get over the hood of the Warthog to land on it, and then shot the driver and then hijacked it. Yeah, Secret Agent Grunt. Fuck yeah, dude. Holy shit. Then John jumps on the hood and he says, "Mind if I drive?" Shoots the grunt and then jumps into the driver's seat, and the Warthog has literally lost no speed this entire time, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to mention that if you were gonna miss it or skip it. Between the Marine and the grunt being killed, no loss of speed.
Yeah, it's still going max speed. But how the fuck did that grunt even get past 3 Spartans all at once? It's like, what the fuck? And yes, his legs are too short to get to the pedals. Yep. The grunt cannot reach the gas on this thing. You see, he can't even fit in the seat. If you go back to the other screenshot, he actually can't fit in the seat. If he literally moves slightly back more, he would hit the seat. But of course, the model clips through, and I wish I'd gotten a screenshot of his gas tank clipping through the seat.
Rip.
Yeah, but we just need to carry on. And then John says, "All right, Spartans, even though you're faster than it, and you can provide a covering screen, let's have all the Spartans jump in the vehicle." And they start doing the floopy rubber band animations of them going whoop and getting sucked into the CGI Warhog in front of the CGI drop pods. Oh, dude. It just looks so... this thing just looks so like it's been painted on top of it. It doesn't look like it's a natural part of the scene at all. And of course, then we get to more of the terrible CGI Warhog finally driving all the way away from the base to then turn around and start the hike back, and look at that CGI on that Warhog. You can tell they tried to cover it up with the whole grid and everything like that, like as if there's some drone watching over the battle, but oh my god.
This is after, by the way, Captain Keyes' big ship was blown out of the sky.
Yep.
So what the fuck are they monitoring them with?
God, that looks so bad. The other Warhog shot?
They did actually throw a drone in the sky, though. Right. They did actually throw a drone in the sky.
Yeah,
but
they did.
Is really not good.
I didn't think the other Warhog shot looks that bad. I think it looks serviceable. It looks fine. This, though, the one with the fucking grid, this looks terrible. It literally looks like photoshopped on with little to no effort.
Yeah.
It looks so bad.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar, because, it's like you have this image, this top-down image of this landscape, and you're like, okay, I'm going to get a transparent PNG of a vehicle and slide it along the road. That's almost what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks so bad.
Yep. $5 from Scoopmeister real quick. Thank you very much, sir. But Creed, don't you see? It's Halo! Like Star Wars. It's automatically good. The reaction channels I watch say so. Plus, it's resume material. Fuck me. Oh, God, yeah. I was shocked that we actually found someone. Apparently, Halo follower now says the show is dog shit, so...
Yeah, which was a surprising turn of events.
Yeah. Anyways, then continuing the battle, we jump back to where the Marines are, and we see the hollow-boned bird dinosaurs in fucking melee. Hollow-boned bird dinosaurs in melee.
Yeah, this is bad on multiple levels. One, a jackal should not be using a Sangheili energy sword. They'd be executed for that.
They also can't get their hands around it.
So yeah, they can't get their hands around it very well. It doesn't make sense for a jackal to be trying to get into melee range with anybody as their first resort. Obviously they're going to use guns first. They're not just going to go into battle trying to melee shit.
Yep.
And these two have not seen it yet because they did not want to be spoiled on. They wanted to keep their thoughts isolated from what EFAP has to say. I watched EFAP talk about this stuff. Oh man, they gave it way too many credit. They shit all over it, but at the same time, they were giving it way too many fucking... Yeah, they thought this was great. They thought the jackals using fucking energy swords made sense and was good and was one of the best parts of the show. And I'm just like, no. Yeah, no. Why would you think that?
Well, we also are basing our understanding off of the original Halo lore. Because that's the thing with these dumb fucking alternate timelines, is they could literally change everything and just say, well, this is our timeline. This is the way it works here.
To be fair, they did say, we are just looking at the show completely isolated and not looking at the games. So I guess that's why they could think that. But, man, it is so hard to not think about the games.
Yeah, and not to mention that, but that's what you should do, because like I said, the only reason we compare it to the books is because they're literally taking scenes from the books and then fucking them up.
Yeah.
And here, again, I guess they never do say that jackals are hollow-boned, but it is hard to get over thinking that about these jackals.
Well, not just that in relation to the books. The books are good, or we talk about the books too because it's a good comparison to something that is done better. Like, let's say the show hadn't pilfered key moments from Fall of Reach, but they're still telling their own story that was really poorly done. We would still refer to Fall of Reach for, like, okay, so here's why John Halo's training was better here. Here's why this particular set of events was done better here than in the show.
Member message from Peace Was Never an Option. Thank you.
Thank you.
The birds may have crunchy bone setch, but are they more crunchy than the children? Yeah, so this is the last time we talked about this show, by the way. I told you guys to remember the condor size. So now, if we go to the next scene, the condor gets bombed by the Covenant, and Miranda and another Marine are coming out of it, and they're walking along. Look at how fucking big that condor is. The size scaling is completely fucked.
Yeah, what the fuck? Look
Do
at
you
the
see? Look at the cockpit. There, you could fit like 15 people, 15 pilots in that cockpit. What the hell is going on here?
They look the people. It's Miranda and who's the other one?
It's just a random Marine that gets
okay. It's just a random Marine. They look like they've been shrunk down. It literally looks like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids got mixed up in the footage somehow or something. It looks so weird.
Yeah.
Like, look at them. Like, they don't look like they're just scaled with anything. The crane, the background, the fucking ship, none of it. They look like they're way too small. They look like they've been scaled down by accident.
Yeah.
Now, at least on aspects of the crane. So this is why I'm talking about here, chat, okay? So, in comparison to where they are to the crane, they would actually start looking larger the closer they get to the crane. In comparison to them to the Condor, though, they would actually get smaller the closer they get to the Condor. So they'd be even smaller than what we see now. This is them having walked a bit away from the Condor.
And keep in mind, the windshield, or whatever you want to call it, the cockpit for the Condor, that's like a two-seater for two normal-sized human adults.
Yep.
And that is like... That's what it's supposed to be. This is wide enough, like they said, or like Setch said, or Pagan, I forget which. This is wide enough to fit like 10 people in there.
Yeah.
Side by side.
Yeah. Because when we see it later, you know, when like the Chief and Vanek and Kai, you know, they can only ever fit two of them in the cockpit at one time. Here it's like, yeah, you could fit the entire fucking Spartan team in that one cockpit.
Yep. So fucking baffling, the size scaling. Yeah, I saw Dave's Fault Infidel.
Yes. 15 pilots or 1.5 Redditors. Holy shit.
True.
Damn.
Fucking true.
Fucking brutal. Holy shit.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so again, gigantic fucking Condor. Holy shit. Then we go to here. We jump back to Kai, and Kai is having a moment. She's freaking the fuck out. She's literally losing her mind because she's seeing people dying, and it's affecting her now because she took out her ass chip. And she's literally like, she actually locks up and stops fighting in the battle. Like, and then, of course, we go over here. She's literally locked up. She's frozen. And she's getting hit by dozens and dozens of plasma shots. All while her suit is warning her that her shields are gone. It's actually playing like the shields are depleted warning, by the way. And she's still just taking shot after shot after shot after shot of plasma. She's literally getting rapid fire sprayed down by plasma fire right now. And she's totally fine with it. Chief then sees that she's getting shot at, and he's like, I've got to save her. drive me close to the cliff edge. So remember, they drove away from the base, turned around, came back along the cliff. Okay? The Covenant, for some reason, are now flying close enough to the cliff so that Rubber Spartan Man can fly off the cliff.
That looks so bad. That fucking pose. Oh, that looks so goofy. Oh my god.
And he will magically land on one of these Banshees, pull out his pistol, and start shooting the armor ineffectively, mind you. Of course, I guess ineffectively in the show, in the games, or any of the other media, sure. In this, I guess it works somehow. Because he starts shooting the cockpit, and it looks fucking terrible, yes. And then, just magically, all of a sudden, we're upside down. Just out of nowhere. The very next scene, we're just upside down. No explanation.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. Also, this is Chief going off mission to help Kai, who's only in this situation because she took her fucking ass chip out, and he's only going off mission to save her because he took his ass chip out.
Yep. And so then we turn back to Kai, who is now all alone and is getting plastered by even more plasma fire. She's just constantly getting nailed by plasma fire, and it's just nothing. Nothing. She's still going. She's fine.
You ever play... Well, I know you two have, but you know how you play Fallout and you shoot someone with a plasma weapon and they turn into a literal pile of goo on the floor?
Yeah.
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 That's what
I mean, we
Kai should
literally
be
saw
right now.
kids get fucking vaporized in one shot, and then here it's like, yeah, no, literal mountains of plasma fire does absolutely nothing.
Yeah. $2 from another Texan Bull. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You need to see Halo Work in Progress 1 through 6 by Sodaz on YouTube. Oh, keep that in mind. Sue would have been breached already. Yeah, again, like I said, in the very first scene I showed you, the very first screenshot, the suit was already screaming that the shield was gone. And it was actually showing it was flashing. The shield is gone. It's gone. It's over. There is no shielding. You're literally taking the plasma fire directly. Well, it doesn't matter because Chief fucking kamikaze suicide bombs with the fucking Banshee while he's upside down. Oh, you best load Discord. You best load that fucking image.
Well, I've got it on screen anyways, so continue.
Oh, you got it on screen already? Okay.
Well, yeah, because you sent me all the files.
Oh, I did. All right, cool. Perfect. Oh, thank God. Smart me. Smart me. Yeah, so then he hits this, and keep in mind, as the Phantom is exploding, which you might notice that the Phantom is blowing up in a really weird way because it gets rocked out of the sky with this too, and some of the Jackals turn and notice, and like, what the fuck? But as it explodes, Kai, who has no shield at the moment, this hits her. Ah, she's fucking fine. She's fine. This plasma wave literally slams into Kai on the ground. She's fucking fine.
It just completely engulfs her. She should just be completely gone, just evaporated.
If she wasn't a puddle of glue on the floor already, she should have been here. Like, holy shit, that is...
Yeah, keep in mind, she has
Yeah.
no shields at this point. She should be fucking gone.
Yeah. And again, the reason we also can confirm that sound means no shields is it literally goes into her HUD and we're seeing her health bar go down. It's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb on so many levels.
I mean, Chief should also be fucking dead considering he was in that explosion when it happened and it kills everything else but him.
Yeah. But Chief in the show, he can just survive that. And we turn Chief as he gets out of the rubble. We see, once again, Jackals with Sangholy energy swords and plasma rifles and a bunch of grunts and everything. They're growling at him like, how dare you kamikaze bomb our fucking dropship, you piece of shit. So then we get into one of the worst one camera take action scenes I have ever seen, where Chief runs and kicks up a shotgun in his hand, and he's shooting on the run and pumping, bam, 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 and he runs over, and you're not going to have this one, Creed, because I made sure to get this one right now. But here we go.
Oh, so
he runs over to a random Marine.
Hold on, you said I don't have this one?
You won't have this one, no. I literally just made this one. So he runs over to a random Marine, and he pushes him down on the ground, and then just leaves him in that position the entire time. Well, notice how none of the grunts or anything are shooting at Chief or doing anything to stop him. He literally just stops to push to tell this Marine, like, no, you're going to kneel right here. This is your cue, motherfucker. You're an extra. This is where you're supposed to be, bitch. And then he just runs off after that for no reason. He just runs off, and the Marine just stays there like that the entire time. He just stays there.
Yeah,
what?
It almost felt like a fucking... Yeah, it almost felt like a fucking, like a scene directing thing that got recorded and accidentally put into the show. Like, the actors being like, no, dude, you're supposed to be here. This is where you're supposed to be standing. And they just recorded it and put it in the show for some reason.
Yeah. So then an elite just magically appears out of nowhere, grabs Kai by the head, and starts punching her in the fucking side.
Yeah. So fucking weird. Everyone else has guns and swords and shit, and this random elite just walks up with bare hands and just starts punching her. Like, what the fuck?
Just out of nowhere, too. There was literally nothing around Kai, but suddenly this elite just materializes out of the ether. He just grabs her and starts going like, It's like, what is happening?
If our plasma weapons didn't work, maybe punching her will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch it.
Rip and tear! Rip and tear!
Well, then, Mustard Chump runs up and in an autistic fit, throws the elite down, and starts going fisticuffs on him, punching away. He starts going,
Yeah, literally starts chimping out and screaming inside of his helmet.
Yep. And then, it's so dumb. I forgot to grab one where he's running up to thing. Okay, you're not gonna have this one either. This one I just got. But Mustard Chump looks up and notices that the artifact has been thrown down here in the battle again, somehow. And a brute lands and goes to grab it. Mustard Chump Mustard Chump lands. Wait a minute. Hey, that doesn't make any sense. The timing's off here. Because you gotta get hit first. Hang on. Alright, somehow the timing is off. I'm gonna assume on this one. I'm gonna assume this is the one that's fucked up timing. So, Mustard Chump runs up to the brute that has a fucking thunder hammer. He grabs a jackal shield, pops it just in time. As he gets hit, he goes flying. Which, again, if we're going by the games, this would have killed Master Chief. Like, it would have killed him instantly. But, again, Master Chief can just survive. Master Chief lands, and I want you to notice that there's nothing directly right beside him at all. He lands here in the dirt, there's nothing beside him. He then says to Cortana, I need a weapon. And a fucking weapon spawns out of the ether right next to him. What the fuck? A battle rifle suddenly appears out of nowhere. That was nowhere to be seen before this.
She's using
cheat
codes.
Yeah, you have the battle rifle off a few feet to his left by a dead Marine. There is nothing to his right. But he reaches down to his right, and there just happens to be a battle rifle now there out of the sand. He pulls a battle rifle.
No, shut up. Don't think about it. He has a gun now, so he can shoot baddie. That's all that matters.
And again, this is his whole thing. Like I said, here's another scene, another angle, where he literally says, Cortana, I'm gonna need a weapon. Again, nothing to his right at all. Nothing. And then you go back to the other one. He literally pulls up a battle rifle out of nothing. He pulls up a battle rifle out of nowhere. What the fuck is happening? Well, then the brute gets in a spirit dropship and goes flying up to the Covenant ship. They now have the artifact. And the Blessed One gets shot down to the planet. John sees the Blessed One, and the Covenant make a half-hearted effort to shoot at her drop pod. They do a few shots. It's freaking obvious. Fucking Chungus over here walks up with a really shitty-looking plasma pistol, aims it at the Blessed One. The Blessed One passes out. And while the battle is still technically going on, the Covenant have literally only just now started to pull back. What does Master Chief do? He takes his fucking helmet off.
You know what's funny watching the EFAP movies the other day where EFAP minis or whatever, where they were watching Kenobi, and they saw this this thing. It ended up being a robot, but they thought it was someone in like power armor at first, and they're like, "Oh, it's Wait, it can't be Master Chief. He's not. He's got his helmet on."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, fuck, I was muted. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, it's not like she could be a fucking spy or anything, or could have a gun with her or anything. Yeah, no, just take your helmet off right in front of her.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Yeah. And thus is how we end this episode, because then it goes into the credits. Thank fuck for that. Shortest episode, at least I think so. Shortest episode of DC. The finale might be shorter.
Not fucking short enough. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. This season not even being made would have been preferable.
Yeah. Also, the Brute, I don't think it ever gets confirmed if that was Tartarus or Atriox.
No, it doesn't. It's never confirmed at all.
Yeah, we don't know.
In the season finale, he's like, remember him? Oh, this guy.
Yeah, that's all we get. And it's like, okay,
it just tags him as Brute. Okay.
Yeah, so did 343 insert their OC, or did they try to remain somewhat canon to the games? I don't know.
Yeah. If one takes off the helmet, do the shields turn off? Yes, this is confirmed in the first episode. Because when John takes his helmet off, he says, now that the helmet's off, now you can shoot me in the head.
Yeah, fucking A. God damn it.
Yeah. Oh, God. And that is episode 5, and again, we are worse off for that even existing.
Yeah. Fuck, I don't even know what episode I would consider to be the worst of the 9.
I think episode 9.
Yeah, that is...
I think the finale, because it is so terrible.
Yeah. I really procrastinated. I still haven't gotten the notes on episode 9, which I should have done, but having to watch through the show again is just fucking pain.
Yeah. I legitimately... Like, I went back through episode 9. I didn't take any screenshots or that, but I went back through episode 9.
Yeah.
As a reminder of just how shit it was, and like the enemies that can never arrive. They're always coming, but they never arrive. Oh, dude.
We'll get to that soon enough.
Yeah.
God damn. iPhone.
So, episode 6 starts with Chief moping about his revelation from the last episode, staring at Halsey. Chump is literally shaking. Literally shaking. By the way, this is Kai is freaking out due to her injuries beside him. And again, she should be fucking dead, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Somehow Kai is alive.
Chump is brought out of his moping by her grabbing his wrist. He's literally shrouded in fucking darkness until she grabs him, breaking his trance. Cortana tells Chump he needs medical attention. Interaction with the artifact is causing havoc on his systems. They don't ever actually explain what it's doing to him, though. It's just vague, like there's a medical issue from touching the thing. Which is a bit vague, I think.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind right away too is the Covenant just left. They didn't wipe out the humans. Fucking everyone should be extremely suspicious of that.
Yep.
Like, that should be raising red flags for every single person who survived that battle.
The medical issue is autism. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Anyways, Keyes tells Chump that they can't track the Covenant ship. Chump admits he fucked up. Keyes tells him he saved over 150 lives. Chump correctly points out more will die without the artifact. Now, while Chump is right about this, he doesn't actually know that for a fact yet. What if these two artifacts combined was... I don't know. What if the information they portray is like, this is where Earth could be... Well, I suppose where Earth would be located would be a big deal. But what if it's like, here's where some random planet that was important in Forerunner days and is just worthless now. What if that's what they led you to? Rather than the Halo.
Yeah.
Like, this artifact could do anything. You don't know what it actually contains. That's what the mystery aspect of this is supposed to be. Anyways, Keyes says, you found it once, you'll find it again. Completely missing the fact that he fucking stumbled upon it by complete chance as a kid.
Yeah.
It is like an astronomical fucking coincidence that Mr. Chump, one of literally 2 known people able to activate the fucking artifact, just so happened to settle on the planet that had this artifact, played with it as a kid, got sent on a mission that had him find its counterpart that unlocked memories of the fucking original.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is this absurdly coincidental shit fucking writing?
I hated this. This is so fucking annoying. Yeah, the fact that he as a kid had this 2 in a billion chance of having this fucking protein that makes it so that you can interact with Forerunner technology, and he happens to be on the planet and he interacts with it as a kid. He is then chosen for the Spartan program, becomes the fucking commander of said... Well, first off, he fucking survives. He's one of the ones that actually survive. Then he becomes the fucking commander of said fucking team.
Can I pause here for 1 second, though? On that point right there. He becomes the commander of the team because he has been constantly trying to run away, and Halsey said, that's leadership material.
Oh, God, that's another thing that really bugged me about that whole thing, is in Fall of Reach, he's constantly... Like, the first day there, he's put in with a team, and he doesn't win the little game they're doing, so he doesn't get dinner that night. And that's where he learns about, teamwork. And from that point forward, the book constantly reinforces this is teamwork. We have to work as a team to get this job done. Everyone matters. To the point where they're dropped in a forest for another, test, and they're dropped at random points, but he figures out a way to get them to all unite as a group and make their way back to the ship, where whoever makes it there last gets left behind. And when they get there, his whole thing is, no one's going to get left behind, we're going to make sure everyone gets on that ship. When they get there, the people on the ship aren't actually dressed as the military, so they think something's up. And they work as a team to take these guys out, get every single kid on that ship, and fly it home.
Yep. But, as a contrast, in the first game, when he came in first in the first game, but he was told the rules, that it's whichever team finishes last won't get dinner. And he came first, but he blew off his teammates and didn't help them.
Yeah.
So they got lost in the sea of other people. So even though he came first, he didn't get to eat that night. And he was taught a valuable lesson that you're not going to win this alone. When he got to the training mission where whoever was going to be last would be left behind, he made absolutely sure that every single other Spartan got on that dropship, and then he was the last one to step foot on it. So when he got back and he had to explain himself, he said, "Sir, I was the last one aboard that ship. I should have been left behind." And that is what made the chief look him in the eyes and say, "You're the leader. That is exactly what we need from a leader. That is the exact trait and characteristic of a leader. Congratulations. You are now the leader of the Spartans."
Yeah. But in the show, now that is a very compelling story in the book, or in the audiobook, which I listened to. It was very compelling. As opposed to Master Chief constantly runs away. This is why we're going to make him the leader. John, you have to stop running away. You have leadership material. What?
Yeah.
The fact that he's running away would be like a fucking screaming alarm bell. Don't make this guy your leader.
He's a cancer. He's a lodestone. He's a quitter.
Yeah.
He will literally drag down the morale and efficiency of the rest of the unit. You got to get rid of him. But yes, sorry, Pagan. I just wanted to point that out because not only he was made leader, but by the stupidest standard ever because he kept running away.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so he also becomes the leader of said team, then happens to be on said planet where one of the artifacts are, because they just happen to be there so that they could fight this fucking Covenant assault on this rebel base. It's just, everything is so fucking contrived. Yeah. It's so insane, the amount of coincidences. Like, 2 in a billion chance of having this fucking protein, and the person who needed to have it is in all of the right places.
Yeah. We're talking about a galaxy-spanning story here. There's literally thousands of planets out there, and he just so happens to have stumbled onto both parts of this artifact by pure fucking chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's still never explained why, and we never get an explanation for why the Spartans were at Madrigal to fucking begin with.
Yeah.
Never explained.
Yeah, they were just there.
Yeah, over a rebel base for some reason. When there's a war with the Covenant going on right now. They just happen to be there at the exact moment the Sanghali decide to attack the rebel base. For some fucking reason.
Now, so I already touched upon it, but I hate this fucking assumption that Chief will just be able to find the artifact again. There's nothing that says he'll be able to find the other artifact. He didn't magically lock onto it like the Blessed One did, which, even then, it's just retarded that she was able to fucking magically know where the other one was from it being lasered on a completely different planet, in a different system, in a different part of the fucking universe.
Yep. And it's just gonna get so much worse too, chat. You cannot even believe how much more contrived this is going to get. I think in this episode we get the contrivance, right? In episode 6 we get the super contrivance, or was it episode 8 where the super contrivance comes in?
Type in chat what the super contrivance is, because there's so many things you could be referencing. I feel like whatever you type is gonna piss me off.
Yeah.
I just see Setch's typing at the bottom. I'm dreading what's gonna fucking appear in our chat. It's taking so long. No.
There you go. Yeah, again, emphasis on the fact of that last bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is this episode.
Yeah.
You know what?
Fuck.
It is this episode because episode 7 is the Quan episode, and then there's the final 2 episodes which focus on Chief.
Yeah.
It is. It is. I just checked it. Oh, prepare yourself, chat.
Tell me to prepare myself. Jesus Christ, I'm not ready for this dumb bullshit. Fuck. Fuck.
We're about to take the contrivances up to a bajillion in this one episode alone.
Oh, before we even get to that part, though, we still have this, these screen caps you posted here. I'm not going to spoil it, but my fucking god, we have to talk about this shit.
Yes.
This is insane.
Oh, trust me, I've got notes. Anyways, the blessed one is passed out and talking in her sleep. Key said she told Miranda she was kidnapped as a child and held captive ever since. Again, this should be raising some fucking red flags for the UNSC. Because the Covenant don't take prisoners. They fucking eliminate everyone.
They literally glass planets. So,
Yes.
why was she taken prisoner? Again, this is the other thing, too. They literally glass planets. Why was Magical Black Man taken prisoner?
Yeah.
Especially Magical Black Man makes even less sense because they had luminaries that could show them who Blessed Ones were. So why'd they take him prisoner to touch the artifact to begin with?
Yeah. And why did they tell him their plans and then let him go knowing he had that information?
Yep.
Yeah.
It makes no fucking sense. Why did they teach him their language and all this other shit? And it just makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna teach this random human that we're supposed to be genociding our fucking language and tell him our plans and what we're doing, and then we're also gonna let him go and give him back to the fucking humans. What?
Yeah. $2 super chat from Rage versus Emil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have they announced or canceled season 2 yet? They announced season 2 before season 1 even came out.
Yeah.
So we're just praying that they will cancel season 2.
There's a chance they could cancel season 2, but I don't
try
know.
to get
It's looking,
some money back.
I fucking hope they cancel it. I cannot watch any more of this shit.
Honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I doubt they'll cancel it because they might be filming it right now.
Oh, please no.
Dude, yeah. Please no.
Just cancel it.
Right now, somewhere in the world.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright. Right now, somewhere in the world, a cameraman could be recording John Halo or Quan having another fucking tism fit.
Which, how the fuck are they gonna do anything with fucking John Halo after what happens in the finale? Like, unless they're gonna bring in some actual necromantic bullshit, I don't know how the fuck they're gonna bring him back.
I think what they're gonna do is just have it be that he's not gone. That she could just take over from time to time without harming him.
That still doesn't make any sense because he fucking... God, I guess we should wait till we get there, but...
Yeah.
I mean, he's fucking dead, so...
Yeah, I don't know. Bebop preemptively announced season 2, then it was cancelled, so there's hope. I mean, yes, there is hope, but I mean, realistically, this is something they're probably going to try and film and get ready to release for around the same time next year. Assuming they're going by, like, regular TV show schedules, because, I don't really know how most TV shows do it now, but when I was a kid, when I was in high school and stuff, shows usually worked on a yearly schedule. It's like, hey, this show's coming back for season 3, and it's going to start, the first weekend of September, like it did in the previous year and the previous year.
I am here.
Welcome back. We are discussing pain. Anyways, there's something to mention here. about the Blessed One too. Like another thing. I thought about this after the fact. So they don't do any scans of her, so they don't find out about her laser nail, right?
Yeah.
So what? Okay, so what other possible plot might the Covenant do when they release a captive back to the humans? Can you think of anything?
Well, depends. If you just want to cause chaos and terror, put a bomb in it. If you want to see where they might take them for a debriefing, put a fucking tracking beacon in it.
Yep, exactly.
Like there are just so many things. Like they should be very worried about every single prisoner. Anybody that says that they were a prisoner of the Covenant, that person should be immediately quarantined and isolated.
Exactly. They go straight back to Reach with this bitch without doing a scan on her to see if there's any fucking foreign bodies in her. Because they should know about the laser nail if they do, and they don't. So
yeah. However, you then have to ask, so if they didn't do a scan of her, what the fuck is that on the screen behind her head?
Oh my god, I just imagine something. How dark would that be? Fucking... Oh my god. Like, so they get a group of fucking, like, prisoners back, like, I don't know, let's say 4 or 5 prisoners, and then they just take them back to Reach without fucking doing any scans or anything. And then on the operating table, all of the fucking hunter worms just burst out of these fucking people and just start ransacking the fucking facility.
Dude, that would be fucking... That would actually be a really, like, good way to showcase just how, like, little the Covenant think about humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty fascinating way. But yeah, so, and again, so they obviously had to have scanned her to get this thing on the screen, but it didn't pick up the weird nail at all?
Yeah, because... Slight spoiler, even though we're going to spoil the entire show. Yeah. There's an entire microchip under her nail.
Yes.
Yeah.
For the thing.
It's not just her fingernail itself. It actually goes into the finger and everything.
Yeah, when she pulls it out, there's like a solid inch of fucking... Yeah, there's like a solid inch of chip, and it's just... How are they not picking that up on a scan? That makes no sense.
Made fun of me and shitposting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Anyways, on to everyone's favorite fucking scene. The best scene in the entire show. Fucking Mr. Chump locks Halsey in a room and tries to fucking kill her again. He spouts off a bunch of fucking claptrap about a brilliant scientist who accidentally killed himself with a decontamination system in which he forgot to build a failsafe. How does a guy forget to build a failsafe when he does it for literally everything fucking else he does? Like, I suppose it's possible, but come on. The automatic overrides in the lab didn't work. Still don't. That was the end of this dude. So, So if you're... Okay, I have this here in my notes, so I'll just keep reading. Wouldn't they have fucking fixed this problem in the year since his death if they lost a brilliant fucking scientist who modernized the entire fleet if he accidentally killed himself this way?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would have been like the first thing they would be like, okay, we gotta fix that shit. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have left it.
The worst part isn't the burning, it's the liquefaction. They're mopping up buckets of the dude for days. Halsey will receive an absurd amount of radiation from this decontamination process.
Yeah. Which just makes you beg a question. What decontamination process uses radiation to fucking decontaminate it? That seems like that's contaminating it. What the fuck is happening?
It's oxymoronic. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like I can understand if it was that liquid. There's a liquid that can literally burn concrete and dirt, and actual medical companies use that to clean their equipment within an inch of its life. But no, it's radiation that's going to do the cleaning for some reason.
Well, no, such you don't get
Yeah.
it. The Great War and Fallout was actually a decontamination of Earth.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh my fucking god. But I'm just pissed off at the fact that he tried to kill Halsey before, and they don't do anything about it. He's still allowed to walk around the ship freely. Nothing is done about it. Just nothing. They just ignore the fact that he tried to fucking kill her. And then in the next episode, because they chose to ignore it, he tries to kill her again. Keep in mind, all this because she fucking lied about their childhood.
Yep.
During a genocide war, he's throwing a fucking fit because she lied.
Yep.
He's going to fucking kill her because of it.
Excuse me.
Cortana tries to convince Chump to let Halsey out as she begs for him to stop. Chump keeps telling Cortana to make him do it. She says she can't. So yeah, it's this back and forth that goes on as the clock is counting down. And
Which, spoiler alerts, she actually can do it, by the way.
She can, yeah.
Yeah.
She just lies to him.
I understand, like, it does make sense that he would be pissed off after she shut him down in the previous episode, and you might want to figure out where that goes. This is not the way to fucking do it. This is
Yeah.
that, Mr. Chief has earned several executions already. This is like another 5 to add to the list from this alone. Holy shit.
Yeah. Especially with what happens right at the end of this scene.
Yeah.
Mm.
One thing I will say about the show, I don't like... Okay, I don't know if it's the actors most of the time or if it's the directing that's just really shit, but most of the characters don't really... They don't really stand out as being too impressive to me. I will say, I do like the actress who plays Halsey. If by some miracle I was chosen to make a Halo show and actually be accurate to the fucking actual lore, I'd probably keep this actress for Halsey. She does do a good job with the material she's given, but the material she's given is utter dog shit.
Yeah.
Chump waits until the timer runs out to pull Halsey out, but she's likely fucked at that point anyways, as the process has already fucking started. Like, the smoke, or gas or whatever is being pumped into the chamber when he opens the door and pulls her out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she should already be fucking poisoned, basically. Like, she's been hit with the radiation now, but the show just says, like, nah, it's not how it works.
No.
Yeah.
She has to bathe in it for at least a solid, few seconds before it actually does anything. No, motherfucker. No. It hit her. It's in her skin. It's in her fucking system now.
It's like falling into a puddle of radioactive waste, I guess. If you can get completely submerged, but if you get out in 2 seconds, it's a 2-second rule. You're completely fine. There's no damage at all.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work that way. At all. Not at fucking all.
No. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous. And it's just so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this next line actually fucking mystifies me, because I have no idea what he's referring to. Don't get too comfortable. I just needed to know your AI's limits. I have no plans to save you from what's next. Mr. Chef, what's next?
Yeah. This is never brought up ever again.
Yeah, because he doesn't actually know what's going to happen next because, most people can't see into the fucking actual future.
Mm.
I can't tell you what's going to happen 5 minutes from now. Maybe the stream will continue on as normal. Maybe planet Earth will fucking blow up and we're all dead. You can't predict. Like, what's going to happen next? Is she going to get killed by the Covenant? Is he going to report her to the UNSC to get her arrested? Like, what is next?
Yeah.
Is crazy internet going to die and we're going to lose the stream again? Who knows?
No.
I'm so tired of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why this line exists except to, like, "Oh, it's a badass line. I have no plans to save you from what's next." Without actually considering what's next.
Yeah.
Like, what he should know to be what's next.
Well, you see, he read the script. That's how a lot of this, happens.
Yeah. Anyways, this is just stupid beyond fucking belief. He should be executed for trying to kill her again. He should get in serious trouble for this stunt and should have gone through... Sorry, I'm just reading my notes. He should get in serious trouble for this stunt and should have gone through with it at that point. He's gone completely off the reservation. Because, yeah, if you're going to go this far, why not just finish the fucking job? Because, like, either way, you're fucked. Why not just fucking do it? You know?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been good for what happens later because she fucks up everything. So, yeah, it probably would have been better if he fucking killed her.
Yeah. Anyways, we move on to this fucking another goddamn sci-fi room. I'm so sick of this shit. The Blessed One is being treated. A human living amongst the Covenant is unheard of. Is she a refugee or enemy combatant? We'll consider her to be both. What?
Now, again, this is incredibly awkward dialogue. I get what they were trying to go for is like, we can treat her as a refugee, but we need to understand there's a serious likelihood and enemy combatant. What? Did I?
Yeah, just slightly.
You started to. Yeah, you started to, and then you came back.
No. Okay, weird. Yeah, so this is incredibly awkward, stilted dialogue and everything. What they were basically trying to get at is the same thing. You want to hope that they're a refugee, but you prepare for them being an enemy combatant.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just really, really, like, crude. Like, what do we consider her as? Like, they should all know this. These are members of the Admiralty Board, or what we have to assume is ONI, because they never mention it's ONI. They never mention ONI at all in this show.
Yeah. They say she'll give information only if she could speak to Chief. Well, she did see him after her escape pod opened. Why don't they question why she will only speak to him?
Yeah.
Because that's really fucking weird. I want to speak to this one specific soldier. What?
Mm-hmm.
One of the Admiral dudes rightly calls out the fact that the mission matters, and Chief left his post. It's his fault the artifact is gone. Admiral whatever gives a snarky comment. It's the mission that matters, not marine... Sorry, it's the mission that matters, not marine lives, says the man who never put on the uniform. Which...
And again, like, they're an admiral. They have a uniform, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Again, this is the price. This is the price of command. This is why you don't fraternize with the lower fucking ranks. Because you are going to have to, and this is explained to John in the books, you are going to have to order your men into certain death, and you will have to accept that loss and carry that weight with you forever.
Yeah.
But you have to do it. And it's shown time and time again in Halo Fall of Reach that they order men to die, like when they order the orbital repair refinery to cock block the plasma torpedoes, so everybody on the orbital refinery dies. When the Admiral orders the longsword fighter to literally detonate the nuke and commit suicide to try to blow up the Covenant destroyer, he fucking dies, of course.
Yeah.
Like, again, you have to, when shit is on the line, and you know not everybody's coming back alive, you have to make the call, and then you have to own that call forever. That's one of the burdens of leadership. Not everybody's going to make it home. No matter how hard you try, no matter how diligent you plan your operations, no matter how sure you are that it's going to be a milk run, not everybody's going to make it home. That's just the reality of it. Shit happens.
Anyways,
I just realized we get We get best boy in this episode. We get the second best character in the show in this episode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That is coming up. Anyways, another Admiral lady agrees with the first guy. 2 Spartans failed to perform as designed. And they say that Admiral Hood is considering dismantling Section 3 and putting the Spartans under direct UNSC command. Admiral whatever says people called her paranoid, assuming there's a plot against her. She takes this as proof that there was one. Which, no.
No. Yeah.
They're completely justified in their beliefs when 2 of your Spartans are acting like fucked up weirdos.
Yeah. One Spartan is actively trying to kill high-value personnel because his fifis got hurt, and the other one literally had a meltdown and couldn't function in a battle that people's lives depended on because she got sad.
And by the way, her freak out, like, again, we've pointed this out numerous times, she should have died there. The fact that she survived is just a matter of the writers doing whatever the fuck they want.
Yep.
Burning it down and pissing on the ashes.
And the only reason she survives is for some bullshit that happens later. Just brace yourself for the fucking bullshit that is Kai later.
And I got something to say about that scientist dude when we get to that part too.
Oh my god, yes.
Anyways, the committee says they need results or they'll find someone to blame. Yeah, and that's going to lead into something else a little later as well.
Yep.
Chump goes to talk to the Blessed One, and the door guard says to him, these squid heads don't take hostages. She's one of them, no doubt. Yeah, he's fucking right.
Yeah.
This is...
How no one else thought of this. They never take prisoners. They literally glass planets and execute civilians, even babies and children.
Yes.
But they took her for some reason.
Random, nameless door guard soldier is the character who has shown the most logic and common sense in this entire fucking show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Random MP has the most logic in this entire show.
Yeah, not anyone in command, not any of the significant characters. This random nameless guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's a bunch of useless fucking back and forth between Chump and dumb bitch. If the other artifact is here, you're in great danger. Where did they take it? To a planet named blah 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 in a system you call blah. How would she know what the humans call it unless it was meant to be a trap?
Yeah.
Because, even on Earth, different, like, societies have different names for, places. Like, this is a situation I actually talked about on stream before. Don't the Japanese call their homeland Nippon?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Nihon.
Nihon. Which is obviously is not what we call it, Japan. It's just the fact that if you were ever to run into a fucking alien species, there's a guarantee that they'll call our planet something different than what we call it, and vice versa. If we have observed their planet many light years away, we're going to name it fucking whatever name. The system, and then with a number, like whatever 3.
Yeah.
This is what Star Trek does, at least. I forget the planet that Khan is marooned on, but that's what they do there. We would do something like that with their planet, whereas they would call their own planet something like, I don't know, Global Dop or whatever.
well, given the Covenant, it'd probably be something like Tranquility or Sanctuary, or because they go for the whole.
I was talking more generalized aliens, but yeah.
Yeah, but if we want to keep it in towards what the Covenant would actually do, they would actually call it like these things.
Yeah, we would call it something like Alpha Centaurus 3, and then they'd be like, "Oh, that's Tranquility."
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's not because it's not for lack of creativity. It's just where the star system is Alpha Centauri, and then you break down. Well, it's the third planet in the star system, so 3.
Yes. And yeah, someone pointed out in chat, Germany is Deutschland, and China is Sino? So yeah, you would encounter that type of thing with alien species. So why would this, again, this should be raising red flags. Why would it not raise red flags? The Covenant call it this, you call it that.
Yeah.
Why would you know both? This seems
I don't know.
like a trap.
I don't know how she would know, but by the way, spoilers, chat. She's actually telling the fucking truth.
Yeah.
That's how dumb it is. She's actually telling the fucking truth. Oh my sweet
That makes
Jesus.
it so much worse too. It's like, why would you actually tell them where the Covenant are? Why wouldn't you point them to this fucking dead planet no one gives a shit about?
And why the fuck did the Covenant take it to the dead planet that no one gives a shit about? Why didn't they have it on High Charity, for God's sake?
Yeah, especially since they've already fucking shown us High Charity exists in this timeline.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's so retarded.
But if you guys want to know an amusing story, here in Indiana, we have the Amish, who are descendants of the Pennsylvania Dutch. The Pennsylvania Dutch are not Dutch. They were the Pennsylvania Deutschlanders. Germans. But because Americans are stupid, they saw Deutschlander, and they thought, oh, they mean Dutchlander. So, Pennsylvania Dutch. Welcome to America. That's how a lot of things happened because we had so many immigrants coming over. So, hey, congratulations.
I also like this comment in chat because this relates to something a little later. Why the fuck did they even tell her? Yeah.
Oh,
why
yeah.
Why the fuck did they even tell her, considering what they think about her?
Yeah, when we get to what they actually think, yes.
Yeah.
Prepare yourself. No, it isn't that we're extremely stupid. Remember, when the United States, when so many immigrants, when we had the massive immigrant waves to the United States for new work, for new opportunities to literally live the American dream, you have tens of thousands of people going through Ellis Island every single day. Imagine keeping up with that paperwork and not making a clerical error here or there. Like, instead of calling someone Fritz, call them, like, Fruits. You see what I mean? Like, you have these just errors that happen because you're filling out so much paperwork. It's the mind-numbing tedium of the constant paperwork grind. The bureaucracy creating errors because you need to actually have this paperwork. It is actually important. So you had all kinds of stuff like that, where, like, a bunch of Italians, their Italian family name was too difficult, so the guy who was doing the interview, or the guy, girl, whoever, at Ellis Island was doing the interviews to bring him into the country, would be like, well, your city name is easier, so I'm just going to say you're this from here instead, and then they would just drop the from, and so now they became whatever. It's one of the plots in the Godfather movies, where Vito Corleone, he's only named that because he comes from Corleone. And they couldn't say his actual last name, so they just said, okay, Vito Corleone is your name now.
Anyways, I should have been a little bit more clear with this note when I wrote it down, but I believe Mr. Chump says, can you show me where it is? And she replies, I've never been there. It's a holy place for them. And then she...
Which keep in mind that exact sentence he said, because there should be some red flags, not only going off for Chief, but for her, but she's too fucking dumb.
Yeah, absolutely. And for once, Chump is completely right, because he lays it out very clearly right here. The Covenant slaughtered hundreds of people, took the artifact, then she drops from the sky offering to get it back. Yeah, this is really fucking weird. Literally, everyone's suspicion of this girl should be fucking maximum, and I don't know why it isn't.
Yeah. And even more so, I get that you're trying not to come off as the bad guys here, but there's a lot of potential improvised weaponry you are leaving in this prisoner's room.
Yes.
Because you haven't cleared her yet as being not an enemy combatant.
Yeah. Now,
And
obviously she's not going to take down all of Reach with what's in this room, but she can still fucking kill people with it.
Yeah, and humans, while we're in a genocide war especially, we kind of want as many of us to survive as possible. So even having one of us die is really bad. But even better, what if she is a sleeper agent and stuff like that, and you're trying to be like, well, we can get information from her. She figures out that her cover's been blown and she kills herself with something here.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, you lost an asset.
Yeah. It's also weird that her fucking prison cell is literally like the equivalent of a fucking 5-star hotel room.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
She gets TV and everything, and she can like request like reading materials. Oh, dude, it's so fucking weird.
This prison cell is bigger than my entire bedroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is actually very spacious. I would fucking love this room, even though the walls are made of concrete.
Yeah.
Anyways, tell me why I should trust you. Because I'm like you. You don't know? The Covenant calls me the Blessed One. And then we get flashbacks from episode 2 to the fucking mystical weirdo black man who's acting like a dog for some reason.
Yeah.
The guy who's just he's just spazzing out all the time. And it's really uncomfortable anytime he's on screen because he's acting so crazy and weird.
Deus Vault Infidel. Her prison cell has a bed. I don't even have a bed. Oh,
well, I
shit.
mean, I probably wouldn't want that bed. I like my bed up against the wall. Because I don't know, just... Why do I like my bed against the wall? I've just always liked the one side against the wall, so it's like... there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
I'm the same
that's
way.
why I have it too, so...
Yeah, I've never understood.
I just think for me, I just want it out of the way.
Yeah, it gives more room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand if it's like a couple sharing a bed. It's like, yeah, let's put it against, like, the headboard is against the wall, but it's in the middle of the room otherwise, so you can access both sides of the bed. But if it's just you, then yeah, I don't get why some people just put it in the middle.
Yeah, I had my bed in the middle for a while, but I just had no fucking room, so I rearranged it and put it back against the wall like it used to be.
Mm.
Yeah, I prefer it this way.
Anyways, Chump freaks out and leaves. Tells Keys about the system. The planetary system that she told him about. And UNSC began scanning for planets that could support Covenant life. Why are you assuming that it has to support Covenant life? Because what you know of Covenant life is jackals and grunts and I guess elites at this point. You don't know what the prophets are, what they look like. What if they, these holiest of beings to the Covenant, what if they require a completely different environment from the entire rest of the Covenant? And because these are these holy beings to them, that it's the rest of the Covenant who has to go their way to put themselves in suits to survive in an environment that would be unique to the prophets. Like, it's just an assumption on UNSC's part that it needs to support the species they've run into rather than the leadership. Right?
Yeah.
Also, we finally get to the next scene. I literally have in my notes here, fuck, I forgot about this shit. Halsey interrogation / debriefing scene. Keys and Admiral whatever use magic tech to astral fucking project into the interrogation room so they can see and hear the interrogation without actually being seen or heard. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
This is one of the more bizarre things this show has done, and I don't understand why you would introduce this technology to your fucking world.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
this fucks up so much shit.
It does.
Because
Oh my god.
they don't actually show what the like range or limits to this thing are. Is it purely for the interrogation room, or can people just go anywhere with this fucking astral projection tech? Like,
Yeah, imagine.
Like, there's a secret meeting among the Admiralty going on in this room elsewhere in the building. Let me just fucking astral project into there and hear all this top secret information that I shouldn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the weird thing is, like, this is either really useful or it's really dangerous, because it's like, okay, well, so the reason why it would be a downside is you're basically unconscious in this room while your your other form is in the interrogation room. So if somebody were to walk into that room, kind of like Miranda fucking does later,
yes,
and they just decide, well, I'm just going to shoot both these fuckers right here, and they're not going to do it. They're basically asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So
even better, they can like telepathically talk to each other, because they talk through the astral projection, but only they can hear it.
Yeah.
So, and
it's like, okay, so either this thing is super detrimental, which in the way I described, but if it's that detrimental, then surely the fucking upsides would have to outweigh that. So, because otherwise you would just use, security cameras and a microphone system so you could listen in. It would just be as simple as that. Mm-hmm. But in order for them to be like, to be willing to take this kind of risk, surely you must be able to use this thing basically anywhere in the building.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a massive security risk, especially as Pagan mentioned. Miranda Keyes just fucking walks into this room, and both of these two chuckle fucks are surprised when she pops into existence in the fucking interrogation room.
Yeah, meaning you have no awareness of your own body when you're in these things. So if somebody comes into that room where you're unconscious, you don't know that they're there. You're just fucked.
Yeah. Anyways, Keyes and Admiral whatever are talking back and forth. He thinks it's a bad idea that she's using Halsey as a scapegoat. Admiral whatever says questions are limited to cloning for some reason. I don't know why. Why would it be limited to, because of Cortana?
I think that, and because they don't want to get into what the Spartan program is, because this looks like it's going to be a JAG sort of like system.
No, I know, but why would questions be limited specifically to cloning if they're scapegoating Halsey?
Because I think if they then start going into the Spartan program, it'll be harder to scapegoat her. But then, again, this is if we were talking logically. However, we find out later that it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Because they're going to scapegoat her anyways.
Also, this interrogation ends up getting interrupted. We'll get to that momentarily, and it never continues. We don't see an outcome from this interrogation. It just happens.
Yep.
It just happens here, and then it's over. Key says that Halsey is smarter than both of us, and Admiral whatever says, I'm counting on that. I guess because Halsey is going to think her way out of the situation. It just comes across as more like generic fucking drama dialogue.
Yeah. Also, I want to do a spoiler warning here, chat. This is that whole thing of if you think you're the smartest person in the room and you know for a fact you're the smartest person in the room, don't be the one that instigates or be the one that's directly asked questions. Get a mediator between you, because you're likely to start slipping up because you think everyone else is too dumb to figure it out. This might happen quite often in court, by the way. Oh, God.
Now, see, the funniest part about that is you could be referring to numerous things right now, and I don't know if you have a specific one in mind, or just a selection.
I do.
This is a generic thing, but this did happen in the most publicized trial of all fucking time in human history.
I'm just making sure, because there's other examples that sprung to my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one that sprung to my mind. I was just like,
It's, oh, God. So again, when people are genuinely smart, then they start underestimating other people because, well, they're not as smart as I am.
Well, not just people who are genuinely smart, people who aren't smart but think they're smarter than others.
Yeah. Now, in this context, Dr. Halsey is supposed to be genuinely smart.
Yes. Now, by the show's own writing, she isn't, but the claim is that she is.
Yeah. And she genuinely is supposed to be in this universe. Because she makes the Flash cloning, she makes the Spartan program, you know. So she genuinely has to be intelligent. However, she underestimates people constantly. And it's like, it's the smart ones you really have to be careful of, because they're the ones that can sink everything because they think that they're so smart and they can weasel around and talk through anything.
Yeah.
It's why the old saying is a lawyer will never represent themselves because they know better. A lawyer will always hire another lawyer to do it.
Wayne the Anti-Wizard Dennison? Wasn't he on Johnny Depp's side? Wayne Dennison? Yeah, I thought he was. He was the one who
sure.
He was the one who crossed most of the expert witnesses. Anyways, that doesn't really matter. Let's just move on with this because I want to get this done as soon as fucking possible.
Yeah.
Mr. Chump interrupts the interrogation to confront Halsey, and the interrogator just leaves for some reason. How the fuck can he just walk into this, like, highly important military interrogation? Setch, you were in the military. Is that something happen? If two high-ranking people are, like, in an interrogation with each other, are you able to just strut in there and demand answers for something one of them did?
Oh, fuck no. Holy shit. Do you think you would be allowed to go in a fucking broom closet without orders? Oh, hell no. If for whatever reason, this is how dumb military bureaucracy can get, okay? Sergeant High has a fantastic, he's Angry Cops. But Sergeant High has a fantastic video to show just how dumb bureaucracy can get in the military.
Barack Obama.
And I'll explain another thing that's so incredibly stupid, but this is the kind of level we're working at here. Sergeant High, he's a drill sergeant, but when he's not doing drill sergeant, he is a sergeant for an engineering corps. And he got told by his commanding officers to do a task. So one of his other sergeants started filming him, and they said, "Hey, Sergeant High, what are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm moving sandbags from here 10 feet over to there." And they're like, "Huh? Why are you doing that?" And he goes, "Do I look like I fucking know?" But what's even better is, so you will get told to guard something. Doesn't matter what the fuck you get told to guard. You can have an MP that's standing next to a broom closet. If they were told to be there, they're gonna fucking guard it. If you come up to that broom closet, they're gonna be like, "Who the fuck are you? Hold on. What's your rank? What do you need in this fucking closet?" Doesn't matter that it's a broom closet. You know it's a broom closet. The MP knows it's a broom closet. It doesn't fucking matter. The MP was put there for a reason. You ain't coming in. It's like, oh my god.
So you can't just strut into a military interrogation and demand answers from one of the participants.
Well, let's put it this way. You could get in the door, and then you're facing the floor.
I just want to make sure the show is accurate to real life.
Yeah. If it was truly accurate to real life, Miranda would have been foaming at the mouth, spasming on the ground as she's getting tasered and dragged back across the floor out of the room.
Oh man, it's the same fucking guard too. It's the same based fucking guard that's doing it too. I'd be so fucking happy. I'd be cheering him on even more. All right, I'll be right back. You guys keep going.
Yeah,
all right.
Mars Ninja. Yes, there is a story. It's not that one exactly, but that one surprised me. But Mars Ninja says, wasn't there a story about soldiers that were ordered to guard a bench as a tradition? It turns out the order was there initially to let the paint dry on the bench. Yep, that's how traditions tend to happen.
Anyways, the point I'm making should be clear. It's not that Halo has to abide by reality. It's the fact that what Mr. Chump is doing here is insanely fucking off protocol for any military. It just wouldn't be accepted. There's no reason him confronting Halsey had to happen this way, aside from I guess Miranda to learn a bit of information. It doesn't actually lead anywhere. It's really dumb.
Yeah. This is just incredibly stupid on multiple levels.
Yes. And yeah, the interrogator just gets up and walks away, never to be seen again. Never to impact anything again. Keyes wants to stop it. Admiral whatever says no. He'll think we're complicit. Whatever says...
Also, let's just say that right there is incredibly stupid as well. Chief, you barged into a fucking interrogation of a high-value target.
That you've tried to kill numerous times.
Yeah, I should say, not a high-value target. A
high-value
VIP.
asset.
Yeah, we'll put it that way.
Anyways. Go ahead.
So, again, he wouldn't think you're complicit. He'd be like, oh, yeah, I am, breaching protocol pretty heavy here. And the fucking admiral will be like, you fucking think? What the fuck is wrong with you?
But Jacob correctly points out that they are complicit, but as such said, that wouldn't matter. They have a good enough reason to go in and stop it.
Yeah.
Just further showing how fucking retarded the show is. It is infuriating. Chump asks why she did it. Halsey says, nothing I could say will make any sense until the benefits are manifest. She just has to accept... Sorry, I just have to accept that you'll hate me.
Again! Makes...
Huh?
Go ahead, because I'm about ready to go crazy on this line, too.
Aren't the benefits already manifest, considering the Spartans are doing a really good job of saving people? Like, they're still losing to the Covenant, but less people are dying, and more Covenant are being taken out, specifically due to the existence of the Spartans.
Yes,
is that
absolutely.
Benefit enough already?
Yeah. I don't get this whole thing of, like, until it's thing. It's like, these aren't the fruits of your labor, you dumb idiot. These are random unknown variables caused by this fucking artifacts. Like, Jesus, come on. You didn't plan for this. Fuck off.
Yeah. The weird part, too, is she seems to be acting like the benefits that need to manifest are finding the Halo, which she only found out about, like, 3 days ago.
Yeah. It's just so fucking weird. So fucking shit on multiple levels.
Anyways, why does he do this right now, at this exact moment, instead of any other time since learning this happened? He tried to kill her fucking twice. It didn't once ask why she did it. But now he suddenly does when it's convenient for, I guess, Miranda to hear?
Yeah, because she's gonna walk into the interrogator seat box thing.
Yeah.
Which is just like, what the fuck?
Anyways, Halsey gives a bunch of claptrap. I was planning for the future of humanity. Natural evolution was failing. Humans are hardwired for conflict and selfishness. I knew they needed a force that could prevent conflict before it started. Spartans were meant to protect us from ourselves. At least some of that is true when it comes to the rebels.
Kind of, but
kind of.
Then again, this is some leftist propaganda fucking bullshit. Humans aren't hardwired for conflict. Humans are hardwired to protect what's theirs. This often leads to conflict, but there is a fucking difference. Humans don't like when they are the ones fucked with, or they or theirs fucked.
Yeah.
That's why humans are very social creatures. We will protect our friends and family. We don't go into conflict because we just want to go into conflict all the fucking time. It's most often we go into conflict because we want to protect the man, woman, child next to us.
Yeah. I'm like that with my friends. Seth, you remember that video I made on Acertard back in November after you guys had the debate with him?
Yeah.
I made that because he went after you two. Not because of anything he said about me.
Yeah. This is just fucking crazy. It's like, I hate it because it's this whole concept of like, people fight in wars in the military because they want to kill. It's like, no, you fight in the military because you genuinely love the man and woman beside you. You don't want to let them down. You want to fight for them. That's the thing that every time somebody has earned the Medal of Honor and they've tried to figure out what makes a Medal of Honor recipient tick, and they've always come back to one truth, and it's that the Medal of Honor recipient loved the people around them. And they were willing to put their lives on the line so that the people that they loved would be spared.
This again applies to Halo Reach as well, because this is something they constantly reinforce through the book, is no one is doing this because they want to kill aliens or whatever. They're doing it because they want to protect humanity. They want to protect their team.
Yeah, the guy in the longsword fighter that detonated the nuke, he didn't do it because he was going to get a good body count or anything. He did it because he genuinely believed that his sacrifice, him dying and the nuke going off, would allow the UNSC destroyer to escape. Would allow those people, those comrades in arms he had fought beside, to live another day. The reason the people on the repair dock that weren't combat personnel at all, they were just engineering staff. The reason that they willingly put themselves in the line of fire to die was so that the human fleet could live and they could beat the Covenant back and protect the people of the planet below. I just hate this fucking lefty nonsense of that humans are hardwired for conflict. No, we actually aren't. We're hardwired to protect what we most treasure about ourselves and about those around us. That's why we are social creatures.
Anyways, yeah. At this point, Miranda just walks in and joins the tech actual projection. We already talked about this, but this is the point where it happens.
Yeah.
Chump wants to know about the kidnapping. Halsey explains they needed kids to do the training. They were replaced with flash clones made to die to cover it up. That's something they actually don't mention in Fall of Reach. They do say they were replaced with flash clones, but not flash clones intended to die. I was curious about the lore there. Is there any more to that, or is that all we know?
I think that's all. Well, that's all I know so far.
So,
I haven't done the rest of the deep dive into the books yet.
Okay, so potentially, clone John Halo is out there living a normal life.
Yeah.
Okay. That raises a question too. Why wouldn't they use their clones for the training? Or is there something inherent about clones that just doesn't work for the kind of brutality they put them through?
It's what Halsey explained. Remember her whole thing about, like, why don't we just remove their memories? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that?
Yeah, but...
Memories, if they got their memory... It's the same concept. You don't know for sure that a Flash clone is going to be the exact same as the original. You have no idea. So it's just another variable you don't want to have on the table.
Just as a hypothetical, if you were to Flash clone someone, there's a possibility it could go wrong, and he might be cloned without a liver.
Or, who knows, he might be cloned, and one of the cloning sequences fucked up and he has cancer.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at, but I was using a more obvious and extreme example just for the sake of making the point.
Yeah.
Okay. You lied to us for years while we fought and killed for you. Not for me. Any challenge to the status quo is thought to be mad and bad and morally reprehensible until people see the benefits.
And this is so stupid. This is the whole, like, I am a rebel and I'm breaking down the system and people will thank me in the future because I was such a visionary. Oh my god. Sometimes visionaries are not saviors. They are the devil.
Yeah.
Fucking again, it's this usual propaganda nonsense here. It's like, no, sometimes like people genuinely hate it because they can see where the thing leads, and you so deep in the trench can't see where it leads. It's that whole concept of it's always good to get a fresh set of eyes on it, not because they might be, not because they might know more than you or whatever. That doesn't even have to be the case. But somebody that is not in the trenches, that's not been digging and bleeding and sweating the entire time, can see the obvious that you've ignored because you've been digging your trench line for so fucking long. The Fall of Reach animation spelled it out too. If I could have used the clones, I would have, but the damn things broke down faster than we could make them.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, well, there you go.
Alrighty then. Who knew? Who was in on it? When you're fighting an existential war, people don't ask too many questions. They just want results. You brought them results. I knew the artifact could unlock your memories, but it was worth it to unlock the mysteries of the artifacts. They upended everything I thought I knew about the universe. You have some innate connection to the Halo. It will lead our species beyond its current limitations. What? You don't even know what the fucking Halo is. What if it's just a Dyson sphere without being an entire sphere?
A Dyson ring.
A Dyson ring, yeah.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that's what it would be. What if that's it? What if it's not a weapon? What if it's just like, we ran out of room on the planet, so let's build a space station with an atmosphere and like that actually has its own outdoors that people could go to and live on.
What if it's just a fucking zoo?
Yeah.
And all you just happened to get like a pamphlet or like an advertising kiosk or whatever that has deteriorated over time and now has other unintended effects.
Yes. What if it's like a vacation spot, a high-class resort?
Yeah.
Look at these beautiful vistas of mountains and rivers and oceans that's on this artificial ring. Like
and again, what if it's a giant 400 food canning plant? Well, let's be honest with what Halo actually is. Of course, what 343 turned the Flood into, that it was just like corrupted dog food or bullshit.
What the fuck?
That's being hyperbolic, but essentially it was like some food source that got corrupted or something, and then they fucked with it, and then they turned it into the Flood.
What?
So it was like, oops.
That's the most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard.
Rapid growth of clones as a whole, humans is a factor in breaking down. Human cloning technology is great, but not that great. Oh, there you go. Yeah, feel free. Anybody that actually knows 343 Halo lore, let me know if that's true. That's what I've always heard is like the biggest thing. And I know Oz has said it before because he's so fucking annoyed. Onion ring disease. Oh, God.
Anyways, Halsey finishes with, let's finish what we started. And Mr. Chump is just like, I'll finish without you.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Hang on.
Oh.
I gotta be right back 1 second.
Oh, no. Both my hosts have abandoned me. I can't believe
I'm
back.
I've been staying here.
I've been back. I just didn't want to interrupt you guys because you guys were going on really well. So I was like, oh, I'll mention I'm back when they're done.
All right. They fed alien dust to their dogs made from psychic aliens. I have to assume you're shitposting. Cognital defects increased 42%. Incidence of Parkinson Plus syndrome increased 67%. With brain/memory replication, there's an 82% chance of dementia, schizophrenia, and brain cancers. Jesus Christ, the flesh cloning really wasn't stable. The average half-life physiology in Todo is 14.7 weeks. Wow. Yeah, the dust was from the precursors, and the flood that resulted from their introduction into the pet species led to what they call the shaping sickness or something like that. I feel like I'm really going to despise 343 lore the more I learn about it. I hope that's not true, what you just said. $10 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. It was another alien race before the Forerunners called the Precursors that turned themselves into powder that then got turned into a food source that then became corrupt and became the Flood.
I'm back.
Can I just die, please?
If even a fraction of this is true, Christ on a fucking cross.
Oh my god, Oz was right! Holy shit!
Is that really the origin of the Flood?
Oh my god.
Is that really the origin of the Flood?
Seems so. Oh god. Eventually, so they fed it to them until eventually they became the Flood. Holy fuck.
This is fucking retarded. What the fuck? Why would you take
Wow.
the Flood and give them such a stupid fucking backstory?
Yeah.
Fuck!
Wow, Oz was right. It's sentient dog food. Holy shit.
This existential threat to all life in the fucking universe is because of some dog food gone bad. Actually, go fuck yourself, 343. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're starting to understand why people don't like their fucking manner of telling things.
Yeah.
As far as I know, Bungie never explained what the origin of the Flood was. As far as I know.
See, that's the thing. You didn't need to explain what their origin was.
Exactly.
That's one of the things where it's better off if you don't explain. It's like the Borg. The Borg are better off the more mysterious they are. And that's one of the things that frustrates me most about...
You mean you didn't like the Queen?
That's one of the things that frustrates me most about the next generation of Star Trek. The Borg were initially a fucking horrifying enemy. And then you had Best of Both Worlds, which is a really, really, really fucking good two-parter. But when it comes to the Borg, it feels like they blew their load too early, because after that, they didn't really know what to fucking do with them. They had a plan to genocide them, and instead of that, they gave one a personality by teaching him things because he was cut off from the Borg. It's like, okay, yeah, there's something there, but it also defangs them. And then it just got worse and worse until we got to the fucking First Contact movie, which admittedly...
Picard has a great scene, though. The great scene of him freaking the fuck out was really good.
Well, see, I don't like that he freaks out in First Contact, because he's encountered the Borg numerous times since then, and he's been fine. Like,
yeah,
like especially with Hugh. He came down and observed Hugh, and it was just like normal. It was just this thing, this threat to him that was contained, and he's trying to figure out what to do about it. And he wanted it dead, and Guinan wanted it dead, and I almost said the Covenant, and the Borg dead, and then she goes down and sees him, and her perspective has changed because she's treating it like a normal Borg, when it isn't a normal Borg anymore. It's growing a personality. It's growing a curiosity about the world that it didn't have before, and it changes her perspective, and this alien creature, this woman who has seen her own species have to deal with the Borg, she is the one who went to Picard and said, you can't go through with it. You cannot genocide them. You have to go down there and see what he's become.
Yep.
And that is such a great moment of character growth of, these things are terrifying. They will wipe us out without remorse, but they're still living creatures that, under the right circumstances, can become unique individuals again. And maybe by letting him go as is, that might affect the larger Borg hive mind and break them from what they are.
And it does, to an extent, because
Yeah.
you have the Dreamers and everything.
Yeah.
That they're Borg that in their sleep cycle, they can walk freely in their mind and everything. Something they couldn't do before. They can actually, through the Borg link, can interact with other Dreamers, so they have their own kind of like secret society and everything.
Yeah. And it's just such a great moment of growth for Picard that I really enjoyed. I feel like First Contact just reels that back, that, oh, it's the Borg, now I'm having a PTSD fit. The line must be drawn here, and no further! We've got to kill them all! Like, what the fuck happened?
I think the First Contact should have happened before Hugh and everything, for sure.
Yeah, that would have made so much more sense if it was done in that order. Because it would be Picard growing and learning rather than regressing.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I want to watch TNG again.
You need to watch Deep Space.
Hmm?
We need to watch Deep Space Nine real bad.
We do. Anyways, Miranda comes in and says something to the effect of, I'm so sorry. I think he cuts her off, because I didn't really record notes for that part. Chump tells Miranda the Blessed One can interact with the artifact. He goes out in the hallway in a bit of a fucking rage, and he goes around a corner, and he just fucking spurts out. And to Cortana, he says, first chance I get, I'm cutting you out. Cortana tells him it will likely kill him, and she pleads that she's here to solve problems. And yeah, like, this has been inserted into his fucking brain. Of course, cutting her out is going to kill him.
I don't know how he ever thought, is like, Chief, you watched the procedure. You literally saw it, like, going into your brain. What the fuck? How the fuck do you think this is going to work?
Yeah. Anyways, Chump is mad at Cortana for some reason. I'm not sure it really matters. Nothing matters in this fucking show. They made it clear that nothing fucking matters. She asks him, what do I do now? He says, go solve problems. This is as he's stepping into an elevator and closes the elevator door. Fucking leaving her outside the elevator on the floor he just left. As if this fucking means anything. She's literally inside his head. Like, what the fuck even is this? They're treating it like a really shitty 90s, early 2000s drama. Like, in terms of writing. But this is a completely meaningless gesture.
Yeah. It literally, it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't do anything. She literally...
See, she phases out of existence because, you know, he's gone, the door's closed, and the elevator's changed floors. She's still with him. She can still talk to him. She can still hear his thoughts, apparently. Like, what the fuck is this?
God, just imagine if like the door opens and she's like, you can't get rid of me like that.
I mean, that's what the real Cortana probably would have done.
Yeah.
Because
granted, the real Cortana couldn't also project herself into existence in front of everyone else with no holo projectors.
Yeah. But yeah, she did have a bit of a playful side, especially in the book. Like, of course she would, the door would open, she's just there. Can't get rid of me that easily.
Well, again, she had a playful side in the games, too.
Yeah.
Like, I find myself rather content with 3. Make that 4 kills. Did you sleep well? No, thanks to your driving. So you did miss me.
One of the ones I really like is right before where you kill the prophet. Oh, he's talking about igniting the rings and fucking whatever. He's like, "Are you sure about that?" She just pretty much snaps her fingers and it's automatically translated to English. And the holy fires will burn. Blah 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 blah.
Yep, as we walk the path.
Oh, sounds like it to me. Could you imagine if this show was even half as good as the fucking games were? Jesus
holy
Christ.
shit. The genuine banter and personality between Cortana and Chief is fucking great.
Yeah.
Again, even in Halo 3. So what's the plan? Well, I figured I'd shoot my way out and see what goes from there.
Alright, so Kai asked Mr. Chump if the other I didn't complete my note there, that's weird. I guess she's asking Chump if the other Spartans know. Kai is upset about her parents thinking she's dead. Halsey wiped the records. Everything she told us was a lie. Not everything. We're still Spartans.
No, you and Kai are not. No, you have disobeyed orders and like gone off mission and gotten people killed a lot and tried to kill people a lot. Kai literally froze up on the battlefield like a pansy and let all those Marines die.
And nearly died herself. Should have died. I'm not gonna fucking let that one go.
Those two are not Spartans. Fuck off.
Yeah. Halsey / Admiral whatever have a confrontation. There's a bit of back and forth about the committee and theatrics. Halsey has dirt on Admiral whatever, and Admiral whatever is betting Halsey wouldn't want to share a prison cell, so she's reassigning her off planet. John gets justice, committee gets her scapegoat, and Halsey continues research. It's just more meaningless nothing. Miranda gets promoted to oversee the Spartan program, and Halsey's clearances are revoked.
Why was Miranda the one that was promoted?
Yes, I was just about to ask that. What does Miranda know about the Spartan program?
Yeah.
That makes her qualified to continue the work.
Considering we've seen her actually accept the flaws and everything in Kai, that's kind of damning on her job performance. She's accepting the quirks and off things that are causing the Spartans to malfunction. It's like,
Again, I have a bunch of little notes here in my selection of notes where I'm just like, I'm so sick of this fucking soap opera shit, please fucking kill me. It really reflects how genuinely I feel about this show.
Yeah.
Miranda is tending to Makee, mentions the ship Makee attacked, not knowing it was her. She mentions the transmission and asks if Makee can help verify the translation once it's cleaned up. Makee, by the way, is the Blessed One.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going a little too far there with the screenshots. I didn't actually get one of that. Mr. Chump goes to his Condor for a health diagnostic. He hallucinates Quan, which deprives us of having an episode without the dumb cunt. At least for now. A blight upon us all. Status abnormal. Report to medical immediately. I don't think that actually goes anywhere either. I think he ignores to go to medical immediately.
Yeah.
The system a key told the UNSC about. Nothing is found there. There's a reason the region has never been explored. There's nothing there. How would you know nothing is there if it hasn't been explored?
Yeah. That's the stupidest thing ever. That region has never been explored. There's nothing there. Do you understand what you just fucking said, you idiot?
Clearly not.
Oh God. Like if it's just so painful that these obvious statements like that. Surely you understand that's an oxymoron, right?
Yes.
Oxymoron. Come on, writer. Come on. You have to know, right?
And even if a planet has like nothing on its surface, what about what's inside the planet? What if there's valuable minerals in there that, what if these planets had the right materials to make armor as strong as the Covenant ships have? You know?
Yeah. It is just baffling that anybody could actually write these things and be like, hey, that place has never been explored. There's nothing there. Wait, so a place that you have never been, but you know what's there already? Are you fucking psychic? Like, so you know for a fact there's nothing there because you've been there and explored it, right? No, it's unexplored. Okay, so how do you know there's nothing there? Well, there is nothing there. Well, how do you know? Have you explored it? No, it's unexplored. Okay.
It's the most retarded circular logic. Also, I'm just looking at this fucking image here. What the fuck is this table? All your shit is gonna slide off of it and onto the floor.
Dude, that's not a table, Cree. That's when you want to have an impromptu sledding session.
I didn't take Halsey for the type. I didn't think that was her thing. Does she have Does she have?
How do you think she got Miranda? She had to go for a fucking tango at some point.
Oh, you meant you. Okay, you didn't mean actual sledding because I was about to say.
No, I did mean actual sledding, but then you said Miranda didn't seem the type, and I just spun it off from there.
Oh, Miranda. I fucked that up. Halsey doesn't seem the type. Yeah, like, does she have one of those, like, frisbee disc, sleds in there, or one of the magic carpets? Cree, that's a slide. she's got shit on it, though. There's, like, a weird, dumb sci-fi fucking bowl with shit in it. There's a... What the fuck is... What is this shit? Anyway, she's being spied on by the UNSC, but she doesn't seem to notice or care. There's no way for her to reach Cortana right now. And Nazi rapist scientist man comes in, and they have a back and forth about Cortana getting through. He says he's worked on the system for 30 years. This Nazi scientist guy doesn't look 50 years old, but whatever.
Yeah.
There's no way she could get through. Like, motherfucker, are you for real? She's a fucking AI. She's like 10,000 times smarter than you. I also say episode 9 can't come soon enough in my notes for a very particular reason.
Yes.
Halsey says, I didn't design Cortana to give up. It's not about giving up or not. It's that she would be smart enough to find a way through regardless.
Yeah.
Like, humans fail. There's going to be some way to get around the system or get through it.
again, think about it this way. When you're programming and you're looking at thousands upon thousands of lines of code because you're trying to put in redundancies and everything like that to make sure that if somebody brute forces in, there's a net to catch it or whatever. If you make a single typo, and I'm not talking about like instead of like fast, you put bast or dast or something like that. I don't mean like that. But you put an extra space somewhere accidentally, and it totally invalidates part of your code because now the spacing is wrong. Oops. Do you know how hard it is to find when you accidentally add a space behind a command and you didn't realize that you have two spaces here instead of one space? Imagine trying to find that when you're skimming through code looking for errors.
I do that I do that shit all the time when I'm even typing Discord messages or writing scripts where, oh hey, there's two spaces there accidentally. Like it just happens.
Now I'm pretty sure there are some code parsers that will fix that for you automatically. But this is the kind of point I'm trying to get at is these small little errors. What if you accidentally put a comma there instead of a period? What if you accidentally put this dash there instead of that? And you wouldn't realize it because it looks like normal code as you're going through unless you slow the fuck down and look at every single line. But then you've got to double check, hey, if this line is referencing another line, oops.
What if you comment a line of code out for testing and forget to uncomment it?
Yep.
There's so many things that could go wrong.
And again, like, if you're doing a security system, you're going to have thousands and thousands of lines of code because you're going to need to allow something to come in, and it's going to need to fit the key to go in the lock. So you're going to need to establish the lock. You're going to need to actually code the lock in and everything and explain why the lock works to the code itself so it understands how the locking system works to allow people in or not. Again, these things just fucking happen. Be thankful that there are people that are autistic enough to be code monkeys. Yeah, no worries. I was eating too. I got some pasta. It was tasty. I just feel, good lord, I can just imagine like lines of code. It would drive me fucking insane. I do not have the patience to code monkey, which is weird because I have the patience to do a lot of really menial, mundane fucking things. But code? Oh, hell no. My eyes start crossing and I'm just like, ugh.
Anyways, we get a short scene where Kai is having trouble talking to the other Spartans now because they're business only. I don't know why this scene exists. It doesn't seem to accomplish anything. It doesn't progress anything. It doesn't tell us anything we don't already know. It's just the Spartans kind of there doing stuff, and Kai's autism doesn't mesh with the other Spartans' autism, so it just doesn't work. Literally monkeying with code right now. Have fun with that. I've tried to get into coding. I need to take another shot at it. I have to because I want to make my game, but yeah. Coding is definitely,
it's a labor, for sure.
Yeah. Miranda enters Halsey's old lab. And we get the same dumb sci-fi shit as before. She tries to access the computer and is denied, with a message from Halsey simply saying, "See me." How did Halsey get that message in if all her access was revoked? Or is this like a failsafe she put in case she was like kicked off or kicked out or whatever?
I think the thing was that Cortana allowed it to happen.
Okay, but they don't make that clear. That's part of what I'm getting at. Because if it wasn't Cortana, then how is it there? What if it wasn't Miranda who got in? What if it was someone who doesn't know where Halsey even is to be able to go see her and everything. How is Halsey able to keep Miranda locked out if her own access has been revoked? And Miranda should have had access already.
Yeah.
I guess it would have to be Cortana. They just don't make that clear.
Yep, that's what I mean. It can only be Cortana. That's the only way this works. But, as you said, they don't make it clear that Cortana actually is already in and doing things.
And see, they could have taken care of this really easy by, in the previous scene in Halsey's apartment, she could have said something along the lines of course, written better than what I'm about to say, even if she can't get through to us, she could send Miranda our way so we can do the thing to get in, you know? Because at least that would be something to let us know that Cortana was behind this, rather than it just happening. Because as far as I'm concerned, if we're saying Cortana is doing this, we're doing the writing for the writers. You know?
Yep.
Anyways, Miranda, seeing the see me message, says Halsey is a drama queen. How the fuck is this being a drama queen? Like, it's giant letters just saying see me. That doesn't seem too dramatic to me. It's not like... I don't know. It just seems really weird.
It's not like there was a giant, like, drone in the sky carrying a banner behind her. It's like, you need to see me, Miranda.
Yeah.
Witness me, Miranda! Witness me!
Anyways, they have a confrontation, and, where Miranda shows up at her apartment. Halsey tells her she can't test the artifact without her. It's dangerous to John. Miranda complains about Halsey kidnapping, mutilating, and experimenting and murdering children. Halsey says it's to save billions. Saving humanity at the cost of your own? Yes, actually.
Yeah. Again, admittedly, the Spartans, in the books, this isn't made clear in the show, it might be the Spartans were only made for the Covenant, but, yeah, you're in a genocide war now, honey. Can't really always take the moral high ground. That's probably going to get you killed.
Yeah.
And trust me, when the stakes are your morality, your ability to live with yourself versus human race continuing, well, as they say in Deep Space Nine, and the self-respect of one Starfleet officer, I'd call that a bargain.
I can't wait until we get Peg into that episode. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Halsey says she's sorry that Miranda has been living with this anger against her all along. Halsey says she doesn't believe in family, and she should have done a better job explaining herself to Miranda. It was never my intention to hurt you. We finally get a decent moment in this torture session of a fucking show. Miranda is speechless at this and leaves. As soon as she's out of the fucking room, Nazi rapist scientist man comes out. Halsey had actually scanned Miranda's eye to gain access to the lab remotely. So that decent moment we just had didn't actually mean anything, and was a fucking fake out.
Which sucked because it reminded me of people I know who, and their parents and everything too, and they talk about how their parents wanted them to succeed on their own, so they wouldn't give them anything. They had to make them earn it themselves, so that when they looked back on their life and they saw what they had built, they realized they weren't given anything. They did this with their own two hands, and that increased their confidence and made them a stronger person than if they had been given it by their parents. Which is, I thought, what fucking Halsey was going for here, until we got the... Did we get it? Yeah, we got it. And she pulls out the contact lens and is like, okay, scan this and make me some new contacts, please. So I can access the system. It's like, oh, fuck yourself.
Yeah. Miranda scans Chump's DNA. He has a unique thing in there, which Pagan mentioned was a protein, that was never seen before. McKee also has it. statistically, they're 2 in a billion. Literally what they say in the show. Chump confronts McKee, and the planet apparently isn't there. McKee realizes the artifact is killing him after he collapses in a fit of rage. She says some weird shit about the Covenant having her make the lesser artifacts her servants or something. And she says he'll find peace once they do stuff with the artifact. She asks to let her touch it.
Now, chat, I want you to keep in mind the fact that she has never touched any of the artifacts.
Yes.
Please keep in mind that McKee has never touched any of the artifacts.
Well, these two in particular. Apparently she has touched artifacts on the in the Covenant that they have found, but these two in particular she's never touched. The two important to the plot.
Yeah.
Cortana breaks through the system to talk to Halsey. Cortana says she found a pinhole. Nazi rapist scientist dude tisms out and says there is none. Motherfucker, she's an AI and literally found it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
John
also keep in mind that she's also never touched John either, so keep that in mind.
Yeah. John doesn't want McKee to touch the artifact because he doesn't trust her. John wants to. What if she wants to give you... Sorry. What if she wants you to give it the big touch because she knows it will kill off the Covenant's biggest enemy? Because she's already realized it's making him sick.
Yeah.
Mr. Chump demands to go touch it himself, and Miranda gives in and allows him. While this is happening, McKee is getting some food. There's lots of build-up, a lot of slow build-up to John doing the big touch. McKee is demanding to talk to Chump. She somehow knows something is going to happen. She starts spurting out. She attacks her Uber Eats driver. After knocking her to the floor, she reveals her nail sword, which no one actually sees somehow. But she gets knocked out by the tism when John touches a triangle and collapses.
Yeah, and then she, having never touched John or these two artifacts, especially not the one John just touched, she collapses with John.
Yep. John Halo is seeing visions. Halsey realizes both Chump and McKee are having similar medical episodes. Vitals reaching critical levels. Nazi dude thinks he's dying. Miranda tells Chief to let go. Screen goes blank. I forget what screen that is. I think it might be Miranda's. It doesn't really matter. Mr. Chump awakens on a rocky outcrop in a dreamlike state. Vitals go back to normal, and he sees McKee. Halsey realizes their vitals have synced. Chump realizes they're on Halo. He touches McKee's face, the dream shuts down, and they both come out of it, and the episode ends. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. So John touching the artifact causes McKee to tism out. So why hasn't she tismed out any other time he's touched it?
Yeah. Is it proximity based? Like, what the fuck? What is happening here? What is happening? Because again, she's never touched either of these two artifacts.
But here's the thing.
And she's never touched John before either.
That is true. But the thing is, she still tismed out when the big artifact got cut out of the crystal with the laser, and he didn't touch it.
Yeah, but John didn't tism out.
Exactly.
And again, like, this is a thing that it's what the plot fucking demands. Because the plot says so.
I fucking hate this show so much.
I do too.
And this really ties into what I was saying earlier in the stream too, is the show seems to be treating the Halo like it's this really mystical thing. I don't mean mystical as in, like, it's a myth that people believe might be true, but is it? But mystical as in, it seems to be actually magical. Why are they having visions standing on the ring? And why would Forerunner technology do this to people who have the right genes, I guess? Like, why would it give you a vision of, like, a super weapon?
Yeah.
Why would touching the thing that leads you to it just make you see yourself on top of it?
Though only this time, because before when you touched it, it only showed you visions of your childhood. It
Yes.
just now suddenly it takes you to Halo.
Yeah. So yeah, touching it before, John Halo saw his dog in drawings he did as a kid, and now astral projecting him, I guess, to the ring. Why?
And there's some bullshit where she says, you just gotta learn to let go, and then it will take you there. It's like, what the fuck? Doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And I forgot to cycle through the screenshots for that, because I went through those notes pretty quickly.
Well, I mean, we do gotta go pretty quick. We're about to be 3 hours deep.
3 hours deep?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
5
Whoa.
hours deep. And
5 hours deep.
And we've only got through, what, 2 episodes now?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're in trouble.
Fuck. Sorry, there's just that much wrong with the show.
Maybe...
The Quan episode should hopefully go fairly quickly.
Do we need to go the play-by-play, or should we just talk about the highlights of how fucked the Quan episode is?
I want to do the play-by-play because I hate her.
Yeah, but you're making us suffer. Damn it.
Well, you know what the show used to be called.
Yeah, Mass Effect.
I was talking about our show, but okay.
Fair enough.
I'm just going to dump the screenshots in bulk. God, there's a lot of screenshots for this episode, but we are fairly close to being done, I think. Hold on just a second while I get the rest of these in.
Blow by blow. Sorry, blow by blow. No.
There's one screenshot in here for you. Chat will see it later that might seem out of place, but it'll make sense later. Alright. So, finally we move on to episode 7, the Quan episode. Luckily this episode is so much nothing that it should go relatively quick, though it still has a lot of issues. Of note immediately, we get a flashback in which Quan doesn't look like the obnoxious cunt we know, but her personality hasn't changed in any way. She's just as insufferable as always. Quan is having dinner with her family and other rebels. New rebel dude is talking to Quan, and she's immediately a cunt to him. Again, she's just insufferable the entire time. And her father tells her to stop. And then she says, if you're gonna feed your soldiers, father, at least don't feed them lies. Which is
Don't feed them lies!
Which is like, I think the single most gay thing I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah.
It's such a dumb line to just put out there. I actually have in my notes here too. Someone actually thought this was a clever line that had any meaning. Entire situation feels contrived. Quan the dumb cunt didn't take the keys to her cuffs, but stole the dune buggy. And drives directly into a massive sandstorm with no covering for her eyes, nose, or mouth. The writers clearly don't know how sand works.
Yeah.
Yeah. She sees shapes in the storm and stops. She wouldn't have actually had enough time to stop without hitting them. And when she stops the buggy, it just comes to a dead stop immediately. There's no force on her, acting on her, from moving so fast and coming to immediate stop. She gets a bag put over her head, cut to intro. Back on the asteroid colony, Soren makes up a story about crashing on Madrigal. His partner in business is jealous, thinking he kept the bounty for himself or something. This scene is mostly useless. I don't actually know why it exists, aside to finally tell us that Soren is still alive. Because last we saw, she was pointing the gun at him as if she was going to kill him. And they just left it there. This is only used as an excuse to get Soren back into helping Quan, but we wouldn't have needed this if they had just stuck together in the first place. Partner demands to know what happened to her, angry he didn't share her with his partner. There's a lot of dumb false drama here with his girlfriend fucking instigating and telling him to back off.
As women constantly do. You remember the... Wait till we get to the Mattress Defenders trial. It's gonna be fucking great.
Partner says he shared a score they had to work as a team on. Soren returns, no ship, no girl, no bounty. What are we supposed to do? Go hungry? He says as he's holding food. Soren rightfully calls him out, you look like you've been eating fine. Because every character is fucking retarded, even these little moments of a character just being right about something isn't that satisfying because it requires each and every character to be so insufferably fucking brain dead so as to allow these situations to even happen, rather than occurring more naturally. Like, how stupid does the writing have to be, oh, what are we gonna do? Go hungry? After having this, like, fucking elite get-together dinner and he's holding fucking food.
Yeah.
Clearly you're not starved of resource. Clearly you're doing really fucking well. God, I hate it so much. And yeah, again, partner's girlfriend tries to push him, then when called on his shit, she tells him to back down. I'm not gonna read that next note. Quan wakes up in a camp.
I'll claim it. I said it. I said this, chat. Women are the root of all problems. Bam! I said it. It was me.
Quan wakes up in a camp of weirdos. We get another mystical black person, because of all the people we have to rip off, it has to be David Cage for some reason. They didn't actually rip off David Cage. It's just a very common trope with him.
What? You sure they didn't? Because the emotions, the more pixels, the more emotions you can get from every scene. Because the emotions come out in every pixel.
Well, you are right about that. Fucking... Quan wakes up in a camp of weirdos. We get another mystical black person. Quan tells her that her father is dead because he defended the planet due to what mystical black person told him. It didn't start with her father. Quan is the only one left of her family. Mystical black person tells her she's not ready. I took on a man twice my size and won. I'll fight all of you. Quan continuing to be the most endearing character ever written.
Yeah.
By the way, I took on a man twice my size and won. Is she talking about the man she snuck up on and fucking cheap-shotted?
Yes.
Because on a one-on-one head-to-head fight, she would get fucking turned into paste.
Yeah.
Rage is blinding you. Rage is all I have left. Again, Quan being incredibly endearing. Evil Nazi weirdo bad guy is reciting poem to himself while being driven across the desert. Writers don't understand that this doesn't make him an interesting or nuanced character. It's as though they think a character being into poetry or who is verbose automatically makes them deep. That's not how character writing works. This dude is more shallow than a puddle of dog piss.
Yep, absolutely.
It's actually very irritating how much they seem to think this character is important and he just accomplishes fucking nothing.
Yeah.
None of his poetry seems to mean anything either. Didn't bother copying it down word for word. Fuck that gay ass shit. Driver confirms Soren left. Nazi dude says Quan is all on her own in the wild. Only reason the cunt ain't dead is because she got found by magical weirdos. Which, yeah.
Sand witches!
They actually call them sandwiches, and I can't fucking get over that shit.
Sand witches!
Those desert witches didn't do her father any good. Those witches are what made Quan's father so dangerous. You fucking what, mate?
Oh, especially when you see what the witches do. Ah!
What, you mean nothing?
Yeah, exactly. They made her father so dangerous. What the fuck? They literally don't do anything. How? How is the make her father so dangerous? Oh, because he got to talk to 343 Guilty Spark? I guarantee it these writers of that shit.
Business partner enters the retarded tram car, and Soren blocks the door on board last moment. Doesn't this track lead to Soren's house? They discuss the plan to raid a UNSC cargo ship that has basically no security for no reason at all. And, a very high value piece of tech they want, I think, for slip space. Yeah. There's a bunch of fucking claptrap about how shit Madrigal is. One of her forefathers went looking for water, found a well, and met a being from another time, or another existence. It explained to him his true purpose, responsibility, which has been passed down through the generations to your father, and now to you.
Oh my god, hang on a second.
Keep in mind, what?
Hang on, I gotta find that screenshot that you're on right
The one.
Holy shit, fucking Chungus over there on the right. Jesus Christ, it's a sand witch, not the whole fucking bar, you fucking... Jesus.
I like how you interrupt this whole thing just to talk about how fat a person is. Holy shit.
Oh my god. They're in a desert, for God's sake. What are you eating?
The ones that don't survive.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
I don't fucking understand. Jesus Christ.
Anyways, keep in mind too that there's been no character progression for Quan since the last scene. She wasn't ready, but now apparently she's ready to deal with magical black person. Why?
Yeah, and also let's do the fact that she has a fire she's holding in her hand. Ooh, and then she turns it over and it turns into water instantly.
Well,
so
you're jumping ahead a bit. We are getting to that.
Oh, I thought it was literally this scene.
It is this scene. I just haven't gotten there yet.
Oh!
I'm actually about to do that right now. So, this is confirmation that actual magic exists within Halo now. Like, not hyperbole at all. Actual, real magic exists. We haven't seen anyone cast a magic missile yet, but I wouldn't put it out of reality at this point. Actual magic exists. Magical black person holds fire in her hand, turns her hand over, and suddenly it's water. Fuck off with this magic shit, you degenerate cunts.
Yeah.
This has no place in Halo. Quan drinks the water and has a vision of Master Chump, who keeps killing her over and over again. This would be satisfying if it were permanent, or if she got Diavoloed from JoJo, but unfortunately no. Scene goes on way too fucking long, with Weirdo from episode 2 giving her different weapons and still being an obnoxious fucking weirdo.
Here, try this!
Yeah. Keep in mind, all these weapons are clearly not going to do shit to Master Chief's armor. She goes at him with a chain, with rocks, with a fucking knife. What fucking knife is going to penetrate this metal armor?
Yeah.
Yeah, very irritating. scene goes on way too fucking long to get to the point that she has to let go of her rage and hatred and accept help from someone she might consider to be an enemy. And that's the solution to this. Vision of John Halo reaches out his hand to help her up, and her progressing is accepting this. This still doesn't do anything for her character to make her better at all.
This whole thing was basically like, hey, Quan, when you said you were going to tell everybody that it was UNSC that killed everybody so you can continue this war while you know aliens exist and you know about the genocide war now? Yeah, maybe that was a bad thing. Wow, you needed magical black sand witches in the desert to tell you this for some fucking reason.
Yeah. And before she goes into the fight, too, Mystical Black Woman says, "Let's see how your rage serves you." But they keep giving her weapons that are just totally ineffective against the target.
Well, I can see that as being a point, but again, we the audience didn't need to see it. What would have been more important is if we had gone to her and we see her trying, you just see tons of different weapons scattered around, and she's still wailing on him. She breaks down and falls to her knees or something as she can't literally do anything to John. That would have been, we would have gotten that there'd obviously been a passage of time. We didn't need to literally see her trying every single weapon and then getting beat. Well, I mean, I enjoyed her getting beat, but still.
Yeah. The last time she attacks the vision of John Halo, she tisms at being unable to fucking do anything to him and literally cries, "What do you want?" And that's when he reaches the hand out. The fucking helmet disappears. It just vanishes in the vision. Because, of course it does. It's not John Halo if he's wearing his fucking helmet. She takes his hand and he leads her to the magic well, where we see an oracle looking at a dude before diving back into the well. Why is there an oracle on this planet?
Yeah.
Why is it hiding out in a fucking water well?
Yeah.
Of
Greetings. Greetings. I'm John 317.
Speaking
we're
of,
we're gonna bring water to the capital wasteland.
Speaking of that, Creetosis, Cosmonaut said Golden Experience Requiem is a Deus Ex Machina. No, it's literally the entire point of the second half that if they get the arrow and they hit, why am I forgetting his name? Giorno Giovanna. If they hit him with the arrow, his stand will upgrade. Like, that's the entire point.
Oh, also show them the picture of what I guarantee is going to be 343 Guilty Spark, because why the fuck not?
Oh, I do have a screen cap of it, yeah.
Yeah, you were still on the Chief beating Quan picture, which I admit is good.
Yeah, I had to linger there. Anyways, yeah. Quan's ancestor says she'll see Chump again soon. He'll be back here, and she'll show him the way. She'll open the door for him. So she's also another chosen one, I guess. Just not quite as chosen one as John Halo is. We also get her ancestor morphing into various, different ancestors of her. And we get this fucking, all of the past avatars moment.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely not earned here. Like, holy shit.
And also, this is fucking Halo.
Now, I didn't actually get the screen cap of it, but as he's walking to her, she, the ancestor morphs into different ancestors closer and closer in line until we get to her father, but shows a side shot of all of them still there from the side. Yeah.
And so she can actually talk to her. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, now she can actually talk to the dead, apparently.
Yes. Talking to the dead is now something that could be done in fucking Halo. Yeah. Quan's dad says she shouldn't have kept this from her. Sorry. Yeah. He says he shouldn't have kept this from her, but she's ready now. The well is a portal, but its secrets won't be revealed until a planet is safe. what the... okay, is calling it a portal like a metaphor? Or is it actually, like, going to teleport you somewhere? And also...
I have a gut feeling it's the latter.
And, until the planet is safe, like, what, does the Oracle know the planet is or isn't safe? What constitutes as safe? I mean, human colonies are on here, and the Covenant glasses planets with human colonies, so isn't it permanently not safe by that standard?
Yeah, but does the Oracle even know that the Covenant exists?
That's true. But then it can't accurately determine if the planet is safe or not.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. There's another thing.
Quanta said she couldn't raise an army like him. Maybe if she tried not being an insufferable cunt, she would have gotten somewhere. He says she's a protector. What? What do you mean? So, like, if you want to defend or attack something, you're not going to be able to do it alone. And the only reason... Well, she doesn't even do it alone in this episode, but 2 people. And even then, they only survive because of the writing saying they do.
Oh, yeah, and I cannot wait till we get to that moment.
Oh, we are close. Also just straight up talking to the fucking dead through visions now, fuck off. They randomly changed languages for full sentences. That's not typically how multilingual people speak. They don't say, like, one entire sentence in English, and then one entire sentence in, Korean, or French, or whatever else. Like, sometimes words slip in here and there.
Yeah.
Her father tells her to go back to where it began. I don't know what, like, he means to go back to their base from episode 1, but what if that had a different meaning outside of what the audience has seen? What if where it began is a childhood home that isn't that base?
Why is she protecting the food storage house?
Oh, I didn't actually get a screen cap of this next part. It doesn't really matter. Pirate crew raids UNSC ship. Soren drops heavy pallet on partner's foot as a warning for acting up at the start of episode. It's meaningless and no one fucking cares. If this show gets a season 2, this character will be useless to anything. He's a complete no one who barely ever appears in the show anyways. Yeah. Soren regrets not helping Quan. And he finds out that the Nazi guy tripled the bounty on Quan, meaning she's still alive. Nazi guy confronts General, who worked for Quan's dad. Quan drives to the compound, which, by the way, is still fucking full of elite corpses and tech. Why hasn't this place been looted or taken over? Why are there still bodies here? You would think, especially on a desert planet where resources are so scarce, that you would take what you could get from this place.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna get so much worse.
Maybe that's why that sandwich is fat. She dragged off one of the elite corpses for dinner.
Sing honey.
There's a good stockpile of food here.
Oh, there's just food going to waste. Yeah, and again, this has been days and days, at least, if not weeks, that all of these bodies have just been here, and all of these guns and ammunition and technology, all of it.
Whatever food is in storage, whatever other valuables are in there, whether it's jewelry or, a fuckload of money that might, be in a drawer somewhere.
Yeah, if a fuckload of fortune that could pay for a pirate captain, a pirate king and his men to help.
Yeah. Nazi guy has a back and forth with the general lady. It's pretty much entirely useless. He asks where Quan is. She says even if she knew, she wouldn't tell him. He gets info that she's at the compound because of a satellite. She says she needs to go, and he allows her to. Once she turns around, he shoots her dead. Because evil bad guy has to do evil bad guy things. He heads out there apparently alone at first. This is the shot we get. I think it even pulls back to a wire. Yeah, there's no other vehicles with him. But as we'll see shortly, I don't even know if I grabbed a screenshot of it, but we do see in the episode, more vehicles end up showing up with all his troops.
Yeah.
Quan searches her home, finds notes from her father related to what she's looking for. She hears clanking outside, goes looking, and Soren appears. How did no one find him? Like, how did he get here? Did he bring another ship? I mean, I guess he had to have, right? So where did he park it? How did he know she was going here? Did he have the same satellite picture that evil Nazi guy did?
Does his gun have a tracking beacon in it because he loves it so much? Because, my god, he fawns over that gun.
Yeah. How did a Nazi guy see him enter this place? Because that's a surprise when they figure out he's there. Did he get here before Quan? If so, why was he, like, hiding in a pile of junk? What is this? Why? Why everything? He read the script? Yeah, he had to have fucking read the script.
Yeah, it's the only way he could know to be here. That's the only way he could know to be here.
Soren says he's going to help keep her safe. She refuses to give his gun back. She's just constantly a petulant little bitch. Nazi guy starts talking over megaphone. Why would you announce to her that you're here? You could easily take her by surprise and just fucking kill her. If you want to do your, like, evil bad guy Nazi speech at her, you could capture her, then do it, then blow her brains out. Why would you give her the chance to, like, what if she just so happened to find a, like, I guess a gun, assuming she didn't have one. She does, but whatever. What if she got a really lucky shot off on him? Like, sure, she would still die, but he would be dead too. Like, I just don't get why you would announce yourself when you have, like, what should be an instant victory.
Yeah.
Soren says he's going to start killing the Nazi guy's men. Quan has a plan to blow up the tower full of hydrogen. She says they'll probably be safe inside the steel vault. You know, the one from episode 1 with all the holes in the fucking thing in the door. That's going to keep you safe from fire. and
especially because
explosion.
Well, it's not just a shockwave, but the temperature difference would actually cause a pressure difference as well. So you have the shockwave from the pressure wave as well, but the temperature difference, it would actually suck it in like a fucking vacuum into that room.
Ooh.
So it's the same thing with why, like, if you're ever in a burning building and you see that smoke is rolling around the door that you're trying to go into, don't open it.
Yeah.
Because what you're going to do instead is when you open it, it will immediately flash fire into the room you're in. It, like an explosion will go off. It will literally, like, race into the room you're in. That has been the death of many a firefighter, actually, because they forget that in the heat of the moment. No pun intended, actually. Sorry. Holy shit.
Holy fuck. That is brutal, Setch. Anyways, they have exactly a 0% chance of survival. There's no way they should be able to get out of this situation. They do just because of the fucking writing.
Yeah.
Nazi guy saying unimportant generic bad guy shit over the intercom. Quan talks back, she'll never surrender. Nazi guy sends in his goons. Quan's plan immediately fucking fails because a valve is closed on the sky pipe that has to be turned manually. Maybe she should have checked to see if your plan would have worked before taunting the guy who wants you dead.
Yeah.
She pulls out a chest of coins in order to get to a flashlight, because she's going to take an underground path towards the valve. Soren takes immediate interest in the chest of gold. Quan goes through the underground tunnel. This is mostly just an action scene at this point with Soren killing dudes left and right.
With some major fucking problems.
And plot armor, like, holy shit. everyone is incompetent except Soren, who is just master killer. I don't get it.
But where the very next one comes up to major issue number 1 with this whole scenario.
Oh yeah, I have to get through a few more notes here, but we are coming close on that.
Okay.
I've lost interest in even covering how shit the fights are. Quan has trouble figuring out which way to go, but eventually makes it to where she needs to. Quan nearly gets caught, but Soren saves her. She activates the tower. She sees a fucking plasma grenade and sticks it to a dude's back, even though she shouldn't know what it even fucking is or how it works. How do you know it would stick to the dude?
Yeah, again, because the Sang-Holi never used it in the first episode, and it's the only time she has ever seen the aliens.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck do you know what this is? But again, all this stuff is just scattered here. It's just been left here forever. So yeah, there's plasma grenades. And I would expect that if somebody had seen them use them before, you could understand what they were. But no. And again, she doesn't throw it at his back. She literally runs up and like, tag, you're it.
Yeah. And rather, like, he treats it as like it's a big issue, too. Like, he doesn't even know what it is himself. Why wouldn't he just try to kill her, assuming that... I don't know, I don't know.
She tried to, like, smack him with something, and it didn't work because she's a weak little child, so he turns around and just shoots her.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, he blows up. Soren is still killing people left and right, but Nazi guy takes the time to aim and shoot. And Soren gets shot as he's doing this fucking flourishing jump over a table and just completely fucks him up. He gets hit in the neck. He probably shouldn't survive this.
Yeah, this really bugged me. He gets nailed right in the fucking neck. There's arteries in your neck that if they get hit, you will bleed out in minutes.
Yeah.
He should be fucking dead, but no, it just rubs it off. In fact, they don't even treat it like he's wounded later.
Quan is hiding under a truck because she doesn't know what to do now, and there just so happens to be a fucking battle rifle there. Do you know whose it is?
Not a battle rifle, assault rifle.
Assault rifle, whatever. Do you know whose it is? Holy fucking shit. When we last saw this, it was out in the open, not under a truck.
I have a screenshot. The screenshot I just posted in the
Well, no, I've
chat.
seen that, but...
No, but let me see. You can show the chat. Like, literally, this is it sliding in the dirt in the fucking open. Nothing else around it. And then you can just jump back in the screen. It's like, how to get under that truck? If nobody was here to loot anything, so nobody moved any of these weapons, so why didn't John pick up his fucking gun that was out in the open? How's it under this truck?
Yeah. It's just here now. And amazingly, it doesn't look as fake and shit as it did before. Why would he leave this here? I think we already talked about this in the first part of the stream, like 2 weeks ago, but why the fuck would you leave this here? Ever.
Yeah.
Because even
especially if it's a fucking tailor-made gun that literally has your fucking number on it, like, I don't think you would leave that.
Like, once your gun runs out of ammo, it isn't useless. Like, you could put more ammo into it later on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why would you ever leave this behind?
I don't know if they understood what they did by putting his number on it. It's like, that implies this isn't just some standard issue gun. This is John's gun. This is his gun. This is he carries it with him everywhere. He always has it. So why would he just throw it away and then never pick it up again?
Yep.
That makes no fucking sense.
But don't you know that it's the amazing harmony of the amazing writing that it's John's gun that saves Quan?
Fucking, oh my god, the shot of her holding it too. It is way too fucking big for her. Like, she can't fucking shoot that thing.
Yeah. Soren tries to crawl towards his gun, and the Nazi guy is just mocking him. Quan appears with the gun she just found that she'd have no ability to actually fucking aim, manages to fire a single shot on the exact pipe she needs, which doesn't explode fucking immediately, but does give them time to get into the bunker. It's like slow enough that she and Soren can get into the bunker, but fast enough to kill all the bad guys that she needs dead.
Yep.
And they all just like stop and look for a moment as this is all happening, and I guess this is the bunker right here, or no? Is it? I can't even tell where. Oh, okay. This is it, I believe.
Yeah, it is, because there's the table that he was flipped over, but he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, I just noticed something else. This is a really shit bunker.
Yeah, you see that big door on the side? The back? What the fuck?
Big door with a fucking cloth flap?
Yeah. It's a great bunker, guys. Great vault.
Anyways, they try to run towards the thing. He gets fucking consumed by flame. And that's the end of our big bad guy for Quan. This guy who did absolutely fucking nothing for the entire show.
Here's another
except
thing.
Be a weirdo.
Another thing. How does the MA5B have ammo?
Because John Halo threw it away because it was out of ammo.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
How does this have ammo?
I hate this fucking show so much. Fucking hell.
And yeah, again, normally this weapon would be used with sighting systems in the helmet, stuff like that, so you can actually aim it accurately. But again, this show didn't ever establish that, so we can't go with that. But yeah.
She just does it by eye.
Yep.
Soren and her rush into the vault. They should probably be fucking cooking right now. And worst of all, like, I've already mentioned this, there's a bit of a fucking fatal flaw to your plan. Those holes in the door? Oh, fuck. Oh, God, look at all this fire. Oh, my God. They should be fucking dead. Like, look at this shit. The fire just conveniently stops when they're in the corner and doesn't fucking hit them. Even if the fire doesn't touch them, they should literally be cooking with how hot that should be.
She used her cut magic to fill the gun with ammo. Nice.
But yeah, they should be like flash broiled here. And they aren't. They're just fine because of reasons. The desert witches look on in, I guess, happiness as the tower explodes, and they just assume Quan is alive and didn't just die.
Well, they're magic, so maybe they can sense she's alive.
I don't know why. And then we get a shot of rain falling from the sky to show that, I don't know, Quan is free of this burden or whatever.
No, it's this house is clean.
Yeah. Now I have a screenshot in here that's a little out of place. When fucking evil Nazi guy got fucking consumed by fire, I know there was a 0% chance of it happening, but I just pictured in my mind fucking groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons, from the Halloween episode where he's lit on fire and he's just a skeleton, leaving a curse on the parents that their children will all die. I just pictured that when Nazi guy got consumed by flame.
She's the Kwanzaa Todorock? Oh, god damn.
And anyways, that is the end of the episode. I stopped reading notes, I was just going by screenshots there. The tower is destroyed and desert witches are pleased. They step outside and it starts raining. Quan lets Soren keep all of the money. Quan says she could use his help, and he's not interested in joining her. He leaves. She says they'll see each other again, and he responds, God, I hope not. I agree with Soren. This is Quan's last appearance too, thank fucking Christ. The episode ends on what's supposed to be a happy note, but I just despise this entire fucking show, so it doesn't click.
Yeah.
This is not a Morbius moment. No, it is not. On to episode 8.
Yep.
Episode 9 will go by really fast too because we didn't take extensive notes on episode 9. We're just going to hit the key points on episode 9. We also don't have screenshots for it. But we'll get the most important details in. I'm just going to send these screenshots across to these guys so they can see. It's at this point I stopped naming each screenshot too. Because I just got tired. I'm so fucking tired. I hate the show so much. Come on, Discord, upload the screenshots. What was the point of her? What did she do for the plot beyond tick a box? She ticked a box.
Yeah. You asked beyond that, but no, that's
these screenshots are taking an exceedingly long time to upload for some reason. There we go. There we go. Drop those ones in, and one final one. So, on to episode 8, the penultimate episode. John Halo, having become obsessed with the ring, I guess, he remembers a vision of Halo with McKee and draws a really shitty circle in the mirror. Yeah. He takes McKee on a tour of Reach. Halsey and Weirdo are monitoring Chump's health. Halsey has always suspected that Chump is connected to something beyond all of us. Fucking how? Like, seriously. What about this random person has made Halsey think, oh yeah, he's cut out to be leader, he's special, he's the one, he's connected to something beyond all of us. Like, is the script being beamed into your fucking head?
Yeah, this goes beyond just the fucking, oh, he's good at this thing, he's gonna be a good leader. It literally goes into like cosmic shit of, oh, he is beyond us, he is beyond humanity, he is the one. It's like, the fuck? Where are you getting this from? If anything, he's like the opposite of that.
Yeah. McKee tells Chump about her childhood friend with the weak bones, who died after being hit twice in the book he used to read to her. Admiral Whatever is tisming that Chump is frolicking in the park, and that the 117 I knew would tear her limb from limb until he got the info he wanted. I mean, there's
fuck you, Cree! God damn it! I just scrolled down in our chat.
What? Oh, the nail thing, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we had to include screenshots of that. Sorry. Anyways, does Admiral Whatever know that there's numerous different ways to get info you want from someone? You don't have to just resort to torture.
Also, torture is actually some of the worst way to gain information.
Yeah.
Because people will just say whatever to make the pain stop.
Yeah. McKee says she's felt it all her life, as if the Halo were calling her home. What the fuck does this even mean?
She felt it her whole life? Did she feel it when she was on the garbage planet, when she didn't know what other planets were? That other planets existed? Go fuck yourself, McKee.
Now here's an issue, and we should maybe... I'll have to double check on this when I do the actual video breaking down the show. But, she tells John about the prophecy. When the stars sparkle like glass, a divine wind will rush through, propelling all those who are worthy to the great ring where they'll be like gods.
Which is not what the prophecy in the games was.
That isn't what the prophecy in the games was, but this has a different issue in the next episode that we'll have to come back to.
Yeah.
John Halo asks her, and those who aren't worthy, cleansed. And you believe that humans are unworthy? From what I've seen, humans didn't seem worthy of anything. I'm sorry your childhood was slavery in this poorly written universe, but you can clearly see there's more to humanity than that.
Yeah. Though I do like the guy's, ramrod upright on the Segway going by. Don't mind me. Product placement.
Trump saw the goodness in humanity, something worth protecting, a generic claptrap like that. He's called away to talk to a couple MPs, and a dog barking scares McKee. She activates her nail sword, and somehow no one notices, but also, stop fucking showing this thing. They have her take this out numerous times without using it.
Yeah.
The reason the MPs were talking to John Halo is because a planet got glassed, and this is actually a bit of a striking image to show. It's not a still image in the episode, obviously, but it just does go to show the brutality of the Covenant. That said, I've got an issue here. Why are all the buildings still standing?
Yeah.
If this place is so hot that normal Earth has turned molten, those buildings should all have collapsed by now.
Yep.
11 million people are dead in this city alone. Admiral whatever wants to do a search for survivors. Bitch, what?
Yeah,
no
again,
one's surviving that!
The planet has been glassed, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. It's just bizarre that they're even considering that there might be survivors. Especially an Admiral. Honestly, this is something that should have been seen in episode 1. So the audience unfamiliar with the games and lore can understand what threat the Covenant actually fucking poses. They've been pretty much nothing up until this point, and only now, in the second to last episode, are they shown to destroy an entire planet full of humans. Why are we getting this late in the fucking game? John Halo wants to take the fight to the Covenant, suggests McKee could show them where they are. John Halo seems to believe her story to a degree. Kai is doing dumb fucking strength contest shit. It's dumb and annoying. Spartans have superior strength to normal humans, but not to this degree. They can do this shit with the suit, not on their own.
Yep.
Miranda is trying to decode the Covenant transmission, even though it was fucking clear in episode 3. This is a bit of a contrived thing they try to do to add some drama to this episode, but there's like a filter over the voice file now, so she can't tell that it's McKee talking in this voice clip from, what, episode 2 or 3?
Yeah. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, because again, it did come through crystal clear that it was her voice in episode 3. The filter is on there because she's trying to translate what's being said. And, correct me if I'm wrong, Setch, but didn't they have a translation of that message when they received it? The Covenant are doing this.
I don't think they did. I think they were just trying to figure it out still. Because remember, it took their dumbass to even talk to the Spartans to start trying to decode the language. But it's just so much dumber because, again, they added this filter that distorts her voice.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Actually, the recording its fucking self would just be her voice speaking Sangheili.
hold on. Why would they need to talk to Spartans about figuring out a way to translate this language when don't the Spartan helmets record everything they see? Because they do in Fall of Reach.
And they do in this, as we've noticed by all of the other times that Halsey and the people can see what's been recorded. But of course, nobody thinks about using the recordings to try to understand the fucking language.
Miranda herself even fucking says, we have it recorded. You can't just lie.
Yeah.
So she fucking knows.
But no, apparently they needed the Spartans for all this.
John Halo tells the door guard to go away. John Halo loses his virginity, and thus birthed is Cortana.
Yeah, who literally watches like she's like, Cortana, you might as well go get the fucking snack tray, you beta.
Oh god. Why is this what we got? It's a Halo show. We should have seen like a lot of action, some good storytelling. Instead we get this gay ass fucking soap opera shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so dumb. I hate it. After getting the D, Maki decides she's going to stick with humanity and tears out her fucking nail sword. Like, that thing goes fucking deep into her finger.
Let me know when you get that off the screen, by the way.
It's off the screen. A bit spoilery for the next part, but it's off the screen. So this is... I hate when shows and movies do this shit. You have a useful, valuable weapon that is still... You could still use for something if you needed to. This is the fucking Kylo Ren shit and Rise of Skywalker all over again. Oh, I'm on the good side now. I'm gonna toss away my red lightsaber. And now I don't have anything to fucking defend myself with. Good job, you fucking idiot. That's what happens here, basically. Also, I don't think you could pull a fingernail off like that. I don't think that works, especially if you've got additional shit attached to it and going deep into your finger. Oh. Yeah. Keyes shows up to Halsey's place to tell her she needs to be off planet by noon. They argue more soap opera shit. Never before has the call of the news looked so comforting and inviting.
Well, also keep in mind that fucking Halsey was trying to convince the Blessed One to join her.
We're about to get to that.
I thought Keyes showed up after.
No, he showed up before that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Halsey contacts McKee through the entertainment system. McKee calls for the guard and he doesn't answer. Halsey doesn't want the UNSC to get the artifact. She tells McKee that humanity is the problem. They're selfish, who create misery and pain wherever they go, that they will use the Halo, if it is a weapon, to destroy ourselves, and neither side can claim the gifts of McKee and John Halo. Halsey says they can control it with her help. McKee asks why Halsey is telling her. She says because she has a connection with John that Halsey will never have, and admits to spying on them and watching their relationship grow. Which, very fucking creepy for anyone to hear.
Yeah.
Yes, I watched you have sex.
I watched you wrestle naked on the bed.
I made Cortana watch too.
Yeah, she brought me a lovely, refreshing snack tray. We both sat there in our little chairs in the corner and said, "Yes, queen."
Anyways, the guard who didn't answer earlier bursts in demanding who she's talking to. He looks around and leaves, and seconds after he leaves, Halsey returns to finish telling her. Finish talking to her. Halsey says McKee has to convince John to remove the artifact and get to Halsey's ship, so they can tap into the true potential of the Halo. McKee assumes to make humans like God and flips out. Halsey's actually surprised by the like gods thing. But yeah, McKee flips out and wants Halsey gone, so she... Oh wait, she does continue. Halsey goes on about how human attachment is a weakness. People abandon all reason for pride or fear, or, as Cortana says, love. That's why they need us, Cortana, to save them from themselves. Oh no, wait, this is after holograms turn off. She's talking to Cortana.
Again, this is so fucking stupid, because Halsey's plans now will dictate, I no longer need John because I have her. She's totally on my side now. It's like, bitch, were you and I seeing the same conversation? She ain't on your side.
Yeah, it's actually insanely retarded of Halsey to assume that she's got McKee on her side.
Yeah.
Halsey activates the Spartans to enact her plan. She invokes an emergency channel for Halsey to control them directly. Her orders supersede all others. She tells them John Halo can't be trusted. They're to bring John McKee and the artifact to her ship, and tells them Cortana will take John out of the fight. Kai questions these orders, and Halsey realizes she's compromised. Kai tells the others they can't do this. Halsey tells the other two to knock out Kai and lock her up, which they do.
In the stupidest way possible.
Yeah.
Tired of fucking...
yeah, okay. Cortana asks what Halsey intends to do with John. Halsey says Cortana will be able to assume full control of John, as they won't need him anymore with McKee.
Yep. Again, McKee is not on your side, you dingus.
Yeah. Halsey says Cortana and John combined would be the best of all of us. Okay. Miranda is told that McKee is being escorted to the artifact, and she realizes the recording is McKee, after a few alterations to the sound. Probably removing the fucking filters you put on it, you dumb cunt!
Yeah.
Anyways, the Spartans are ready to capture John. McKee asks what they'll do with the Halo. John says destroy the Covenant and end the war. She wants to know what happens with the Halo after that. He doesn't know. He just doesn't know what they're going to do after that. $5 from Jacob. Thank you. Hey, Stag. You guys entertain me all day at work, or whenever I'm lucky enough to catch a live stream. Keep up the good work. You all rock. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you enjoy the streams. Where were we? Yeah, John doesn't know what they'll do with the Halo after destroying the Covenant. Miranda can't contact Keats because comms have been cut by Halsey. Cortana is told to drop John on command. Cortana decides to try and help John and warns him. She tells him to turn around and get out. Nazi guy freaks out about Cortana betraying Halsey. Kai wakes up and breaks free. She's handcuffed. I didn't get a screenshot of this. She's handcuffed to this, like, cement
She's handcuffed
bench.
to the bathroom sink, basically.
To a cement bench, kind of.
No, it's what it is it's the sink, the washroom sink, and then it has an island that extends off of it. She's handcuffed to that, the island that extends off of it.
And she's on her back, but she manages to kick the top of the thing above her, and after a couple kicks, she breaks it.
Yeah, because remember, they had to set up she was real strong in that thing before.
Yep. We get a dumb fucking fight between Chump and the two remaining Spartans, in which Chump should be dead numerous times fucking over. One of them punches him so hard, his gun shatters and he flies back into a metal pipe. His spine should be fucking dust.
Yeah.
When trying to restrain Chief, Vanek attempts to punch him. Chief dodges, but the punch takes out a massive chunk of concrete. This would have killed Chief had it landed. Captain Keyes realizes the comms are down. For some reason, they don't raise an alarm over this. Kai tells...
No, I think they do.
They don't.
Oh, wait.
They don't. I just looked at this part. We're at the point where the notes I'm reading are ones I've taken today before stream. They do not sound an alarm. Kai's running down a hallway with a bunch of different soldiers. She yells at them to not let Halsey's ship leave. Shoot it down if you have to.
There we go.
What?
I was trying to remember who gave the order for the Marines to set up the defenses.
Yeah. McKee is restrained and forced by the guard to the artifact room. For some reason, he's being, like, really handsy with her when she wants to come here anyways to warn them that John is being attacked. I don't know why there has to be the struggle between him and her. They don't seem too concerned about the information that John is being attacked by 2 fucking Spartans. Yeah. For some reason, Scar is being really rough with her, just constantly struggling. Admiral Whatever just tells a single random soldier to go find Master Chief, even though she was just told he's being attacked by 2 Spartans!
Yeah.
Like, this is a really big fucking deal! Why are you sending one... Like, God. They're not taking threats as seriously as they fucking should be, and it is extremely annoying.
But here's the worst part. Now having heard this, and they don't take that threat seriously, when Miranda's dumbass walks in...
They take that seriously, yeah, we'll get to that.
Instantaneous! Sound the nuclear alarm!
Yeah. The fight scene continues to be pathetic. Cortana somehow remote controls a Warthog to drive into Vanek and pin him to a pillar temporarily. Chump starts defending himself with a metal weight that isn't on a barbell. Other Spartan, whose name I keep forgetting, kicks it hard enough to bend it. Had this kick landed on Chump, it would have killed him. In fact, he's taken numerous hits that should have killed him from fully armored Spartans, who, again, have far superior strength to a normal human. Chump takes the other Spartan's pistol after tying her up in a rope, or getting her caught up in a rope, and shoots Vanek several times to no effect. He walks into melee range for some reason and starts hitting him, and Vanek overpowers him. More hits that probably should have... Vanek starts beating Mr. Chump down. More hits that probably should have killed him. Other Spartan grabs him and holds him in place. Vanek kicks him, sending him flying into a metal wall and denting it. This is like the 20th fucking time Mr. Chef should have died in this fight.
Yeah.
Soldiers arrive on the runway. Start setting up guns ready to shoot Halsey's ship down. This will be important for late... Oh, wait, no, it won't. Chump's still getting...
Well, it will, but for the wrong reason.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Chump is still getting the shit kicked out of him. He sees the pistol on the ground, and Cortana says, 2 more shots to disable Vanek's shields. Okay, so first of all, his shield should have recharged by now.
Yeah.
Just flat out. Secondly, they made a point in the first episode that rounds from a battle rifle, or assault rifle, or whatever, I don't really care, wouldn't penetrate Chump's armor. This pistol certainly isn't going to do so. Vanek steps on the gun, preventing Chump from grabbing it, preventing him from grabbing it anyways, and aims his own pistol at Chief, and says it doesn't have to end this way. Kai comes in and does a flying kick to knock Vanek on his ass. More embarrassing fight scene. This doesn't really portray well in screenshots, but I try to get more screenshots of this particular thing just so it will show a bit better. So the other Spartan punches Kai's leg, knocking her off her feet and into like a horizontal position, and then punches her across the room. It is fucking embarrassing. The 3 armored Spartans aim their pistols at each other. Kai and Vanek are aiming at each other, while other Spartan is aiming at Chump. Vanek tells her to take the shot. Reminder, they were told to take Chump alive. Why is he ordering other Spartan to kill him now?
Yeah.
Admiral Whatever asks how McKee got away from 2 Spartans. She explains that John Halo talked to someone in his head, and just at this moment, Miranda arrives at the artifact room to tell them about the translation, about the voice being McKee's. She accuses McKee of slaughtering the entire crew. McKee says she has no choice. Keyes tells the guard to restrain her. She begs they talk to Chump because he knows who she really is. Admiral Whatever isn't too happy. She says, oh, so you did do it. Guard throws her to the ground and starts shocking her with the stun stick, reminding her of her childhood. He also holds it there way too long to the point of it coming across as needless cruelty. Just slap some cuffs on the bitch and escort her to a goddamn cell. Vanek again.
Well, here's the thing. They just found out she's the one who killed all of their friends. They're fucking done with her. They want her fucking dead. I don't blame them at all for fucking shocking the shit out of her. Well, and the show tries to make it seem like, oh, it's so sad that she's being bullied. And I'm just like, no, fuck this bitch. She deserves this.
The show does try to make it seem like a sad moment, largely because she's, what little trust she's gotten in humanity is being fucking eroded in real time. The problem is this doesn't really mean much considering how garbage the rest of the show is.
Yeah.
My problem is, regardless of like how upset they are that their friends or comrades have died, this is still like a valuable asset that you don't want to just fucking kill.
Well, they're not killing her. They're just fucking stunning the shit out of her.
No, I know, but like even then, if you want to extract information from a target, are you just going to torture them for no reason after they have been trying to be helpful to you? Like, again, slap some cuffs on her and escort her to a cell. Taking your rage out on her isn't going to help anything at this point.
Yeah,
it can actually undo all the conditioning that you've gotten. If you've gotten to the point where an unknown hostile element is starting to help you, you've built up a lot of mental conditionings to where they're starting to experience multiple different mental issues, one of them being Stockholm Syndrome. But yeah, when you start doing that, if you start eroding that from her, like if you start going that violent, you're getting rid of all of that conditioning you've built up yourself.
Yeah, it's just I just don't feel bad. That's the thing. It tries to make it seem this is so sad, and I'm just like, no, fuck you, bitch. You deserve this. Fuck you.
Yeah, the problem is that it's not a sad moment at all. It just completely throws the audience out because this is not a sad moment.
Yeah.
What is sad is that our Chad of a fucking MP here, McKee gets up and she grabs the artifact, and then John and her get teleported.
You're jumping ahead again.
Can we just get on with it then?
I mean, we're almost done. Like, we are on the brink of being done.
Come on, alright.
Vanek again tells the other Spartan to take the shot. Chump just says, it's me. While looking at her, this seems to be enough to break the conditioning for some reason. Like, she doesn't take the shot. And she shouldn't anyways, because the order is to bring her in alive, but whatever. Guard picks up McKee. Admiral Whatever says she'll pay for this. McKee says in alien language, saying Healy, no, it is you who will pay. And she lunges at the artifact and touches it. This does a shockwave thing again, and for some reason the guard holding onto her literally starts to begin to fucking burn behind her. Shockwave knocks all the Spartans aside. Chump enters Halo Dreamland. He sees McKee, and she says goodbye, John, and the episode ends.
Yeah, so we lost one of the best characters. He just gets vaporized.
Yeah. And now to episode 9, and this will go super quick because neither of us took notes on this one, and we don't have screenshots to go through. So we are only going to hit the biggest key points here. Oh, didn't mean to enable that one. Give me a second. So, the exact chronological order doesn't matter. None of it matters anymore. We're almost done. Halsey tries to get away. And remember all those soldiers, all those Marines on the runway that were aiming guns at her? No, they're just gone now.
Well, there is another moment right before that where fucking Captain Keyes explains, like, I'm the one that helped kidnap you, John, and kidnapped all of you Spartans. Halsey's not as good as you think they are, but please, if you forgive me, join us. And all the Spartans are like, yes, we will break our conditioning.
Yeah.
That was it.
Anyways, yeah, Halsey's ship starts to take off. Kai isn't letting her go. She jumps onto the ship as it's taken off, and she, I guess, punches through the roof, basically. Nazi rapist weirdo guy tries to stop her, and she literally picks him up and throws him into the ceiling, fucking killing him. He is done. Finally.
Thank God.
Thank fucking God. Halsey jumps into an escape pod and leaves. Ship crashes and explodes with Kai on it, but she survives. She crawls up an embankment, I guess, and she's fine. It's all is cool. They capture Halsey.
Which is fucking annoying because they've talked about how get the EMPs online. It's going to take us several minutes, but it only took you a few seconds when you had to shoot John's ship down, right?
Yeah.
Fucking Jesus Christ. And as you said, all the disappearing Marines on the tarmac with all their anti-aircraft guns just magically poof gone.
Yep. This is what it looks like when the stakes don't matter. When the writers just get all the payoffs they want regardless.
Yep.
They capture Halsey and bring her in for questioning, and she starts having a seizure and dies, and Miranda realizes this isn't Halsey, this is a Flash clone. Cool.
Yeah, when, where, and how.
So did she plan for her plan to fucking bork and put a Flash clone on the ship? So, like, I don't understand the sequence of events here. Because if you thought everything was going to go to plan, then why would you have a Flash clone on the ship instead of you yourself?
Yeah.
Like,
that's why I'm saying when, where, and how. I don't fucking understand.
Also, if she faked her death, then how's she going to continue research elsewhere?
Oh, it's because she said Shadow Government man dude give her a briefcase, remember? And she's getting on a new flight to go to Earth, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, that was near the end.
The Spartans get together and they decide they have to get the artifact back, and I forget how they figure out where it is, but they do.
They're going to the planet Maquis told them about.
Well, here's the thing, and this is why I said to keep a note of the fucking prophecy. When the skies glitter like diamonds or fucking whatever, or like glass, that was the prophecy that was supposed to lead them to the Halo. But this is the information they use to find the Covenant planet where the prophets are, and they have the artifact, and they've got Maquis.
Yeah, because there's a temporal, timey-wimey, fluxy bullshit that's protecting this planet, like the space cancer.
Oh yeah, we should mention, too, that Maquis did grab the smaller artifact and got off planet with it. That's why she's with the Covenant now.
Yeah, she used the Phantom that the Spartans took from Episode 1.
Yeah. Anyways, they do this bullshit in subspace where they're going through the sparkling like glass thing where it's causing an immense strain on the ship, but they finally get to this planet, and they drop down. They're confronting the Covenant, and a massive horde of elites are like charging at them as they're getting closer to the temple. And
but here's the thing I wanted to mention about remembering everything about Maquis being the Blessed One. Because it cuts away from her getting dressed in her ceremonial robes to the prophets that talk about how she has soiled our world too much with her presence. Don't worry, we will kill her filthy heresy. And so, no, she wasn't a part of the Covenant at all. They were just pretending. And everybody else was just pretending the whole time.
Yeah.
So remember that red flag warning I was telling you about? The whole, it's their sacred world? It's like, yeah.
Good thing
find out why. They plan on killing her.
Good thing there aren't any Tolkien-based live-action shows coming up. I feel like this is a fraction of what Rings of Power is going to be. Like kind of similar how the Bebop flicks was abysmal garbage, but it was still a fraction of how bad this was. Like, we are not prepared for the terribleness that is coming for us.
Oh, Lord, no. It's going to be brutal.
But anyways, yeah, the prophets are just cartoon villains now, rather than people, or I guess rather than creatures that have reasons for doing what they're doing.
Yep. Yeah, and it's hard to emphasize, too, with that horde of elites that never arrive. There's always hundreds and hundreds of elites running, but they literally never get closer to the Spartans, so that the Spartans can have their fight with everything else.
There's even a point where I believe John Halo touches the artifact, and they get knocked back. You actually see a bunch of them flying off the cliff, so they're dead. But there's others who don't fly off the cliff. And you still see them running in the background later on as if they're getting any closer. Yeah, they get to the temple, and the prophets just float up into the air. They don't use the fucking mega laser cannons on their flying thrones. They just kind of sit there and wait for everything to happen. And
which, again, we can't assume that they have them in here because the show hasn't established that, but it fucking sucks.
Yeah, but what we can talk about is... not a single fucking one of the Spartans attempts to fucking shoot and kill the prophets. Not once. Yeah. Nor do they do anything to try and capture them like the plan was in Fall of Reach. John touches the artifact, both him and McKee appear on the Halo, and I don't know, they have like a bit of a moment. Then we start to see like a bit of blood from her front. One of the other Spartans did the right thing and put this miserable cunt out of our misery. They shot her in the back and killed her. They're facing overwhelming odds. They're getting fucking destroyed by the Covenant. Other Spartan almost dies because they get a plasma grenade on them, even though it should have fucking killed them. But, you know, logic. John Halo tells Cortana that she needs to take control of him, even though it might kill him. And,
he has to die first. He has to die so she can take over the body. That's why she doesn't want to do it. But John gives himself up. He lets himself die so that Cortana can take over. And she's immediately better in every way because woman powers. And she literally does stuff that she could have done the entire fucking time John was in control. She just... No, I fully believe that she wanted him to die. Because it's only after John dies that she remote pilots the fucking Condor back to shoot at the brutes and then pull all the Spartans out, which she could have done the entire time John was in control, and as again, we saw in episode 8 when she controlled the Warhog.
And again, she doesn't use the Condor to shoot the prophets either.
Nope.
Yep. No one takes a single shot at them for some reason.
Though she can miraculously shoot behind her and instant headshot everything around her.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't fire at the prophets at all.
Yeah. She grabs the artifact, they get onto the Condor and leave. End of the fucking season.
Yep. Chief, is that you? And she turns and she looks at Kai and then looks away. And then we jump to fucking Dr. Halsey looking all fresh and clean and writing notes in her journal. And she gets approached by clearly, like, super fed, glowy fed, talking about how we'll get you.
It's not, okay, I might be mistaking a different character because she has another character that's assisting her that looks similar to the Nazi rapist weirdo. But
yeah, I didn't say it was the Nazi rapist weirdo. I said it's clearly another guy for the feds.
I just said that I might be mistaking characters here. I might be mistaking who you're talking about for the character I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the guy at the end who just approaches her and says, "We've got a shuttle waiting and ready for you to go, Doctor," and everything. Then it goes to everybody on Reach who is all dusty and beat up looking, and they're talking about how she's wanted, and they're waiting for the Spartans to come home. And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the Halo show. It's fucking garbage through and through. We
don't know if it's a fake out or not, by the way. If John's actually dead, but he said he had to die, and Cortana said he had to die so she could take over the body too. So,
fuck, what was I starting to say? Oh, I will give them credit on one thing. I'm actually surprised they had the restraint to not make the Fall of Reach be the finale.
Yeah.
That'll probably be episode 1 of next season, though.
Oh, God.
And that's it. That's Halo. That's the wonderful adventures of John Halo and a bunch of obnoxious fucking cunts. I hate it so much.
And thank God it is over, and we don't ever have to talk about it ever again, because I'm not doing season 2.
You don't have to talk about it ever again. I have to do a video on this.
Hey, we're done. Time to jump off a high object. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Peace never an option, and I agree.
Thank you.
God, and unfortunately, I am mildly curious to see what the fuck are they gonna do for next season? Like, with that ending, the only way that you could make that work is if you just go, oh, no, we lied. None of that actually happened. Like, I am very curious to see what they do if they actually do make a season 2, so I probably will end up watching at least the first episode. I don't know if I'll watch more than that, but I am curious to see what they'll do if they do another season, at least the first episode.
I won't watch it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Flamenco wasn't able to join us today. I was hoping he might pop on to finish this off, but he's got his own stuff going on, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Actually, he's going to stream shortly, so I'm just going to redirect. How do I? Hold on, I'm just grabbing the link for this. I'm going to redirect to his stream for when this ends. And we are ending momentarily. His stream is like 20 minutes from now.
Yeah.
I hope you had fun, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our suffering, because that's what this is.
I would genuinely be happy when we're going back to having to do other people's shitty videos and not talk about Halo. Real happy.
Yeah. Apparently I can't redirect to a stream that hasn't started yet.
Oh.
It's not showing up in the, like, I have the link, and I'm putting it in... Battery low. And I'm putting it in the choose specific video thing for redirect, and it's just not working. That's annoying. That is very annoying. I wish it could redirect to a stream waiting to start.
Yeah.
Oh well. I guess everyone who's interested, Flamenco is about to go stream on his channel. Go check it out. I guess have a good night, everyone, unless you two have anything to end off on.
No.
Alrighty. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Night, everybody. Hopefully I'll see you on my stream sometime.
Yeah.